James, I'm waiting for that horse sound. Is it out there? That's what I needed. Hello, friends and traders. Welcome to Opening Call live on TopstepTV. Hoag, the biggest, baddest, Leroy Brownest futures trading show on YouTube. He's Robert Downey. I'm Junior. Hoag, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, Jack. It's great to see you this morning and great to see everybody. Welcome to the Opening Call, Thursday, May the 23rd. As always, we're going to be focusing on accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in our trading today.
Indeed. For all of those who will be asking, Eddie is out this week on vacation in parts unknown. We are cleaning up in the meantime. So, yeah, NVIDIA earnings yesterday, Hoag. That was a fun time.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
It
Well, NVIDIA surged through $1,000 this morning after announcing bullish guidance. But most importantly, they announced a 10-to-1 stock split, which, as we all know, radically increases the net present value of their future earnings. Now, Dolby and Dakota and Andre made $11K yesterday on a house account trade during Power Hour. But as you saw, I made $38 on one share of NVIDIA, soon to be 10 shares, that I bought in my brokerage 1 minute before earnings live on Topstep TV. And Hoag, you know what they say about $38 at NVIDIA?
$38 is 38 clams in Cicero.
Well, in Cicero, but at NVIDIA, they say $38 is what Zuckerberg wants to pay us 237 million times. I did the math. That is what Facebook is planning to spend on GPUs so they can do, I don't know, something.
Huh.
You on Facebook, Hoag?
Barely. I am not really much of a presence on social media.
I am interested to see. I'm with you. I'm not either, but I'm interested to see what Facebook does with $9 billion worth of GPUs. I imagine building like a virtual world or something where Zuck can live for millennia to come and do MMA. Despite that, and NVIDIA surging this morning, saw CNBC, Andre sent the story in. We find ourselves in a vibe session, according to JP Morgan's chair of global research, Joyce Chang. Quote, if you're a homeowner or if you own financial assets, you've done very well, but you're leaving out huge segments of the population, she said during the CNBC Financial Advisor Summit Wednesday. This hit me hard, Hoag, just because apparently vibes is a very elder millennial thing to say. And it pains me that the JP Morgan chair of global research might be around my age. But in general, interest rates are high. Housing's expensive. We're all regretting not buying NVIDIA for $10. But it's going to be okay because we're here today to try and make a few tickies, as Andre would say. Hoag, what we got for the eco news?
If you were a boomer, you'd be saying groovy instead of vibe. But as far as economic numbers this morning, building permits came out month over month. They came out as expected. Year over year, they also came out as expected. Jobless claims, initial jobless claims, last week's was revised down to 223. They were looking for 220,000. It came out 215,000. The job market is holding up very, very well. Continuing jobless claims, however, were slightly higher than last week's. Last week's number was also revised to 1,786,000. This week's came out 1,179,000. So it was 186. Whatever. Continuing jobless claims isn't usually all that impactful. Most people are focusing on the initial jobless claims as it is. So I think it was 1,719,000 is what it came out at. I may have disposed some of these numbers. I have a tendency to do that when numbers are involved. Chicago Fed National Activity Index came out lower than expected, showing some slowing activity in the district here that includes Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, and Iowa, I believe. 8:45, we've got the U.S. S&P PMI composite flash, also with the service and manufacturing flash. Preliminary numbers will, of course, be letting you know when those come out during fast markets. 9 o'clock, new home sales. 9:30, nat gas release. 10:30 for an 8-week bill auction. 2 o'clock, the only talking Fed that I see on the schedule today, Bostic is due to speak again at 2 o'clock as far as earnings are concerned. No majors today. Medtronic was the top one this morning, beating on both expectations for earnings per share and revenues. We do have Intuit after the close. That might be something that traders will be keeping an eye on. VIX this morning down 5.7% at 1159, but Nick for a tick says it's a lie anyway. Dollar index down a little bit at 104.74 last I checked, and the yield on the 10-year pretty much just flat 4.43%. It is a holiday weekend. Looking forward to a little extra time off this weekend. We're not going to be broadcasting on Monday, Memorial Day. Enjoy the long weekend, and thanks to everybody that has had the all those that have given so much to our freedoms. Don't forget to thank them as well. And that's what we've got for economic numbers, a little information about next week, and pray for peace.
Pray for peace. As we said, Monday, we will not be here. We'll be doing something, but we won't be here. We'll probably be hanging out, Hoag, with our buddies. And I think this is a good time to talk the tip of the week, which is all about... I do laugh at that too. Find a trading buddy. Hey, trading is more fun when you have a buddy. Everything is more fun when you got a buddy. Share your wins and losses with a buddy and never trade alone. Make some friends where you can find them, but accountability partners are good. Hoag, I know you've been into that along the way. I've seen you do things with that. Who's holding you accountable now?
All of you.
Oh yeah, there's like 5,000 of them.
Right. So think about that. Trading buddies. We did a trading buddy trade yesterday in the house account. It came out very good. And that was a team effort. That's how trading with trading buddies can go. And we hope it goes that way for everybody. When you do find a trading buddy, it's a lot more fun, a little conversation, and a little accountability can't be bad. So enjoy your trading buddies.
On. And if the daily levels are not updated, give us a moment there. Somebody who's already off and having a good time to start the weekend isn't here, but we'll get those updated soon enough. Yes, so find the trading buddies. With that, Hoag, we talked about Memorial Day. Fire drill. Those who participated in yesterday's fire drill got an email this morning. Hopefully you did. There'll be more chances along the way to get those combines. With that, Hoag, what do you say we dive into the charts?
Yeah, let's do it. As always, starting with the daily in the S&Ps, we are leaving a 5-day consolidation in the S&Ps. Look at all the highs we put in here. Very even highs up there. Market looks like it wants to now continue the upside move after a 5-day consolidation. Open interest yesterday, however, was extremely inert. We lost about 800 contracts all day yesterday. Not a lot of decision making being made yesterday. We'll see if we can see those buyers coming back in today. Sometimes buying just begets more buying. With no bad news, the grind is likely to continue to the upside. We've got a new all-time high in the extended trading hour session. We don't expect that to hold as the all-time high. The market has a tendency to try and put those all-time highs and recent highs, all-time lows and recent lows in during the regular trading hour session. So we're going to be monitoring today to see if we have continuation, momentum, participation, meaningful participation above last week's high, indicates potential for an acceleration to the upside. The upside, the auction, we were noticing it was kind of suffering. It was struggling, falling into range. That range probably did a pretty good job of evening out some inventories and letting some new initiative buyers come back into the market. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Let's get this sized. All righty. So yesterday, the market was very range bound, and there were a couple of things that kind of indicated that possibility, and a lot of those were based on the profiles. The S&Ps opened below the base of the late spike on the previous day. The Nasdaq opened above the base of the late spike on the previous day. So there was some conflicting information, and we knew that we had the FOMC meeting FOMC meeting minutes yesterday, as well as the Nvidia. So the first half of the day until the FOMC minutes came out was very range bound, very small range, and then then all heck broke out. Okay, we had the meeting minutes come out, and then Nvidia at the end of the day. The early part of the day was just wait and see, wait and see, wait and see. What are we looking at today now? We had a nice dive to the downside and pretty decent recovery. We're sitting here holding overnight inventory to the long side. We may be starting to see some of that overnight inventory beginning to liquidate some of those overnight longs. Those overnight longs are typically going to be weaker hands, shorter time frame traders, and if they're not seeing what they want to see as the market opens up, there's a tendency for them to bring price back to a session gap close or even a settlement gap close. But I'm going to be using gap rules this morning. In other words, if we can't close the gap relatively early, I'll be looking to buy weakness in this market. If we do close the gap, but don't show any signs of reacceptance in value or even in the range from yesterday, I'll still be looking for opportunities for longs. The only thing that would change that is for us to get into a value acceptance play, which could bring us back down to low value, which would be south of settlement, which is 53.28 even. I'm looking at the value area from yesterday, and it's all the way down to 53.18 quarter, 53.18 quarter, all the way down here. I would like to see if I want to be long, and I'm pretty sure everybody wants their portfolios to continue to rise. I don't want to see us except in the range from yesterday at all. The profile yesterday was a normal variation extreme day. Point of control was very high. Point of control on this platform is 53.41 even. And with all of that activity and the time we spent in that very small range early yesterday, the dive to the downside and the recovery, look at the volume yesterday. Usually that opening
that is
30-minute bar
sure.
is the highest volume. We had the highest volume at the end of the day, and that 2:30 to 3 o'clock, and the move was back to the upside, but with no open interest increase. Where do we go with this information? It's like we got too short. We got out of those shorts, and we just evened up as far as open interest is concerned. We're going to watch and see. We're opening out of range, out of balance. Look at the tops here. 1, 2, 3, 4 nice tops against last week's high. Last week's high, could be an interesting opportunity for an execution. We've got VIX, pushing to the upside already. Buyers have been in control all day. We'll see how that plays out for the rest of the day. Now I'll take a look at the Nasdaq.
This is where that house account trade happened yesterday on the redive, so to speak. RIP everybody that was shorting the Nasdaq in front of Nvidia earnings. That was rich. Yeah,
you had a profit for about 2 seconds, and then it just ripped right back to the upside.
Yeah.
All right. So the Nasdaq has been presenting as a little bit of a stronger market. We really didn't have any consolidation. We just had a kind of a slow burn to the upside, and we are at possible risk of accelerating that burn to the upside. You need no bad news. The market has a tendency just to continue to grind to the upside. One talking Fed later on today. So we probably won't be hearing much from them. You never know when they might pop up on the schedule. But look at the volume yesterday. Volume popped, and we added 4,400 in open interest yesterday in the NASDAQ on an overlapping to higher range. That's indicating new buying coming in. Buying sometimes begets more buying. We're going to see how that plays out today. Another new all-time high in the overnight session. I'm not expecting our overnight high to remain the high during the regular trading hours session. That's a probability. Nothing is finite or perfect in trading. Here's the 30-minute chart. So notice with the S&Ps opening below that late spike from the session on Tuesday, the Nasdaq opened above it and held above it. The Nasdaq only pulled back to the low from Tuesday's session, where the opening range remained the low of the session, and then that's when those buyers came in, and this market just continued to push higher and higher throughout the day.
It's off your
Prior
chart
to
now.
the Nvidia.
Yeah.
Pardon?
I said it's so high, it's off your chart now.
Yes, right. Now look at it. These
Yep.
are all overnight longs, and they're probably weaker hands, shorter time frame traders, and they're looking for what? They're looking for new buying, bigger time frame, uh, bigger speculators, banks, and funds to need to adjust inventory to the upside now because we've reached up to these levels. That or get out of shorts. But either way, they're looking for buyers to come into this market to continue to pay them. If the buyers don't come in, that's when we get our inventory adjustments. We're starting to see it a little bit here in the NASDAQ. We're coming off that high, got a little bit of an excess high here in the overnight session. But again, I'm looking at gap rules. If we can't close the gap relatively early, and I understand that's a very subjective term, very early can be different on different days and in different types of situations. We've got the VWAP leaning to the upside. Buyers have been in control all morning, all night, and I'm looking for some sort of a pullback to buy this market against on weakness. A gap close doesn't necessarily change that. Only if we begin to reaccept inside value from yesterday. Value high is pretty much the high of the day, right around 18,837. Value low on this platform showing at 18,744. Settlement 18,786.75. We get a gap close, that's one thing. We get a settlement gap close, that's going to put us into value acceptance, and we may see this market come back down to that value low. That is one of the hypotheses. We're going to watch the opening range trade this morning. If we leave the opening range at one extreme or another, it may give us an early indication of regular time frame control early in the session. We'll see if we find any opportunities there. And crude oil. All right. So we were talking yesterday about, we've tested to the high of balance, and we're still dealing with this very sticky area of balance here. The downside move from the head and shoulders is still in play. What we saw yesterday, we talked about it yesterday. We've tested to the high of the area of balance. The natural rotation of markets is probably going to take us relatively close to the low end of the current area of balance. We got pretty close to that yesterday. We tested down to it last night. Now we're starting to see the rotation back to the upside. Range bound rules apply here, but be careful because we're pretty far from either extreme. Range bound rules are you sell against the high, you buy against the low. You sell against the high, you buy against the low until something changes, until there's a substantial breakout away from the current area of balance. Yesterday, we added 16,000 new contracts in open interest yesterday. That's an estimate, but still, that's going to be pretty close to what the actual is. It looks to me like we really tried to barrel into some shorts in this market, looking for a continuation to the downside. And right now, all of those shorts are getting squeezed. That is how this range bound rule works. You get the buyers, the laggard buyers at the top here, and if it doesn't go, they have to unravel and they rotate price back to the low, where they end up getting short, preempting the breakout to the downside, and then the whole thing just goes over and over again. So where prices now is kind of an iffy area. I don't know if I'd be in a big rush to be trading crude oil today, but we never know. My hypothesis is we're looking to buy against the low of balance, sell against the high of balance until it breaks, and then you go with any substantial breakout outside of balance. I would be looking for, because of the head and shoulders pattern that still remains intact, be looking for the market to rotate down to $73 approximately, because that's the measured move from the top of the head. I don't remember where that was, from the top of the head to the break to the neckline, and then from the neckline, that measurement down is the measured move that we might see actually happen here in crude oil. And we'll be watching. But for now, I think we have some short time frame traders short in the hole here. So what are we looking at on the 30-minute chart? Pushing down. Okay, so now I think we've broken downside structure. Now I'm looking for the whole rotation back to the high of the area of balance. We've got lower highs, lower lows, lower lows. Now we've put in a higher high in the, as the market has opened up. We kind of opened up in range, but above value. So with some visual targets and points of control above, we got 78.66, we got 79.34, and then last week's high 79.66 for potential targets if we are currently long. I think it's going to be a kind of a tough day because we're not getting any opportunity near the extremes of this area of balance. So be careful. Yesterday's profile was a normal variation neutral day, so it makes sense that price is attempting to seek the opportunity to facilitate trade at different levels. And we've been through these levels a bunch of times. We're in short time frame control, and short time frame controls have a tendency to be respected. The problem with that is there's a lot of short time frame levels to look for. Make sure you limit risk, take trades that make sense against some sort of structure, and we'll see if we can't get a profitable trading day here in crude oil. I don't think I'd be in a big rush to get into it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Gold. We saw the all-time high. We saw the excess up against that all-time high. The auction, the upside auction got up to a B, but I think yesterday I put it down to a C, and then we saw this pushback, this pullback off of that excess high. Struggling upside auction has now broken. We see an excess high. We're seeing continuation to the downside. We lost 16,000 in open interest yesterday. That was laggard longs and possibly some folks that were in profit saying, "Screw this, I'm going home." They took some of their money off. They limited some of their losses yesterday on that nice push to the downside. And hats off to Deanna. We were talking about a potential failed downside auction, but with the small initial balance, she reminded us with that small initial balance, that's not really a really strong failed downside auction. And boy, did it not hold to a big time. Take a look at this on the 30-minute chart. All of these lines are weaknesses in structure. So we were looking at this yesterday saying, all right, well, we got range here. We did leave a failed downside auction at one point. Here's that failed downside auction right there. That failed downside auction. We said, hey, but when the range was as small as it was, that doesn't really give that failed downside auction a whole lot of room. So that's not one that we were going to be looking to take. And again, thank you for D for reminding us of that. Once this thing took out the low of that potential failed downside auction, it really ran to the downside and then found some balance here. But overnight, we're still holding overnight inventory to the short side. Initially, the opening range was the high of the session. We have just taken out the high of that opening range right now. So it's looking like we might be seeing some overnight inventory, shorter time frame, weaker hands traders getting a little bit nervous, especially those that are short in the hole down here. We may see a move to close the gap, the settlement gap, which I guess I didn't get settlement on here. 23.9220, 23.9220, right about there would be a settlement gap, relatively close to the TPO point of control. Just use that 23.96 half for a target if we do end up adjusting inventory and coming back into range. The profile yesterday was a double distribution trend day to the downside into a trend day lower. Ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Don't forget to say a prayer and thank all of those who laid their life on the line for our freedoms and the life that we have. Have a great trading session.
Yeah, as mentioned, we're off on Monday. Think about those that sacrificed everything. Also, Hoag, it's the easiest job on Topstep TV, by the way, when you do the charts, because I get to sit here and just nod my head and watch along. Great stuff. And there's more great stuff to come. I can see him in the green room right now. We got Austin Silver and Anne Marie joining us for Fast Markets. MP's in there. He's got a black hat on, might be on the quiz. He's looking at me now. He's nodding. He's saying yes. Okay, we got Coach Vince is stopping by for Power Hour. We got the quiz. Brian Shannon, the VWAP master, is going to be here at 1 p.m. Max Maserati, the happiest person to ever trade a future, is here at 2 for Power Hour with Andre and Dolby. We'll see if we can find another winner. Stick around. A lot more stuff to come. We'll be back right after this.
There we go, James. I had to do it. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Wow, look at this group. This is a first. We got Anne Marie in the upper right corner, lower left corner, Austin Silver, the boss man in the upper left corner, Michael Patak. Welcome, everybody. Let's have some fun today. Opening bell here in a few seconds. John, if you're there, let's talk about this opening range. All-time highs again overnight. And, I guess NVIDIA really pushed this sucker up. And NVIDIA pushed us up.
NVIDIA is valued at $100 billion, like a few some odd years ago.
It's 5x.
Now it's now it's $2 trillion or 5x, $2 trillion.
$2 trillion. Unbelievable. All right, John, hit us. Talk to us about what you're seeing on this open.
All right. Well, we had some pretty considerable overnight inventory to the long side. That overnight inventory to the long side is already nervous that they're going to lose all their money and they're not going to be able to buy their kids the G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip. The S&Ps have traded right back to VWAP. We're in the opening minute here. I'll let you know when the opening range breaks to one side or another. We did have We did have the overnight all-time high put in. Markets don't like to leave that there in overnight session. I'm thinking we're probably at some point today going to try and take that overnight high out in the equities. Seeing the market coming off, we just broke the S&P, the NASDAQ opening range to the downside, as well as the S&P. So what we're looking for is a potential gap fill and maybe some support down at that gap fill. If we do get back into ranges in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, then we fall into potential value acceptance, which would push us down to lower value. And in the S&Ps, that's 53.18. And in the NASDAQ, the low of value, if we accept, the low of value takes us down to about 18,742. The NASDAQ is a lot further away from an eventual gap close. The gap close would take us to the high from yesterday, regular trading hour session, and that's approximately 18,837.5. Gap rules, guys. If we can't close the gap relatively early, yes, that is a very subjective term, but if we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities to buy these markets in weakness until they show acceptance in yesterday's value high in the NASDAQ, pretty much the high of the day, 18,838. Value high in the S&Ps would be 53.45 even. The market leaving the opening ranges at the high of the session and driving lower already.
Yeah.
Hold on, John.
Great info.
Okay, 53.40. Go through that. Name some of the levels that are important to you besides that's on the day.
Okay, a gap close in the
guys,
S&P is 53.45 is a gap
Right
close, and that's also high of value. So if we do start spending time below that level, that could be marking value acceptance and could take us down to the low of value in the S&Ps. That's 53.18. In the NASDAQ, we've got a long way to go till we get a gap close. A gap close takes us down to 18,838, and that is the high of value. Acceptance below that level takes us to the low of value at 18,739.
I got it.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I got it.
Can I chop in for a second on that real quick? I have a short on my XFA at 53.55.75. So I'm short right after that initial sell-off here at the beginning, first minute of market open. I think the macro here has to. Yep.
You
And
got
I
the
think we
VWAP?
have to. I've got the VWAP. I think we need to talk about the news right now. It's kind of feeding my bias. All of this talk about Taiwan and China, I don't think the market's going to love that. The levels John just mentioned are spot on, but I think couple that with this news, we could see something slide here. So let's see what happens.
I got on a short with you. I got 50s.
That's a great short, Austin. Opening range.
Yeah, I got a good price.
Dead ass high of the session.
Yep. Let's see if we can get some slow. I got a TP in at 35 right at the bottom today. See if we can get that low. I mean, again, we don't get too macro here. I like that you guys are more technical, but I don't like the coincidence here of we're breaking for all-time highs overnight. Then all of a sudden China-Taiwan thing hits the fan. I don't know how the market's going to react to that. I don't think people want to see global war. You're seeing Taiwan threaten they're going to blow up the Three Gorges Dam if China invades. China basically has the entire island surrounded due to military exercises that they are literally calling a punishment drill. So it's like that doesn't make me bullish at all right now, unfortunately.
I covered that. That was a quick 700. Good. Thank you.
Yep. I'm running 3 contracts short from 55.75, 55 and 3/4, and I got a stop locked at break even.
Just about ready to close the gap in the S&Ps.
I'll jump in really quick. We lost your screen share, Austin, if you're able to reshare it.
Yeah, I'm lagging on my Google Chrome right now, so I can't reshare at this moment. I was trying to switch to Topstep X and show you the trade that I'm in, but now I'm running it here on my laptop until my lag stops. So
do what you gotta do.
See if we can. Yep. Let's manage this first, then we'll screen share in a second.
Hey, what's
there? You go, 46.
53.45, John. S&Ps.
I'll cover one here.
Yeah, that's the gap close.
Should we look for bottoming formation here?
That could be, a supportive level. 45. That's yesterday's high and value high.
45. Yesterday's high, value high. Why do we got value high? Why do we have value high at 39, 40, I should say, on our daily levels? JD pulls them from somewhere else. I mean, it's five handle difference. Hoagland.
JD is out. We a little bit late in adjusting those numbers. I'm sending them to Robert now.
$53.45 in the S&Ps. That was the gap fill.
Yeah, let's see if it goes a little. I think it's got a little more left in it here.
Yeah.
Great earnings from NVIDIA. I mean, it's up 10%. You guys heard they're going to stock split too in June. So they're going to go 10 to 1 in June.
10 to
super
1.
bullish. Yeah,
Wow.
super bullish, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Especially for a lot of, I listened to an RIA group, and they were saying that a lot of their very small accounts have no ability to hold any NVIDIA. And this 10 to 1 split is going to be able to get them to at least have a couple of shares in there. And so I think it's going to be quite the boon for them.
Mm-hmm. And this is what I was saying this morning in our group chat. Do I not understand how impactful NVIDIA is going to be in the future, or is this the biggest bubble in the last 5 years? It's one of the two. Either and it's probably me misunderstanding, and it also could be a bubble too. But
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? What do you think, Michael?
Yeah. Well, it's 100 billion to 2 trillion. I just think people, there's a flood of money that when that, like, all of a sudden we went from crypto talk to AI talk.
What about those NFTs too, Michael?
Yep.
I bought a bunch of property in Wuzu land. That was the metaverse. No, sorry, that was the metaverse.
Right. Wait, real quick. Listen to this. Ready? NVIDIA is now larger than the GDP of every country in the world except 7. It's larger, 4x larger than Tesla, 7x larger than Costco, and it's bigger than Walmart and Amazon combined.
Love it.
I mean, if you're an aspiring entrepreneur, you should be pretty excited about your future, because every company, it seems that is bigger and bigger and bigger valuations.
Great point.
This is like a $2 trillion instantaneous. Like, you can put up a large company pretty damn quickly. He was working at Denny's.
Literally. What? Is it true?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not true.
2.4 trillion, Michael.
2.4.
What's man?
What's 400 billion between friends? Big company.
Right?
Yep.
I got back in at 52. I got back in at 52.
Nice.
What's super interesting is all the ancillary growth that's going to come out of this, right? So they're building those chip spaces, and we're going to have power. We're going to have cooling. We're going to have data centers, and that means concrete, and that means steel, and that means gross industrial infrastructure rebuilds. And that, I mean, there's some really big things that can happen. I was just hearing a story this morning in the gold rush. A lot of people made money in the gold rush, but guess who the real winners were from a company perspective?
Michael?
Levi Strauss.
Levi Strauss.
Levi Strauss, because he built denim so they could go down there and not tear their tiny cotton clothes up.
I think the hardware stores were the biggest market cap back in the day, right before you went up to the old hills. Because they were in the Klondike. This is on Gold Rush. In the Klondike, hundreds of thousands of people went up there. And then, like, a small percentage, just like trading, ended up making money and doing well. But then you had to have the equipment. You had to have the clothes. You had to have the buckets and the shovels and all that kind of stuff. And guess who it was? Old Johnny there put up a shop and said, "Hey, take this before you guys go up in those mines." I mean, like,
exactly.
That was your NVIDIA guy back in the day.
What an analogy. I'm starting to pull some levels here, Michael. We can see more selling for the house account. If we can see more selling in the NASDAQ down to the
really good
18,900 level, 18,890, yesterday's high. The two
check marks
there. Nice.
Let's go, Michael. We're rocking, bro. Let's go. I got one off. I got 2 running still. So we're up nicely on the short.
Beautiful.
Right.
Up 1,000. Well, then, what I should do right now, Austin, is stop my stream, say I'm up 1,000, and say I did it in 10 minutes. You can too. And if you just extrapolate that, and then with a sign pointing to the $1,000, right next to that is $1 million, because I extrapolated towards every
Somebody meme that real quick.
No,
Where's that guy, Carl Lungus or whatever his name is that makes the memes?
I'm done for the day.
Get him up early.
Yeah.
All right, I covered one more. So I have one left. Realized
Nice.
955.50 so far.
All
This
right.
XFA was 2K in drawdown. I'm now down to minus 459. So this could be the trade that digs me out of drawdown, which is very nice.
Awesome. That's always a good
That's
feeling. Yeah,
It's
that's always
awesome
a great
feeling.
feeling.
Here's what I have a problem on is when I do that and then I come back and I can get it back to scratch and then I continue trading. The lockout button has
Yeah, no, I'm
saved
gonna
me a
stop.
few times.
Damn right.
Yeah, and then I'll go right back to 1,800, whatever, 2,000 down. It's me recognizing that today's not my day, and then but that's where the lockout button also comes into handy. So you don't have to hit your downside daily loss limit, which you come close to, and then you work yourself out of the hole, which is great trading and patient and high probability trades, and you're nailing it because you have to have high probability trades to work out, or else you're can't take much more losers. Then you get it up to about break even or scratch on the day, hit that lockout button, and go golfing. And that's being a trader. You don't have to make money every day.
Yes, sir. Yeah, damn right. I would just add to that too, Michael. It's like you said, I'm not myself, or I forget how you just said it. I'm not doing well. You won. You already did your job. It's not even about being in the pocket or out. It's like if you did your job quickly today, it's one of the many things. Like in trading, you have to reprogram your mind for what success looks like. We all think work more, get paid more. We talked about that on our podcast for a while, Mike. But now in trading, it's like you could work less and make more money. And in some days, you're going to have to grind it out. Like yesterday was a grinder for me, a lot of hours at the desk. But some days it's going to come in 15 minutes and you have to just be aware of that to pull yourself away. And the lockout feature prevents that. It protects you in that sense. I should have screen share back up and running here so you guys can see my short. Two covered and you can see me running here.
Hey, you got house account open, Michael? We're coming up
I
to a level here. 18,900, 18,890. Yesterday's high, one check mark. Coach Jay Cook, another check mark right there.
I would just add one more thing too. Sorry, good. Repeat it, Andre.
18,900, between 18,900 and 18,890. We're about 20 points away. If we keep seeing a sell-off or pullback in the NASDAQ, we got two check marks right now for the long. Anne-Marie, are you seeing that level at all for a possible long or bottoming formation around 18,900?
I do like that.
Cool.
I do
That's
like
three.
it. Yeah.
That's three.
Yeah.
Austin, you were saying? So, Michael, just keep an eye open. We'll go back to Austin. But if we get
I got
to
them working. I got them working. So if you guys see our screen, you're going to see them working.
Love that.
Working.
Yeah, I was going to say, Andre, just the only other thing about this short right now, and I'm glad to be risk-free and already realized, I have never experienced something globally happening that I could then short U.S. markets and make money. I didn't trade during 9/11. I didn't trade during 2008. So it is an interesting thing. Like, okay, if we do see Taiwan and China escalate in conflict, what does that do to markets? Am I going to have to pile into a short while we potentially go into a hot conflict, a hot war, and I'm making money? That's an interesting spot to be in. You know what I'm saying?
Moral conflict. Welcome to the moral conflict of trading. Profiting off of bad news. It's been an internal struggle for a long, long time. It's very, very.
If I can interject, the S&P is traded basically to the point of control from yesterday, which was 53.40 even. Still no gap closing the NASDAQ. S&P has closed the session gap.
Okay. Thank you, John. Yeah, Austin, very, very tricky. Go ahead, Anne-Marie.
If I could do a flip take on that, Austin. So
hold on. Hold on. Why is the market so thin?
We got a number coming out. Sorry, my apologies. We got a number coming out in 8:45 Central. S&P Services PMI, S&P Manufacturing PMI. Nice catch, Michael.
Thank you.
So did you see that from the dome, Michael? It just thins out immediately?
Only way to do it.
Yeah.
That's why, guys, pay up for get the level 2 data. We don't give that one away for free. That's a little. Oh, geez.
Coming out right now. Now.
Oh, we just got
18,000. We got 10. Okay, we're long 10 house account. Looking for the actual number. John, if you see the number before me, wow, we are into long 10 from what? 900s, Michael?
Yep. Where are we getting out on this one?
I don't know. We haven't discussed that yet. We're at 20 points in the money right now. Better than expected. S&P Composite PMI, better than expected.
Where are we getting
we're looking for...
We're up 5,000, guys. Come on. What are we looking at?
Out. Where are we trying to get out? Jay Cook, talk to me.
I only got 10 of them.
It's all right.
We got to get up over that VWAP.
All right. Well, I'm taking
target 940s.
We
Target
don't have her out.
940. Target 940.
On my ES short, I'm trailing the stop lower in case you guys are right and we pop higher. I've got to stop at 47.75 now.
How's it got long 10 from 19 or 18,900. Targeting
18,900. We had that working. I probably should have had that working. That's why I didn't pay attention on that one, so that's on me. This is a gimme trade. We don't have an out.
Yeah, we do 40s. We're targeting 40s.
Okay. All right. Then and what's the stop?
Stop 20 points typically 20 point stop. Go full screen the house account here.
Are we seeing a fade on the gap from the ES right here?
Could be 940s, target 940s.
Today's an interesting day. We go average daily range, the 30-point average daily range over the last 5 days to the upside pre-market, and we're about to go back down 30 points from market open to now. The high to the low.
And Marie, the S&Ps are inside yesterday's range and inside yesterday's value. The longer they stay there, the longer it's going to look like that's acceptance of lower pricing.
Lower prices into that 53.18. Is that what you were saying? Is that 50? What was that number?
40s, Mike. We're 10 to 40.
Yes, 53.18 is value low.
Okay.
Have to get above 35s. If we get above 35s, we'll push to 40. Thank you, Jay Cook.
I'm fading you guys. This is fun. I love trading with you guys. Let's see who's going to be right here.
Yeah, it's rejecting the gap fill.
Okay. Michael, you peel 5?
I peel 5. We're long 5. This is a trade, guys. This is a trade. We can talk about how we feel about it after the fact, but I don't feel like we should have been in it. I should have had this canceled because the number was coming out. But when we put the order working, we didn't know the number was coming out. So, guys, this is error number 1. Error number 2, as far as trading in general, is know when numbers are coming out. If you're working an order, do what you want. But I recommend being flat or having all canceling all orders.
No. How about error number 3 too, Michael? Don't fade Austin. Yeah. How long do I have to be here till we start saying don't fade Austin? I know I'm the new guy, but how long do I gotta be? What do I gotta earn for that?
We're still pushing down here, Michael.
Now, yeah.
You're going to find some buyers down here. 18,890. We're going to see some more buyers down here, I'm guessing. We just have that 5 lot on?
Yeah, should we put them back on?
I would think, yeah.
Yeah, this is the level.
This is the level. 3 check marks.
Well, do we have how many? We have check marks right here, right?
Yeah, I got Anne-Marie. I got the levels here. Hoag, I guess the levels are Hoag. Hoag, what do you think? 18,000. We're right below 18,900. 18,890 is the level. I don't see.
You can hold it to see the press.
We're long 20 from evens.
Oh, boy. Let's go. Try it again.
I know.
I got to stop at 53.46. So if you guys are right, I'm going to still make money. I've already realized 1,000. So, but if I'm just at break even on this account now, dug it all the way out of drawdown with just this one trade. So do I have to Venmo President G if the macro has helped me here? Thank you, Anne-Marie. Do I owe President G any money on this? I'm wondering,
So here's the thing about trading downside pressure in war. It only really works for about 3 to 8 trading days.
Yep.
And then after that, it's straight up.
Yep.
War is good for markets because it sends everything into building mode.
Building mode, right?
Everything into building. So I think I actually have been so out of pocket with the news, Austin. Your commentary about Taiwan is the first I've heard. And so I find that to be quite interesting. I find it to be quite interesting because
the news it's easy to get bogged down with a lot of noise. It's hard to know. And I actually defer to Twitter. Twitter, if you find the right people to follow, you can get really good unbiased.
100 on the NASDAQ here on the bid here, Mike. We got 100 on the bid here. 18,906, 112.
What? It's holding.
On the bid.
What's the stop? Because I have 8078s. You said 20 handles below that.
Yes. We held 1890s though.
How many are you still long?
20. We're long 20. Speaking of Twitter,
can't hold this range, I think it's probably got another 40 points on it. to the downside.
So. It is.
I'm thinking about stepping out here. I'm now, the XFA was down 2K to start the day, now positive 112. What do you think about that, Michael? If you start the day down 2K and you dig, that's 2 max daily loss days for me on that XFA. I recover them all right now. Do you walk away and just say, yeah, I'm done? Or do you keep trailing the stop on this last contract and try to...
Don't trade your balance.
I think you locked it out. We're stopped out.
We got stopped out?
Yep. Shit. Yep. Okay, cool. That one.
Don't fade Austin. Sorry.
Hashtag don't fade Austin on that one, guys. Hashtag don't fade Austin.
It held for a second this morning. You look so serious. Got a lot going on. It's Anne-Marie. I'm saying you look really serious. I'm thinking there's a lot going on between.
What was it? What was the damage on that one?
Yeah.
When I have multiple things going on, I wear my emotions on my sleeve. When I have multiple things going on, you can see it.
Those are my favorite people. I don't have to guess.
You don't have to guess. It's me. Be careful. Mike's not in a good mood.
53,
yeah, I think we got another 20 points on it.
What was the damage, Michael?
Austin, are you still in it or are you flat?
I'm still in it.
Yeah, you trade the formation.
Trailing the stop.
Do not trade your balance.
Trailing the stop. I'm listening to you, Anne-Marie.
Wow.
There's no buyers here, man. Where's the bids,
yeah,
Michael?
18.
Where are the buyers?
That's John's number. 53.18.
So, Austin, were you looking to get short the whole time, Andre? Because I say this because I wonder if that takes that kills a check mark, or was he a part of the check mark?
It's after the fact. We committed a level, got stopped out. We're moving on.
Well, no, I would challenge that and say
you can review.
Yeah, you can review.
So I think I got 3 check marks. I got 3 check marks from 18,890. The levels, Jay Anne-Marie, 3 check marks. We ran right through it. I mean, what do you?
Okay.
Well, here's the thing.
What do? We evaluate it. So, Austin,
why did you? Quick strike. Sorry to jump over you, Michael. Go ahead. I'll go afterwards.
No. I think we're going to talk same stuff. Go ahead.
So when we came back into that 18,900 for the retest, it was a quick strike event. And you hear Coach Jay say that sometimes. He says things like, hey, listen, we have to get up over this level, or it's an immediate piece of information that says we've got to change direction. And sometimes when we're trading all together and we got in quickly early before it was proven out, like how Brian Shannon says, listen, buy the strength after the dip. And so what it was trying to do was get into that strength area, and it just never got over the level. So if we were to look at it again, instead of saying, hey, listen, here's our stop, we go, wait a second, it's not supposed to stay below that gate. And it immediately gives us new information that says, you know what, if we're wrong, we can get back in. But right now, that's failing the gate, and I'm heading over into 5+ rapids in the wrong direction. So I'm going to ditch. And so that's my thought on the overall formation of when you come into a key level and it must prove itself out. When it doesn't, there's no need to say, all right, I'm just going to let it go into my stop. That's
okay. So that makes sense. Now, what changed for Austin? Were you looking to get short the entire time, even when we were setting up the 3 checks?
So I'll be honest. I don't know what the 3 checks means. Still new.
Okay, so the 3 checks, just so you mark, it is 3 opinions from trusted sources. So we get 3 opinions of the same area zone.
Only down 6 G's.
Yeah, Andre, stick with us here. It's 3 levels or 3 opinions.
Confirmations.
Yeah, saying the same thing. But if you weren't one of those opinions, I'm going to then say we need to change our strategy, house account strategy, to then pull a check mark back. It's a 2 check mark one. It's not a 3. Because
I can understand that. So to answer your question, Michael, about me wanting to be short, so this morning I actually had a long on a combine Past that combine, it was a 50K. I needed a couple $100. So I had not a strong short bias coming into it. But when we see the sell-off, I'm looking at ES from 53.60 into 53.50s. And at market open, we dipped 55. My thought is, I'm seeing something in the macro. There's a lot of news on my Twitter feed about this China-Taiwan thing. That is not bullish to me. Seeing that we've run up, I almost feel, and this is where I'm giving opinion, not stats, I almost feel like there has to be some type of a pullback in a sense. We had a great run up, NVIDIA earnings. There's going to be something. Did I know it was going to sell off 30 points? No. And I don't know why it did, but I knew that we had the potential to sell off if the market would open bearish as it did. I mean, if you even look at a 1 minute chart, we have 5 or 6 1 minute bars that are up. Every other 1 minute bar in the last 30 minutes is down. So it's like just kind of the same way you do,
beep. 5 minutes to home sales coming out 9 o'clock. 5 minutes.
So it was macro, Mike. It was
Austin,
macro.
are you still short?
I am still short. Yep, trailed stop at 31.
53.18 completes the value acceptance play.
Okay, that would be a great exit. I want to realize this gain, but Anne Marie says don't look at the P&L. So I'm closing my eyes. I'm not looking at the P&L.
Okay, so
just trade the formation.
Going back to that trade just really quickly, when we got filled at the 18,900s, and then it popped, and we had like, I don't know, 15
points.
handles, 20, 30. Okay, so we had that into it. We didn't have we didn't. Okay, yeah.
I would have locked my stop
Anne-Marie,
on that one, Michael. On that first one, as you started looking for that pop, I would have locked my stop and said, okay, if we pop, I'll take a win. If not, if it keeps sliding, I don't want to be in this. And maybe even consider flipping then.
Yeah, well, that's what you did on the reverse side because you were on the ES and you said, hey, I'm going to watch for this pop. I've got my stop. But if it doesn't hold the pop, I'm still staying in here, which was the same thing we were watching. But
all right, I'm out.
We have a tendency to ignore that information that comes off that might be a red herring. And so, I remember going, hey, listen, we've got to get up over that VWAP at 940 or this is going to be trouble. And it came down to 900. And I said, I wouldn't add back to that position because it's got to prove itself out. The strength has to prove out if we're carrying that kind of size or it slips us into drawdown pretty quickly.
Yep. NASDAQ just closed the session gap to the tick.
There it is. I'm out full in the trade, everybody. Michael, Andre, out. 24.54 in the XFA, officially at a drawdown. And if you want to flip to my screen, I'm going to lock myself out here. And I am going to go to the driving range, Michael. I'm going to listen to you and take your advice.
There you go. I went golfing yesterday. Yeah. So
excellent.
Last thing I'm going to say about that trade earlier is we also had very new information that hit the market. So we had the 3 levels. We had that gave us the check marks. We had the news release that came out.
Both better than expected. Bullish.
Yeah, but it's still digesting. It's still news information. So you typically want to trade after the digestion.
Okay.
I'm gonna say that if we have checkboxes that get us into it, and then something changes, then we need to kill a checkbox. Like if Austin changed, we would want to kill, scale or kill or whatever.
Listen, I'm earning my stripes. I faded Dakota a couple days ago and made some money. Now so I'm earning it. I'm earning my checkbox warrant.
I'm looking through the lens of folks that we have on here. You're gaining a lot of street cred for sure. And as people gain street cred, we're going to start leaning on their levels a little bit more.
Let me say one more thing on that, Michael, real fast.
This is a house account strategy adjustment.
Exactly. On you guys, though, this is all thanks to Topstep X. I put a personal daily loss limit of $1,500.
Hold on, we got another thin. We got another thin market.
You got the 10 a.m. news.
Yeah. All right, just hit.
Was that new home sales or existing home sales? Which one was that?
New home sales.
New home sales.
Yep, new home sales. So what I was going to say real quick, House, if you want to flip to my screen just so everybody can see. Manual locked out on the XFA. Also,
there you go, buddy.
The other great feature. Yep. So and up 2,400 on it. That erases 2 days of max daily loss. I was down in drawdown because I hit my $1,500 personal daily loss limit, not the full, 3K that you guys allow. I cut it so that way I can really, like you say, Mike, trade for tomorrow. So by doing that cut of the personal daily loss, keeping it really tight, all I needed was one trade here today, and I've dug myself out of drawdown that took 2 days to dig. So for everybody listening, use those features, man. They are incredible features on TopstepX. They're so simple, but they really help you survive.
So you locked it out, and you locked it up how much?
2,400.
50s, Jay. 50s.
Get out of here. That's great. That's great trading.
Yep, and also passed a 50K combine today. So now we're stacking and racking.
Oh yeah.
I've got 2 XFAs. That'll be the 3rd XFA if I want it to be. But I also have another 150K. I'm working on a combine. I'd like to have 3 150K XFAs. So we're working. I'm working. I'm earning my stripes.
Hell yeah. Okay, here's the 80s.
Man, that VWAP dropped 10 points in just a couple of minutes.
Missed those 50s. I got to pull these check marks faster. Nice call, Jay Cook. Yeah. All right, still pulling some more levels here. We got to get some more trade ideas.
I'm seeing on Twitter, Wall Street expects first rate cut to be in December now. So they're pushing it from September to December. I'm saying no way. I'm saying no cuts. I make predictions on TopstepTV all the time. No cuts this year. I'm saying it now. Come back to this. No cuts at all this year. Maybe even a hike. I'm telling you.
Statistically speaking, they usually have a rate cut right after the election.
Okay, good to know. So that would be December.
So it could be December, but it could also be January, which would make
according to CME website. It says only a 40% chance of a cut in December, according to CMEgroup.com. So that's not that strong. So I don't think anybody knows what they're going to do. I don't even think Powell knows what he's going to do. He's going to wake up in the morning, throw some water on the face, and say, "I hope we figure it out today."
So Austin, you inspired me.
Yes.
While you guys were yapping there, I got short.
Sorry.
So now I'm up 22. I'm up 2,200, right
This
by
guy.
your 2,400.
Come on,
I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep 1,000. I'm locking it up. I'm locking it up at 1,000 for sure.
Good.
That's what my lock it up is 1,000. I don't know if you could set a personal daily loss limit for plus amount. That'd be interesting, but I don't know if I need to do that. Yeah, just to get me to stay true. Can you?
You can set a personal profit target, personal daily loss limit, and personal daily profit target. Yep.
I'm on.
Oh, you're on the other.
I'm on
the old school.
No. I'm on the new school. I'm on the new Buzzy. I have to figure that out. I don't want to test anything in an environment right now.
Austin, I just checked out the FedWatch tool. Your take about no rate hike or no rate cuts this year. Priced in right now, 16.4% of people agree with you. So that would be a hot take to be confirmed, and we will note it.
Yes, note it, and we will come back to this. Hopefully I'll be right. And if I'm wrong, we can make a meme of me and say, Austin said we were going to hike the rates. What an idiot, dude. What an idiot.
Like Serious Andre, no Serious Andre. We're trying to pull levels. The markets are moving fast right now. We haven't seen this kind of movement in a while when they open, so we're trying to find some levels here. Looking high and low. High and low.
I wonder if you fill the gap in the NQ.
I think we did.
From last night. No. From the opening gap after NVIDIA into the...
Oh, I got you.
That looks like 816.
Yeah, it does. Okay, I see where you're at. Yep. So we have so we sold off all morning or whatever, first 30 minutes. Now we're showing a little firmness. A little.
We got new home sales. What else we got? We got EIA at 9:30. 10-year tips auction. EIA consumer conf. My bad. Or Eurozone consumer. EIA nat gas 9:30. Sorry, EIA nat gas at 9:30. All you crew traders, damn it.
On Twitter a minute ago, Chinese foreign minister spokesperson says, in quotes, Taiwan independence forces will be left with their heads broken and blood flowing. I don't know if that's...
Hold on. Hold on. They're talking that much trash right now to each other?
They're talking that much trash right now. I mean, Michael, if you go on Twitter, I can pull it up on my screen here if you'd like. There's a picture of standoff going on. We've got a full-on standoff between Taiwanese ships and Chinese ships. So the photo on my screen here is a picture taken from a Taiwanese warship with a China warship in the background. It's that close. And if you know anything about boats, that boat is not very far away when we're talking about missiles and what we can do as far as damage to each other. It's right there. So this is, it even says U.S. troops are hot on alert here, high alert, as China encircles the island surrounding its territories for this, quote unquote, it is called a punishment drill. So again, I'm not trying to be doom and gloom. I'm just reading the headlines, and it's not good. You know,
doesn't sound good, Michael.
So that's
doesn't sound good. Doesn't sound good.
Doesn't sound good.
Look at that picture. Shit.
I mean, they're getting back in the old pirate days where they get close to each other and just duke it out.
That's what it feels like, dude. So yeah, we'll see what happens today. Should be a fun end to the week.
Is there like a line in the sand or in the water here that they're not crossing?
Oh no!
Well, they've already crossed the line.
Yeah, right. Taiwan says don't cross this line, and China comes across it all the time with planes and with warships. They call it military exercises.
Yeah.
So
they cross that line all the time. But there are a lot of, I think there are 3 destroyers there right now that are very big, U.S. destroyers that have been there for a while. And so they've also been training forces. So, but again, my thought is we got to dig into the rhetoric somewhere. And folks, remember, when you're the leader of a country and somebody comes out and goes at you, you're going to say something that goes, whatever. It's like 2 guys standing in the schoolyard that have no intention of really throwing a punch. They're just up in each other's faces, just talking trash.
Well, hold me back, guy.
So, yeah.
Hold me back, yep.
I really think it's just a lot of trash talking.
Well, do you think, and it's like, do you think it is like, you guys ever watch Dazed and Confused, where he's like, "Oh, you get punched, and then just once, and then after that, everybody jumps in and bails you out." Yeah, he gets his ass.
Yeah, exactly.
I hope that's not what this is, Mike. But I do know what you're talking about. You know what's interesting on this photo here that we have on screen a second ago with the map, and you can see that line, Mike. There's these little bases that Taiwan has very close in these red circles here, the blue squares. Those are bases within 50 miles of mainland China. So like Anne-Marie said, we are not neck and neck. We are nose to nose here. And there's U.S. troops on the ground. So this is a global situation. This is not just China and Taiwan duking it out. Unfortunately, because some countries like America say Taiwan deserves its independence, we're all roped into this. And that's why I think we have to follow this and pay attention to it.
We're just so you can quote sources and it's not Becky in the basement. What sources are you getting all your news from?
It's always Becky.
So
it's Twitter. It's Twitter, and it's Twitter. You got to kind of get it from
for sure. This one at the bottom is
all good, Jay. All good. Thank you.
So stealing that, Michael.
It's true. You always got to check your sources. This is from Taiwan MND, and there's also another source cited here that says Chinese media OSINT. So this graphic seems to have cited a different source, not just this Twitter account here. And then that previous photo I had, let me see if I can find a source on that. We can see here, according to this Twitter account, they're moving missile defense systems already on, you know what I'm saying? So
that's
there's stuff going on here.
I know you do.
Yeah. And if you are interested in this sort of thing, please do not use Topstep TV as your main source of it. We will look at the prices.
Yes. We are not a news channel.
Michael does have a PhD in global politics, I believe, from Oxford. Never mentioned it once. But...
No. Who was that guy in the Congress that faked everything to get in there?
Oh, the boy from New York.
Santos.
Your boy. Yeah. Your boy.
Keep calling the show.
There ain't no boy there. No, he's
stop.
Yeah, get him out. Get him out.
All right.
I mean, he pushed the envelope that you can lie your way through anything and get anywhere.
It's on the voters for being the suckers, though, at the end of it.
It is.
All right, we're pushing back higher. Now trading 18,890. My goodness, those 50s were money. Jay Cook, I got to pull these check marks better. Yes. VWAP 18,926 in the NASDAQ. You know what's going to happen here, George. You know what's going to happen, George? S&Ps. All roads. This is happening in real freaking time. Unreal. S&P's lagging a little bit behind for the push up to VWAP. VWAP 53.44. Speaking of VWAP, we got the VWAP guru on later today. Brian Shannon joining us.
The Godfather.
The Godfather. This afternoon, 1 o'clock. Mastering anchored VWAP with Brian Shannon, Hoag, Robert, and Brian Shannon.
You got to ask him.
Tune into that for sure.
You got to ask him about buying the strength after the weakness and how he looks at that.
I can tell you more about that, Anne Marie. That's my thing. That is my favorite entry.
I do. Yeah. No, I know. I know.
Too.
Yeah. What I think it'll be very illuminating for the folks listening, because that is truly the anchor, no pun intended, of how he works through re-entering a position.
Yep.
It's very clean. It's very clean. So I think it'll help folks out a lot.
I'm on it, Anne Marie.
Thank you.
Still update minute by minute. No, it doesn't. Tilt may be off right now. We are double checking that. We are not. Michael, it looks like the sample size is like right again, Michael, and Tilt.
It's very low. So either
I'm showing NASDAQ. I got over 1,200 in NASDAQ.
No, that's extremely low.
1,200? Oh.
It is saying 78% though.
Yes, it is. I'll refresh this.
I got short 5 from 02 up there.
Oh, that's a nice entry. That's right on the rejection of that VWAP.
Yeah, but and I got stopped out a couple times on the way up there. So I'm going to be back to break even if I get out right now, which I'll get out of 1.
So on the downside, to Anne Marie's point about what Brian says, actually, if you put an anchor on today's low of day I'm looking at ES, that anchor, if we slide under that anchor, that's when sellers today have taken what Brian says is 100% control. So now as we're looking for a potential move back to the daily VWAP with price above that low of day anchor, buyers have stepped in to some degree. So you could see here how he would read and react to that VWAP. And then same thing on the high side. On the upside, as we break out of a high of day VWAP, that's when buyers are stepping in and really taking control. So sellers have given up a little bit here, and we could see a pullback up to maybe 53.44 on ES.
Okay.
78% long NASDAQ.
People trying to
I think they're rejecting the VWAP right there. I think
88% short crude.
That. So interesting with crude, they're looking. I think crude is trying to bottom here. One of the things they were talking about for energy inputs that we're going to have to look at that are stable is the return to nat gas, since it's literally a flare-off item for us right now. And we can use it through the continental United States because we can transport it in liquefied fashion. We just can't take it across the seas. So that's a ton of bullish stuff that might be coming in there. So I'm looking for crude to try to bounce in the next, 20, 30 ticks. I'm watching that one. So all of you know I like pepper in the morning. Here's my new fun drink.
Come on.
What about the chocolate?
No chocolate today.
Okay.
No chocolate today. This one is the watermelon lemon cayenne wondermelon.
Oh yeah.
It's absolutely fantastic. It's very hot.
Is there sugar in it?
3 grams.
Damn, and you might as well have a bowl of cereal while you're at it.
Well, Lucky Charms sounds amazing right now. I could go for some Lucky Charms right now.
Count Chocula.
That shit is so fast. Imagine, it so good.
growing up, when you're growing up, how much, like, you're eating a sugar in the morning, like
Yeah.
pastry.
Oh
And we were when we were Island Mike was last month. Kids had donuts every single morning. We looked at each other like, well, let's just do it, because they had pastries at the breakfast bar or whatever buffet.
Right.
And we're like, then we started talking about all the cereal that we ate as kids, and like, you have Fruity Pebbles or whatever, that you get Lucky Charms, Andre. Those are little pieces of candy in there.
Exactly.
They taste amazing. Those little marshmallow things.
Yeah. Well, what's that milk? Is it Milk Bar? Milk Bar in New York, or maybe it's
yes. Yes. They
bananas.
Use milk and make ice cream.
Oh,
I got one of those.
Genius.
Exactly. And I saw a snapshot of that place. There's literally in the summertime a line of people around the block getting in to have the ice cream.
Sounds good, Jack.
It tastes good.
All roads, George. All roads, man. Son of a mother.
I know. Look at that.
Andre, I don't need your emotions in here. We missed it.
Too much talking, not enough trading.
Well, then we just got to be quicker. That's our lessons learned. We'll be quicker. What levels did you have that we missed?
50s.
Yeah, the 50s. Jay had the 50s, right?
Jay had the 50s. Yeah.
Yeah, that was my thought too when I said, hey, listen, if we lose 900, we could head down another 40 points or so. So yeah, those 50s are great.
We talked about in the NASDAQ that the gap close to a tick, and that put in the dead low right there.
Exactly. That gap and you can see the bottoming formation right after that if you look at the 15-minute chart.
Yep.
So,
all right, on to the next one.
Yeah, so maybe if we retest the 50s or come into that anchored VWAP that Austin just drew. Let me see if I can put it.
How many check boxes did you have, Dre?
We had one. Wait, for which one? The actual trade or the 50s?
The beginning?
50s.
Oh, the 50s. Yeah.
You got to try to pull them.
Did Ann count as one, or is that just Coach Jay?
I didn't. I only talked about it ancillary, but I had the same. Jay and I look at the charts the same way.
It's all right.
Okay? Again, it's a one checkbox. You're gonna have to find more. You have to have 3 or more.
So.
Right. And that's what the whole me trying to talk thing was about. That's me trying to pull check marks while talking. Yeah.
That would have been a hard one, Dre, to get because it bounced, and then you really had to be on the find 3, and you have to anchor yourself to one, a couple people, like boom, boom, what do you guys got? And if they're in the same range, then you dive deper possibly. I don't know. Well, you got your Rolodex of folks that you hit up.
Where do we get that anchored view? Oh, never mind. I found it. I'm gonna pop one on the low.
What do you got?
I'd like to see NQ hold 75.
Yeah, that's the same number I'm watching there for that anchored VWAP.
75 for Austin. He wants to see it held.
Yeah, if you want this to come higher, he wants 75 hold.
Okay, in the chat, if you're a live funded trader, you got called up, you're trading live, prop firm, you're professional, paying professional data fees. I'm sorry you have to pay them from the CME, but they call you a professional. You're no longer a retail.
Data fees. You got to pay for it.
Yeah. What are your levels? Please share if you are in chat. So that is if you are a live funded trader, please.
Awesome.
And then we have the 75s. We have Ann. What are you liking?
No, I like it coming back up the 75s. I wanted to ask Austin about where you anchor your VWAP. So let's say we're looking at the S&Ps, right?
Okay.
And it double bottomed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at a 2000 tick. And so it double bottomed. Which one of those bottoms are you going to anchor the VWAP to?
Great question. Common question. Brian says go left. Go to the one furthest left. It'll gather more information.
The furthest away. All right.
Yep, the furthest one back. Yep, the first touch of that low. And I think that makes sense. It's going to just gather more information rather than the more recent one.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, that's a nice little hold here. Still holding above 75 on NQ.
Okay, so you guys got 75. Ian, are you a 75? If it holds above 75 now,
you want to pull back to 75?
What happens if it what happens if it rips through 75? Then you got your 50.
That means sellers are stepping. Yeah. If 50 is willing to hold. If it rips through 75 to 65, it goes to 55, I would guess.
All right.
Yep.
So it's just a 10-handle stop.
Yeah,
I
let's see
mean,
if it'll hold here,
is it
84.
light and tight? Is that what you guys are saying? Because if it doesn't hold the 75s, then you're looking at your 50s.
50s.
Yeah,
And is
I-
it better to
I-
be
I-
more patient? Yeah.
You guys are much better at levels than me. I would react to that and say, if we slide 75, if we go 866, 865, I probably see us go 844, no problem. 840.
So we like 75s holding or no?
If you want to be long, I think 75 has to hold here, short term.
Hold. And so we have to wait for it.
Okay.
We can't have the order in.
Now, this right here on this bar on NQ, if we can slide to 66, 67, that's going to be a sign, according to what Brian teaches, that VWAP breaking right now, this is sellers stepping back in control and taking control of the market.
So right now we're saying it's right there, right in between 75
Yeah, we
and
are.
67s. How do you play this one?
If I wasn't locked out, Michael, I'd be selling this candle when it closes in 28 seconds, and I put a stop at 900.
Okay, interesting. What else we got, guys, in the chat? What else we got?
S&P selling off here. Going to probably test the lows again.
Yeah.
53.22.
It's
Yep.
broken
It
its
broke the
anchor
low.
VWAP.
Yep.
Anne Marie gets it. And this is why I take it so seriously, Michael. And you guys got to talk to Brian about this. He says in his book, when that low of day VWAP is broken, the word he uses, 100% certainty. Right there on that close, we have certainty that sellers are stepping in. When that VWAP is broken back to the upside, if we go back to 85, buyers are stepping in. But as of this moment right now, sellers are in control and we could go lower.
Put the disclaimer in there, Jack. The thoughts and opinions of our guest. We
Sorry.
have regulators that watch us. Nothing is for sure. There you go. All right,
There it
guys. It
is.
could do anything.
Is that the 100%
It could-
for you?
I will add on to that. If
Sorry.
you're looking, No, it's all good. If you're looking here for financial
we're having
advice,
fun.
you need to reevaluate your life choices that brought you to this point. We're here to have fun.
Take a look in the mirror.
Yes. And I'm out here quoting Brian Shannon like I'm quoting the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a pastor reading from the Bible. So just take that with a grain of salt too.
It's like how the news.
And
It's like how the news went from reporting to we're entertainment.
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't one news,
Literally, bro.
Yeah, one news channel got busted. Like, no, we're more for entertainment. What do you mean?
Right. What do you mean?
Tradertainment.
We report, you decide.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
And Andre, interrupt me if
Go ahead.
one of the levels gets hit. Take some
I'm
time to
pulling
gather
some-
some levels. We
Yeah,
got
go
a few
ahead, Jeff.
stories or just like observations to share here. The first thing is the S&P 500 story. Okay, here we go. We're at 100 days into the trading year right now, and we have hit 23 record closes in the S&P 500 during that time. The spirit animals are strong. We saw NVIDIA. We saw the GameStop go crazy. Guess what? As a elder millennial myself, I'm happy to see that BuzzFeed popped
What?
yesterday on the news
BuzzFeed.
that Vivek took an equity stake in the company. So yeah, we're going back to 2010. I'm excited for one. And lastly, I wanted to show something that Michael shared from Brett Steenbarger about exercise. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
Everything we
fantastic.
do
It's so true.
Everything we do to build ourselves as traders is exercise. You can exercise your mind, your body, your soul. All of it is good. So keep making improvements there. Thank you. Wise words as always from Brett.
Yeah.
Brett's the best. Dr. Steve Barger.
You know, and
Hey,
yesterday
do you get offended if you're a doctor and somebody calls you by your first name? I don't know anybody
If
doctors
you're
doctors
super
here.
uppity, if you're super uppity and you have a complex, then the answer is yes. But if
Is it
you're
your
a
brother?
normal person, people are going to go.
Brother-in-law's a doctor,
"No,
Michael,
whatever."
right?
Better question, Michael. Is a dentist a doctor?
Chiropractor.
Of course he is.
Oh,
He's a
my
doctor
dentist's name is Crentist.
On that comment about exercise, I went out yesterday for a run at like 4 or 5 o'clock after it was right after the close and the NVIDIA started moving. And I hit max daily loss on, like I said, one of my XFAs yesterday, and I still worked out. And I know a lot of people will hit their max daily loss and go and say, I'm not doing this. I'm getting off. I'm not. You still got to work out even when you lose, guys. If you can't handle the up days and the down days too emotionally. Brett talks about this a lot.
I did. Yeah, I did that quite a bit when I was full-time actively trading. If I had a bad day in the pit, I would run I'd add probably another mile onto my typical run, just to beat myself. I wanted to beat myself up because I knew beating myself up was actually helping myself get more healthy. So if I beat myself up in my account, if it started being sloppy in my account, then I'm going to go be more disciplined. That shows me a delayed gratification. I always kind of wanted to work my delayed gratification muscle. That delayed gratification was more beneficial to get to than instant. But it took time for you to see the results. But then 100%. If you did all that, you started to reap the rewards of it, and you wanted to keep going back to delayed gratification type of things. Like discipline.
I'm more psycho than that, Michael. I'm on the run yesterday, and I'm like, who do you think you are, bro? Hitting max personal daily loss. You're going to let this define you? No. We shake this off. We come back tomorrow, get some good sleep, get your head back. You'll make it back tomorrow. That's what I was telling myself on my run yesterday. And then look, one trade today, pass a combine, another trade, dig that other account. 2 trades today. Great. Best day of the week for me. So it starts yesterday, and that's something I think everybody can take. You got to start.
You know what you did? What you did today is really difficult to do. Yeah, can't carry the weight. It's really difficult to come back from that. Dakota is probably one of the best ones I've ever seen at it.
Where is
besides he? Besides the guys I used to see in the trading pit do this, come back from a day where you get kind of beat up or you hit your daily loss limit, and then come back and put up the same amount of money, and if not more. Now they're not going to do that. They're not trying to do that. You're really trying to get back to seeing the markets well and whatnot. So a disclaimer here is don't try to, after DLL day, don't try to then make that day up plus some and be like, I got to be ahead for the week.
Trade well.
You can scratch weeks. You can take little losers for the weeks. Yep.
If you do your job well, you will make it back and some. That's the whole beauty of this game. But you got to get back in the groove with yourself. I was actually on last night with Slow Markets with Dakota and Rips in the chat, and we were all talking. So it's like even there, I'm learning. I'm trying to take value from them, get myself ready for the next day, and then come in with all the work you did. Just like in a sport, right? Like you don't lift heavy the day before the Super Bowl. You've done all the season of work to get ready for that day. I kind of treat every day like the Super Bowl. Like the work you did before gets you ready for that next day.
Okay, what are we looking at level-wise? Yeah, markets are kind of digesting here.
We're chilling right now.
Yeah. It's digesting for sure.
I'm going to the driving range, Michael. That's what we're digesting. The hot dogs and the beer at the driving range, right?
I'm going out there today, too. Yesterday. They open up the driving range at our golf course.
It's about time out there for you.
Uh-huh.
Now you can ski and golf in the same day out there, right?
Well, you can if you got to skin up to get to your you can ski. We got a bunch of snow still up there.
Yep.
Well,
smoke.
What?
Smoke them behind. Did I reply to you? Anybody that's on Twitter, if you have the same handle on Twitter, if you put the same handle here as you do on Twitter, I don't know. That helps me if I see you.
Yeah. Look at what Michael was thinking about when he got out of bed this morning. Here's the link. Michael tweet this morning's question. Besides money, who got you into trading? Mine was watching Trading Places, the movie at 16, and being around farmers who talk corn prices.
Mm-hmm. I like your tweets, Michael. I like that you get in there and chop it up with people. Yeah.
Oh, he does.
Yeah. You like the little jabs I throw at everybody else in the industry?
100%, bro. That is what Twitter is for. You're either being sarcastic or you're just, like that's what I think Twitter runs off sarcasm. That's what gets shared the most. When you can own somebody without saying like a direct FU, that's the best, the intellectual win.
Well, I guess there was like last night, I'm like, I'm not going to come. And I've already, jabbed enough, not jabbed enough, but let it be known on the data that's out there, on what ChatGPT says, on the industry. Like, is there what more do you need to understand that what we're trying to do here is the best interest of traders? ChatGPT, we asked the question, who has the blah, blah, blah for the best interest of traders? This one was a payout policy. We'll probably we've got to probably do a rules one here too. And then last night there was like a lot of chatter on somebody's Discord being shut down because there's too much whatever going on, questions about why things are being done the way they're certain being done. Locked it out. Now I thought that I was gonna no, I'm not gonna comment on this. So I woke up this morning and posed a question that's a little bit more keeping us all moving forward.
Much better call. Yeah, absolutely. Real quick, I got a source here, Global Press. According to Chinese Defense Ministry, the Chinese army will launch an attack on Taiwan in early June. So early June, 7 days away? It's May 23rd. That's global price right there. So we'll see.
I don't buy it.
I don't buy it either.
That's the first comment, Anne Marie. The first comment is a meme saying bullshit. Right there. So a lot of people are in the same boat as you, Anne Marie. A lot of people are like,
so
you're
here's
gabbing.
my thought. Here's my thought. What?
Nullo's down.
Whoa. Just a sharp rejection of that. You know what, Austin? It just came into your level near that 53.35, yep. I think is what you said it would likely pop to if it got through that anchored VWAP.
Sellers are still strong. But what were you going to say?
What was I going to say? I was going to say that when we
words of wisdom.
When we have things happening like this, you have to put on the glasses of Spectre to say, okay, if I'm a guy behind the curtain and I want something to happen, what do I say to the masses and what do I perpetrate that the media can pick up and carry through with? That's the first thing. The second thing is you have to look for the U.S. response to what's being said. And as I can see, and I'm not looking really hard, they're not really saying anything right now. And so if they're not saying anything, it means they're either burning up the phones or they're hopping on some planes. Because nobody wants global conflict right now until they do. And so here's the thing. Global conflict does two things. It resets the currencies and it revitalizes economies that are within the conflict. And so your brain has to go, okay, what's happening here? And so I'm not saying that won't be an issue. If someone says, hey, listen, we're going to do this, what they're really saying is, you need to come and tell me something that's going to make me happy and not want to do this. And what Yellen did 4 weeks ago is she went over there and said, hey, you guys are ridiculous about your XYZ. And then the Biden administration came right up on top of that and said, I'm making these huge tariffs, da-da-da-da-da. And so you watch.
Market rallied on that news, if I remember.
What's there to? Yeah, you're going to see something come out that everybody is saving face. Everybody's going to save face, right? It's just, but at the end of the day, I think they want global conflict because it's going to reset everybody's currencies. That's what happens.
Really? I can't disagree too much with what you're saying, Anne Marie.
Oh, boy.
But I will make another prediction.
What?
Ready?
World War III coming up. What's up,
Trump
Austin?
and Biden are debating on June 27th here on Topstep TV. China will invade or do something to create conflict.
I want to get in there and do not put it even just stay high level with me. Who are you voting for out of the two? They're going to debate. Who are you voting for? It's a poll. Nobody puts their name out there.
Are you nuts? Yes, what are we doing? Absolutely.
Put it in there. Put it in there. 0-0. Welcome to the United States of America. You can have a voice. You're putting a vote in there.
Oh, man.
Who are you voting for? I want to understand the community. Who are you voting for? Yeah. Trump, Biden, or you're not voting.
It would just be the people
not going to tell you the truth there.
I can see
Michael,
the YouTube demographics.
The YouTube demographics are going to be different. But I would just say, Michael, there's a lot of people my age.
We shouldn't be so sensitive when it talks about.
I know,
politics.
I agree.
It just pollutes the chat. It just pollutes the chat. That's all it does.
Just answer.
And I'm not. I wasn't trying to be political.
It's simple.
All I was saying is, I think China will make a move before that debate because I actually think that the Biden camp doesn't want that debate to happen. I think they took it reluctantly. Yeah. There's no way Trump and Biden debate.
Put the poll in there, please.
That's quite a clever point, actually.
Yeah, they don't want that.
Put the poll in there.
That's quite
this
a
is
clever
not
point.
this is not like ultra sensitive. Everybody needs to get thicker skin in this damn world.
And one thing
right,
I would
we
say,
have both of them.
I know what you're
I'm going to
saying.
put a poll up, but give me 2 seconds because I want to word
throw
this
the poll up.
carefully. I'm taking this one.
And Michael, I have a lot of my friends that are 30, 35 that are going to have to vote for Trump, but they want to vote for RFK. A lot of people like
That's
RFK.
that's exactly how I'm sitting, Austin.
Yep, me
To
too.
be
Like I might go
completely
in there and
transparent.
vote RFK, but I know that might hurt Biden, and I don't want to.
Which one's more friendly on the markets? Which one's more friendly on the markets?
Sure.
Well, why?
Drunken
Well,
Miller
we
said that.
just made all-time highs under Biden. So, I mean, what are we talking about here?
Drunken Miller said, if Trump wins, markets will go up, but be afraid of inflation. If Biden wins, markets will go down, but be afraid of stagflation. That's what Drunken Miller said on CNBC last week.
Okay, well, I'm saying we made all-time highs
or-
overnight. We just made all-time highs overnight. So, what are we talking about here?
You're right.
Yeah, we were making all-time highs
Case
under
closed.
both
Can we
of
move on
them.
to
We were making
markets?
all-time highs without getting
Every
into all of it.
administration.
We were
Which
limit
we're not
down in
supposed to be
2020.
doing.
We were limit down in
Administration has
2020.
Here we go.
all-time high.
Fuck, this is stupid.
Go back to trading. There you go.
That's a good.
What do
Whoever
we
made the
think
poll house account,
about-
good job on that third vote.
Or
What do you
does
think
the
about-
president not even matter to the markets? Does the president not even matter to the markets?
I would argue that.
Ultimately, I don't think so. It's whether Congress and if
Yes,
we have
can-
a divided, that's really
Uh-huh.
the big thing, right?
Andre's
if
ready to
everybody's
rip
sitting
his
on the same
hair
bench.
off right now, bro. Andre's ready to.
I don't
rip
really
his
even
hair
know.
off.
I don't really even know their
conversation.
agenda. I
It's a
really
dumb
want to know. I
conversation.
really want to know their agenda. Okay, Dre, we got it. I really want to know
look at
their
that.
agenda. I mean, that's really what's going to move the economy. Like they come in with regulations, they back it off, or they're more business friendly. All that kind of stuff. It matters. It matters.
It
Big
matters.
time. Yeah, it does.
Well, thank God 11% of our audience, maybe smacked their head on the wall this morning, but the rest of the audience is pretty spot on.
Ooh, we know where you go. I like this. This is fun.
I mean, come on, man. I'm a young guy that I don't.
Yeah,
wanna
we
pay a
should
lot of
all be able to
taxes. It's
talk.
pretty easy. Yes, man.
All
As
right.
my dad used to say, I'm a crazy Florida boy. That's all you need to know.
There in Florida,
Well-
yes. I know which way. Yeah.
I think I'm going to close the poll. We got 1,400 votes, and we
Leave
are all the
the poll.
There you
wiser
go.
for it.
Jack, you're catching
Love
strays.
the
There you go.
participation.
Jack is catching
Uh-huh.
strays. in the
Great
chat now, too.
participation.
What are they saying? Yeah.
I mean, Andre's Chicago and Austin's Florida. You're going to go, guess what
sums
they're
it
going
up.
to, come on.
I don't get it, man. It's like, who's better for the markets? We literally made all-time highs 12 hours ago, 8 hours ago. We literally made all-time highs. So you tell me, does it matter? No, we literally just made all-time highs. So what are we talking about?
No, I think
Towards
you're
the
right.
end
Andre,
of, towards the
100%.
end of, towards the end of both
Michael's
terms.
right.
they were on
Congress
all-time
matters.
highs.
Correct.
Literally made
And
all-time
what-
highs.
Like what are they doing for the business? What do they do for growth of the economy? How about that? That's what the markets care about.
I think we can all agree we don't want stagflation because that would mean higher unemployment. Higher unemployment is not a good situation for anybody in America. So,
Jamie Dimon said stagflation last night.
yeah,
His
it's
biggest
something
concern
we
was
should all be.
stagflation.
Talk to
Stagflation.
Brian about it today. Brian is very
Stagflation.
knowledgeable about stagflation. Oh, I definitely.
So- What is
shared some in the
stagflation?
Chat today. Stagflation is GDP going down, unemployment coming up, and then there's one more third variable to make it simple. I forget the third one, but basically the only thing we don't have right now is unemployment shooting through the roof. But I definitely triggered some people today in the chat. MP.
I was
mission accomplished. Yeah, mission accomplished.
Everybody,
I guess so.
100%. If
Yeah.
everybody doesn't have a thick skin, then they get out of trading. If you don't have a thick skin,
That's it, man.
Period.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Period. Jeez.
Dude, and the funniest thing is, like,
Grow
all I
up.
did was say my opinion, and then they'll say, "Get rid of this guy." They're the ones like hating me just because I have an opinion. It's like, I didn't take your opinion away. You can have an opinion too, but I want to be left alone.
Well,
with my own
everybody can have an
I'm not-
opinion. Yeah,
Well,
as long as we're
for
not.
some people they can't.
trolling.
If your opinion disagrees
It's fine.
with them, they
Okay.
don't want you to have an opinion.
We're okay. We got back to the markets. 18,900. We're above it. We're trading 913s. Tilt
This
is
an
getting
incredible
pretty long.
bounce.
Yeah.
All right, good. Coach Jay, hit me up.
All right. What do we have? There's Isaac in here. Coach Jay's in here. If there's any other live funded traders in here, please share some levels. Doesn't mean we're taking them. You got to get 3 check boxes anyway before we take a trade.
Real quick, from Danielle, there's one thing we can all agree on. Ringo Starr for America.
Oh, there we go.
Guy, dude. That's my guy.
Wait,
There we
who
go.
was the famous model that he married?
I'm sure there was many.
Remember, he
I'm on it.
had that magnificent, buxom wife, but she was
Barbara
a
Bach?
super famous model. Was it Barbara? No, was it Barbara Bach? No, but she looked like Barbara Bach. Everybody's like, "Who the heck is Barbara Bach?"
Was it
Yeah.
First thing
Maureen
Google told me.
Cox?
Barbara Carrera?
His current wife is Barbara
Gee,
Bach.
I can't
I think
remember.
Maureen Cox might be who. I don't know.
Barbara
I
Bach.
don't know. She was super beautiful. He won the most beautiful of the wives of the Beatles, I think.
What about Yoko? What do you put Yoko? I'm kidding.
Oh my
I'll stop.
gosh.
I'll stop.
Listen, I don't know if you guys know this. My parents were hippies, right? And so no, literally. I'm
You
not.
you don't say
kid you
it.
not. Peace, love, and the whole thing. My parents were just hippies, right? They lived together 25 years before they got married. And so we were all, and so having, as the younger ones, we're watching our parents, we're like, man, you guys are weird. But I feel like that space of generational conflict is even bigger than it ever was right now. And I really think, that's why Austin had that entry to his commentaries. Hey, listen, guys, my age, we do da-da-da-da. And I am very, very different to the way my parents were, obviously, because they were new age guys that went out and bought talismans for all of us, and now I'm a Jesus freak. So it really, that space of complete separation is really dividing our youth from
Dakota.
those of us that are, a little bit older. But I mean, coming straight back to the markets, I like the short at the fail of the gap. Right there from the overnight, which is like that same number Austin called out was 53.35-ish or something.
Dakota, hit me with a level if you got it. We got really close to VWAP in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ definitely stronger of the three. Yeah. I was trying to figure out to do this 18,900 level. We're about 16 points beneath that. This could be a pullback for all those bulls looking to get in. Looking for some levels here. Dakota is in the chat. Good to see. He's looking for a short, though, so that's a change of...
Yeah, I think there's a short here, too.
Add a flat. Up 3K today.
I mean,
the rejection of the VWAP, that original trade you just took a minute ago, Michael, that 902-ish, it only had maybe 10, 12 points of risk, and it's still right back at it, the rejection of the VWAP.
Yep.
Austin's trying.
You can do that. I don't care. Sure. Everybody, there's going to be you got the majority of there. I don't care.
What happened?
Wait, are y'all laughing at me?
We have he's a Florida guy.
Are you laughing at me? What happened?
I might be laughing at you a little bit. I
have no idea what's going on.
I like you poking the bears. You're just poking.
It's totally fine.
It's like that.
If people get
poking.
We have enough people already saying they thumbs up, thumbs down, and moved on and wanted to mute it. So, wow, politics, guys. It's not even politics. We're talking about what could affect the economy.
Just
MP, you remember when we were kids, when we were younger, you could have parents that were even.
No, we're moving on. We're talking about markets, Austin.
Sorry,
Austin, we're talking about markets. We're moved on. It's moved on. Dre's supposed to be driving.
Okay,
Thanks, Dre.
I know
he's fuming.
No, I'm not fuming.
All right, back to the markets, guys.
Looking for
back to the markets.
Well,
yeah, back to the markets.
As I mentioned, I like the short in the ES there. And the short off the VWAP in the NQ, but it's carrying a lot of risk right now. Because really 920 would be the stop.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. It touched the 14s, 15s, just fell out of bed below 900s. 18,915. It fell out of bed below 900s. Now it's trading 18,888. The 5.8 account. No, the 8.8 account. Anybody know that one? The 8.8 account? Let me know. Who knows
I
it?
don't. What's that?
The 8.8 account. Where's it from?
888. I don't know.
The
Pull up.
8.8 account. The 8.8 account. Rogue Trader, W. Kevin, nice winner. And Rogue Trader, Ewan McGregor, which is Nick Leeson, put on a position and it went against him, and then it went with him. And then he's like, we need to put this in an account. And they go, create an account with his, and they could have, what's the maximum digits? They go 8 digits. What's the lucky number in Singapore, or Asian lucky number is 8. Let's give it all the luck we can give it. Give it the 8.8 account. 8.8.
Dead Man's Hand, double 8s.
Yeah.
I know that one.
That didn't work out.
No, it
Would have
didn't.
if he had held until this year.
Yes. Hey,
Oh,
Peter,
yeah, Jack, I know, right? It took from 1989 till now for the Nikki to get to what, above 35? Yep.
Hey, Jack, if we want to do plugs.
It went to
We got
39.
room- We got room for plugs here, Jack, if we want. Markets are kind of chilling right now. We can look for levels. Everything's kind of
let's plug
exhausted
it
for the
up.
time being.
Yeah.
All right.
Do we have any levels really quick, Jack, before he goes? Do we have any levels on the table?
I can't find anything right now. I'm looking.
We have 920 and then
We're-
850 on the NQ, and we have 53.36, 53.35, and 53.22 for the bottoming space. But we're underneath that anchored VWAP, and so it should say the bounces are sell zones.
Okay.
All right. Well, guys and gals, if you need help on TopStep X or want to make sure you have all of the details, Coach Robert the Riz Cooney has filmed a series of videos that'll help you navigate the platform. And you can find these videos by clicking, MP, we have your screen up right now. If you click that question mark icon, that's where you can find these videos. So check them out. Thank you, Robert, for doing all the work on that. He is the master of knowing everything about TopStep X. So there's where you can get your questions answered.
Got it.
And one more thing, we mentioned it earlier, but this Memorial Day, remember to take a moment to honor, obviously, those that gave everything. We're going to be off air. The stock market's closed. Futures have an abbreviated close, but I cannot stress enough how much I would not recommend trading outright futures contracts on Memorial Day. No. Go touch grass, people.
Yeah, for real.
I like that saying.
Best advice of the week.
Yeah, I love that. It's such a real thing, though.
It really is.
Yeah, that short's great. I just pulled it off at like 27.
Nice. What do you guys think about tomorrow? Do you think tomorrow could be slow because it's before the bank holiday, or do you think tomorrow should be fine for trading? We were discussing this morning.
Because there's a lot of news tomorrow, I believe.
Yeah, and if people get really nervous about overseas, they'll probably sell off before the weekend.
Right.
I mean, who wants to be long into a long weekend with the potential of something yucky on the flip side?
Great point.
I'll be short a one lot in the S&P.
Doing it?
Over the weekend. I'm going to do it.
You joking or for real?
I'm for real. Derek, for real. Okay. Andre's owner of El Dorado is a great brokerage or great prop firm. He used to always traded size. Just would go into the weekend with a one lot short. Why? Because the probability of bad news is much higher than probability of good news. And yes, it is a gamble. It's just a straight gamble on a one lot. But the probability is that something could happen in those 3 days that most likely is bad because you don't really get economic releases over the weekend.
How much risk do you give it?
Well, yeah.
Well, he was risking it
because that's what I was risking. Anne Marie, you read my mind. There's no risk, right, Michael? Because if it just gaps up crazy high, you just take that loss at that drawdown wherever it opens, right?
Well, there is a ton of risk.
Technically, it's unlimited risk.
Well, yeah,
There's infinite
risk.
risk.
Yeah,
Yes,
technically it's unlimited risk.
Right. There's no fixed risk, is what I meant to say. There's no fixed risk because it can jump a stop.
It was in the 9/11 era. It was in the 9/11 era, so there was constantly heightened sensitivity to headlines, potential anything like an airplane flying around anywhere in the big cities. So I think it worked a couple times, but didn't get the home run that perhaps he was looking for. But let's
Dakota
Austin was talking.
that short?
He's flat. He's up $3,000.
Okay, that's great.
Nice. All right, here's the 50s. 18 by 50s. You said retesting it, Ann. Andre, are you still in the game, or are we not in the game? Because the 850s was talked about. Ann talked about retesting it. Do you still have the levels from any of your trusted resources?
Well, on the second test, I'm guessing they're going to say no. I'm pulling one right now, 1840 or 840s. I'm pulling.
Ann, what are you thinking? Austin, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking lower.
Okay.
Well, it's got a gap fill that goes to 811, 815, something like that.
Long's trade off. Second push lower here. Trade off.
Well, trade off could be a short too. So
could be.
I'm looking for
You're selling into the lows though. I can't. I haven't.
Let's go to the personal account. On your shorts, after earnings. Austin.
Yes.
Austin, on your shorts.
Yes.
What do you like about the short right now? Where's the entry, and how much would you, or where would be your stop ish?
871 would have been a great place to get short, and I put a stop probably at like 910 ish. So I'd give it a little space to move. I like to think of it as like, when are you getting new information? So new information came in when we set this low at it would be 8:57 a.m. your time at 8:38, and really we've traded in a sideways range from the price that we then hit at 9:15 your time. So we haven't really taken in new information in about an hour. So with no new information in, it's really hard to just say, hey, I think this is the bottom of the range. I think we're going to bounce here. It's probably going to go lower just reading VWAPs. So I would say if we had to trade it, it'd be short, but there isn't a lot of new information. It's kind of set a new range here at the bottom. You have this 840 as the bottom and then 910 as the top. So let's see if it'll slide out of the bottom. And if it slides out of the bottom, I would expect 800.
840s.
The 840s look like they're forming a bottom here. A little bit of a smaller
levels
range.
Here
And here, it looks like. Something like that. That's kind of what I'm seeing here. Also, this green line going on my screen, you see that's average daily range. There is a likelihood that we stay within some type of a range near that green line today. That's what this asset, whatever you're looking at, NQ here, has done on average over the last 5 days. So just keep that in mind too. We've already moved what we have done over the last 5 days on average. So it might not move much more today.
Wait, I don't understand how that calculation is made. How is an ATR a straight line?
So it's an average daily range that moves as the asset moves in price. It's not a trading range. It's not an ATR. It's an AD. D is in dad. It's calculated by taking the pin high to pin low each day of the last 5 days and then dividing that by 5. So it gives you a distance that the asset should move on average. Once both green lines have been touched, they won't move anymore. But until both green lines are touched, they will move until it's moved that distance. Since we've already moved that distance to today, the green lines on both sides have been touched. And that's why I'm saying I could see us dropping.
Trading view? That's a trading view?
It's on trading view. Yep, ADR. I have one that we've coded, but you can find many of them ADR. I know a lot of people use ATR, and I think it's very similar, but I just have always was taught to use this one. So I use this one.
Interesting.
Yep. Simple math, Anthony. I'm not complicated.
We got nothing around here, Michael. We're pushing lower here. Stops just went off. Stops just went off hard in NASDAQ.
Yep.
We just gapped down from 40 to 30.
You're right on the shorts, Austin. You're reading the market really well today. I want to look at share your levels because you got yourself out of the hole up on the day. So you're now seeing it.
Yeah, gap
You're
fill is
right,
going to
reading
be
this one.
821 here. You're going to get 821 in a second. So you're going to get 10 ticks lower probably in a second. And then
You
if
may
you,
get
from
eight,
like my
you
key
may get
levels,
821s.
yes, you may get 821 in a second. Yeah, I got to work on my wordage, huh, Michael? And
we have to. You
Nothing
have
wrong
to.
with being
If you're on,
confident.
yeah,
yep.
it's just not steering them. Yeah,
There's
your 21s.
There's 21s. Yep. And now I would look at yesterday's low, which is at 18,683. That would be a strong push, but that would be the next level I'd look to, because right now this level that it's been sitting at is previous days up until the close in the NVIDIA volume. It was previous days high. We're sliding through previous days high now. I could see us moving to previous days low.
Here's that 815 level. I was looking for the gap fill.
Yeah.
815s. Okay.
It bounced right off of it. Well, maybe just
right when it bounced.
You what?
Yeah, right when it bounced. I don't know if this is going to hold. This isn't going to hold.
I don't know, Michael. You're trying the longs, but it's not working. Yeah, look, now we're at 13. Sellers are smoking it, man. They're steamrolling it.
Dude, I was loving that fill. Those 900s we got filled on off that number. I was so pumped about those things, man. Oh, shit.
And I'm going to guess Brian's going to come in at 1 o'clock and talk about how days like today will hit his stops and profit. He'll be trailed out of a lot of positions, and then he'll look to reevaluate risk based on today's close, based on new VWAPs that are formed. That's just my guess, because I'm a fanboy of Brian.
Everyone's selling today.
You know, I do. I love Brian.
I'm just a fan of smart people.
Best friends in the business.
Which is like, yeah, he's such a good guy, man. And he's so, I find that good traders are often kind and willing to share more than they need to. And like, he's given me a lot of time. He's given my podcast a lot of time. Like, he's just a really nice guy.
Yeah.
Andre, your boy, Justin Werline. That podcast went up this morning, bro. Make sure you watch that for the you get your shout out at the end.
They were asking about when's Dakota going to be on. They were asking here.
I got to talk to Dakota. I got to have somebody introduce me to Dakota. Like, I need an email. I don't have a way of talking to Dakota. I don't know if he's on social and stuff. So I got to chat with him.
I think we could arrange something.
Yeah.
You can catch him on Discord. He'll
That's
answer
true.
you
Slow
on
markets.
Discord.
Okay.
There ain't a bid in here. I got long one lot at 07 just to kind of catch. There's nothing here.
You're just giving them handouts.
It's not firming up.
It ain't firming up.
No.
This is just
here's John's 5318 number in the ES. Yep. So it's probably going to have a reflexive action onto it, but then it'll have, some more selling.
I'm looking here. I'm looking.
Getting short right now, guys. That's the hardest trade, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. It is, because it's already sliding. But Michael, the indices, when they do take a direction, if it's going to go, I mean, we said 820 a second ago. We're at 800. Yeah.
Hey, Hoag, what's Delta at? I think negative. Is it negative as hell right now, Hoag? When you get a chance.
Delta in the S&Ps is negative 13,000.
Yeah, that's what I feel.
Negative 3,500 in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
We had all
right, Gruen. It's 3,500.
What are we? 60% short in the tilt on the NASDAQ. We're on our lows. Both of them are on our lows. There is going to be bottom pickers in here that just are looking for that snapback. The snapbacks are the fun trades.
I thought NVIDIA killed it. What's going on today? What the heck happened?
Actually, I heard an analyst say that
releases were positive. What the hell is going on?
A great number in NVIDIA could lead to selling, and it's because people are like, all right, you know what? I'm going to take a little profit, wait for the pullback. Markets are a little bit overbought. So
how do I see market change? Well, I'm going to ask Robert. How do I see market change on here? I don't know if we're up or down looking at, I know we're down, but I don't know how much looking at the chart. Or, because I can see, I don't know. Anybody know? Let me know.
So I like the 800 level here.
For long?
In the NAS. Mm-hmm.
For long?
Yeah.
Okay, there's
I'm
one
just
check
trying
mark.
to watch it confirm.
Okay, one.
18808. Yesterday's value area high. Is this correct?
Yeah. Well,
daily levels, Andre, on the Can we put that a part of check boxes, please?
It is. It is a check mark. 808s.
808s. Where is this?
With the target at 835, maybe?
Damn, we got 2. Oh, we're going to get those 800s. Damn it.
I mean, I already stepped in, so.
Did you? Good job. Good job.
Yeah.
You should.
You know, I haven't really touched the market in forever, and I jumped right in and started trading, which was like stupid, because I didn't get a feel for, okay, just wait for it. I just get super anxious when I'm trading, and I get back in after a little while. I jump the gun too fast. My fast twitch gets a little overheated, and so I did that today, and now just trying to get a rhythm for what's happening.
Nice entry
here. So you're at 836 should hold. If it doesn't, we got a little problem for more downside. But that 800 fills the gap. It cleans everything off the slate. It gives up all that overheat, and so that position is now flat at that 837 to 840.
Nice entry, Anne-Marie.
Yeah, very nice.
Now 851 is going to be, or 850 is going to be that next line in the sand. We'll see how much strength. It looked to me like, and Jay, if Jay's in your Slack or whatever, or he's on the stream, because I can't run both of them at the same time. I think that last piece we just saw might have been a volume exhaustion event. If we take a look at those tiny candlesticks, I think he uses like a 3-minute. Yeah. This is a 3. And so the biggest candlestick in the last 3 minutes was the range from, 808-ish, all the way to 842-ish. And so if we break up over that, the pullbacks should come into the 50% line of that 3-minute candlestick to give us a potential trade bounce into, 878.
Shit too. Damn it. Yeah, we got 2 check marks on that sucker too. Damn it. All good.
Your energy today is killing me.
My energy?
Yeah.
Well, he's just anxious for a win, and I can appreciate that.
Thank you, Anne-Marie.
I think I pissed him off.
Yeah, it was. That wasn't cool, but we're over it. We're getting on to. We're gonna do the Twitch stuck.
It wasn't cool. No, yeah.
So let's see if it holds that. And of course, I'm just reflecting on what I perceive Jay's strategy to be here on these biggest candlestick formations. So I'd love for him to pop in and go, well, you're a little bit right, but here's what I'd really do. But I'm looking at somewhere around 826 to hold. Right. Again, there's a fair bit of risk. It's all counter trend moving into that VWAP. But now we have a brand new low that we could also put an anchor on to see if the buyers have any strength underneath. So I think I'll do that here on this.
850s trade. 850s trade. My goodness.
Yeah, that's amazing, right? Right into it. The speed, you could just tell there's tons of algorithmic trading.
I know. Fuck. Okay. Reset this sucker. 840 trade. Yeah. Jay got those levels, 800s. Let's see what we got next coming up. Hit us with some levels.
All right. And then, John's 53.18 money, right? Coming into the, what do we look like? 53.26. Not a ton of space, but let me draw another anchored VWAP.
Alrighty, let's go.
Do I need to start singing a happy song?
I'm good. I don't know what everyone thinks I'm trying to trade. I am not happy that we're down money. I just want to trade. Yeah, I just want to focus. I'm kind of happy. I'm taking this house account shit seriously. I really want this to work. We got obviously the sellers in control. The 800s were a good buy.
Losses are ordinary and necessary part of trading. We did not hit our loss limit. We need to stay patient. Can't have our emotions to get the best of us. These are all lessons that we learn when we take a loss.
All right, so I'm gonna try to sneak into this long at about 18,825. We'll see if it holds.
Hey, Anne-Marie, I'm not sure if you stopped sharing your charts, but we're not getting them. Just want to make sure that was intentional or not.
Let me see.
813s, 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 check mark. Looking here.
Austin, you still liking it from the short side on this bounce? Or sorry, on this sell the rips?
Short.
Yeah.
All right, maybe we should be looking at shorts then. What level do you like? What level do you like?
I like it off of the 845s, like right in here. I like
right
it
here.
If we can hold 65, I think we go back lower. Nothing guaranteed, of course, but I think we can go lower from 45 down to 800. That would be great. 40 ticks.
And what are you thinking?
I'm actually looking at the other side of that one.
All right.
Okay.
I'm looking at the long holding after the new shorts.
I think it's a cheap
for the
long,
shakeout after it feels.
I can
it
see
is.
both sides.
I think it is a cheap long.
Because you don't want it if it takes out 800, but you could see 18,800 as a significant level, like an easy round price too being held.
And I'm not
I could see
holding
this
it
coming up.
exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm going to run it right into resistance and pull the plug.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think both sides of those will.
There you go. There's 63s.
Damn. Nice trade.
'50s, 48s. 18,884 we got in here, 72s, 895s.
You know, one of the VWAPs and that. I'm sorry, go ahead, Andre.
No, go ahead. I got influencer updates here. Go ahead, Austin. We'll talk trades.
I was just gonna.
Hold on real quick. If it's other updates, Dre. Austin, hold on. If it's other updates on levels, bring those in.
No. These are just P&Ls. These are just P&Ls.
Okay, never mind.
All I was going to say is take a 9:30, 8:30 your time, Central Time, 9:30 a.m. market open VWAP. Brian loves that one. It's almost more important to him, I think, than even a start of day VWAP, which starts in the Asian session overnight. We hit that VWAP twice so far and have come down off of it. So, like to your question about do we like longs or shorts, I can see Anne-Marie's long moving up to 890. And then I think that could be a great price to be short again. In the 890s, around 9.
Yeah, 884, 890. Yeah, that looks
very
like
attainable on the
long. A good short.
Ooh, Dakota.
The problem is the stop might be the VWAP, right? And the VWAP would be.
So the closer you can get to the VWAP, the better.
Yeah.
For a short, are we talking shorts here?
Yeah. Okay. Dakota's not fading me today, so he likes the short too.
All right, cool. We got a trade idea coming in here. What price we liking?
I like in the 90s.
Okay.
I would, if you take off average daily range, which is the thing I was just speaking about, sometimes when the market will move to average daily range before we get to midday, it can actually exceed average daily range. It's almost like it's done a lot already, but that doesn't mean it's done. You know what I'm saying? But I would just remind everybody, and that's why I keep the line on, we could stay in this 18,900 to 18,800 level for a long time here today.
And what are you thinking? And then the room
pushing the 90s. I got
how many checks?
I got 2 check marks on 90s. I got Dakota. I got Austin. Anne-Marie, you like the short?
I'm in the same. Yeah. I'm
3
in the same
check marks at 90s, or you want to get closer to VWAP? We got VWAP at 909.
I want to get my position is near the VWAP.
Okay, 909s. We're in the 90s right now. We got 3 check marks. We are rallying right now up to VWAP. We got 3 check marks. John says no check mark. John says no check mark. John likes, I guess he's thinking failed downside auction. The bulls are in control.
Yeah.
How many do we have?
The anchored VWAPs are telling us that. The anchored VWAPs are telling us that if we take the short, it's going to have limited range on it.
We got 3.
So
we got Austin.
sell get 3, but John's don't do it. John takes away a checkbox.
Okay, so those negate those.
Yeah, I like it. No, I do. I like it.
Cool.
And then it's a real voting.
Yeah. Why
it's
else?
A real
How
voting
else do you guys play the game?
Coach Dakota short from 890. Coach Dakota short from 890 in the chat right here. We're trading 895s. We got 2 check marks if we want.
All right, we'll take it. We'll get short 10 and 90. We'll get short 10 and 95. We took it.
I like it. You did? Nice. Nice entry. All right.
Yeah.
House count.
We're
Short 10 from 895. Short 10 from 895. Let's go. Stop. In the house. Give us house. Wow, we got 95s?
Yeah.
Damn. I love that song.
95s.
95s. What are we working stops here, Michael?
Okay,
Let's go full screen.
Give me targets. We heard above the VWAP, so I have the stop.
We got
the house account stop at 11s.
Yeah, Austin and Ree right here.
I would put. I mean, if it was me, stop at 920. Give it a little space to breathe. I'd be looking for 833, 830s on the downside.
Or guys, do we play this? Get back to break even. Put it in the poll, guys. Do we get back to break even? Do we get back to break even? Do we hold these shorts down to what level?
New lows, baby.
We cut our day.
I say we trade the formation.
We cut our day in half.
Anne-Marie, what were you saying for a target?
I say we trade the formation. In terms of the target, right? So here we have John saying there's a potential failed downside auction. So if that's true, we're going to pull a higher low out of it. And so what we want to see is the continuation of loss through that first anchor VWAP that we had for the low. And currently that looks like 18,867. And if it continues down there, then we get down to 8,846 and then, 33.
Damn, you got 95s?
If I know, that's incredible. I only got 90.
Oh, well, see, if we all stay focused, the executioner needs to do his job. Yeah. All right, did you say 67, Ann? Did you say 67s, Ann?
I did say 67 for the anchored VWAP. Is that what you're seeing, Austin?
67.
I looked away. 67. Let me just put it on here.
I took 5 off. That's.
And
I want to know what our out. I want to know where our outs are. So you're saying 50s. You're saying 67s. What Dakota got in here on short? What's he saying on a target?
I'm asking. I pinged him here. I'm waiting for him in the chat right now. What does he say? What does the Fox say?
I would say the reason for the 50s right now, Mike, is just because that's low of day VWAP, and we know that's where buyers will make a stand to some extent. So I would say if we could get to 50s, that'd be great. Yeah.
Cool. All right, we got a target now. 50s. I like it. We're short 5 from 95.
Yeah. We're light. We only got 5, and I was going to put on another 10 if it came up to where Ann was above the 900s, because you were saying that. I was going to scale
69
into
Dakota,
20, but
Dakota targeting 69. Nice.
Dakota keeps it tight.
Well,
that's right in the congestion zone. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, John. I mean, Michael, what were you saying?
Well, he said 69s, and you said 67s.
Yeah,
I'm saying
50s. Austin's got 50s.
Then you're saying 50s.
50s will be the
Let's cover in the 60s. Yeah.
60. Rips, what say you? Rips, what say you? Rips in the house.
Oh yeah, Rips, you can tell us what Bookmap and such is doing.
Yes, good call. Yeah, we looked for some liquidity to the downside here that we can suck. 68's got a 40 line on it. There's liquidity to the downside here in the NASDAQ. 65s have definitely more liquidity to the downside in the NASDAQ, I'll say.
I would say if we break above 91, that would be buyer stepping in above New York open VWAP. That's not a bearish sign, but I like the target here at 51, 52, somewhere in the low 50s at that low a day VWAP. So I think what's Rip saying? I got smoked.
No, he got beat up a little bit today. Damn, here come the buyers.
We still love you, Rips.
It happens.
What happened?
It happens, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he got beat up a little bit today. Crude selling off hard.
I would try to stick in here, MP. Just see. Let's get some new information. No new info right now. It's just sideways for the last 3 minutes. Just
yeah.
But we're working 65s because you have a 69, she has a 67, and we have a 50. Or not you.
Yeah.
You have a 50.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
So that's if it does a little pullback, and we'll get that. It should cut our day in half.
If we get 60, if we get 50, stream this long, how do you guys go to the bathroom without getting off stream? Can you teach me that off stream, Mike? I got to figure that out.
I would say something incredibly off color right now, but I won't.
Do it, Ann.
Top step labeled bucket. I need a top step labeled bucket under the desk.
It's like that guy, the red zone guy.
There you go.
I got a 2-in-1 chair, if you know what I mean.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Oh my gosh. No.
Amazon.
Oh, here come the buyers.
All right, let's see if it can hold 90.
We got 95s. Great freaking entry, man.
I know it.
Yeah.
Is it see profit, take profit? Is it get back in? Assume Dakota, you're still short because you level didn't.
I bet he gets into more. Keep us. I bet he gets into more. We had 2 check marks on this.
Yeah.
Yep. And let me just add one thing on this with VWAPs, right, Anne-Marie? It doesn't always respect the VWAP perfectly. It can come above it a little bit.
Of course, the range.
That's why your stop can never be right on a VWAP. You see how, like, if you look at the 1 minute on NQ, it's closed barely above the New York Open VWAP, but now look at the next bar coming right back down. So it's still respecting it.
I'm not a fan. John says it really well about if it comes close within 10% or whatever. If it's 80s, is your VWAP 85s is fine.
Yes, exactly.
Like the zone, the range.
I don't like it when
it is. It's
and then people when it's like sitting after a big move and then it's sitting like 4 points away from your. Just to me, I'm just like take it, because it could snap all the way back.
Yeah,
but 100%. There's also the other argument: stick to your plan. But I don't know.
Well, I think the plan has to involve some level of squishy, right? I mean, that's not a super technical term, but you know what I'm saying. It's soft there because there's so many of us participating, and a lot of us like to front run these numbers, right? We like to front run it, and then it makes us stop out, and we get above the level, and then we re-enter the level, and so that's always going to give us a little bit of noise around those key zones.
Looking for liquidity here. It's kind of even, upside, downside, kind of even right now.
60% long in the tilt.
Yep. NASDAQ. Yep. Okay. John, what's
I think
Delta?
That's inevitable.
Down here. Yeah, I know. Down here, Austin.
People are going to buy the pull down. It drops so hard, someone's going to step in and be like, it has to retrace. No, it doesn't, bro. It can go lower and blow your feet off. Right.
Yeah.
Andre, Delta's negative 10,000 in the S&P is negative.
Okay, so we're eating some of that up, right?
Never
2,200. Yeah, way lower. A little bit ago.
It was.
Wasn't that, John?
Yes, there was. Some of the shorts got out on this move to the upside here. We're just chilling at the 82 level.
We're staying right at the high of this. 15 minute. You got the 5 minute.
Yeah, I'd stick in here. I'm going to leave you guys after this trade. It's been fun this morning, but I'm going to stay and see if we could see this out together. I would look. Michael,
I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed with your turnaround. I think that's inspirational to a lot of people here to do that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Stellar.
That's the best trading. Digging yourself out of the red.
Yep.
That's whenever you're ready.
Honestly, the best thing is you just can lock yourself out and say, "Hey, I did my job today. I did really well to handle the week of some red." That's the process is the most important thing.
And whenever you're ready, Austin, just let us know. We have Hoag in the wings. He's been sitting there chomping at the bit.
Hoagland.
So
we'll throw him in. All right, let's give
it a good one, Austin.
Thank you,
I'll
Austin.
wrap it here. Good luck on the shorts, guys. Anne-Marie, a pleasure. MP,
Great
always.
trade
MP, check your email.
Absolutely.
I sent you something to the email, MP. You'll like it. And Andre, always a pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Got it, buddy. We'll see you again.
Okay, cool. We'll see you.
Yep. See you guys next week.
Hold it, Dolby says. Hold it. All right, we're targeting 50s, Michael. We get 50s. We get this day back, right? The house account gets the day back?
Yeah, I think at 50s you do.
That'd be so tight. That'd be so tight. Nice entry.
It would
95s.
Yeah, I know. That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Amber, are you still short?
Oh, no, I got out.
Yeah, you like to cover around 20 points, right? Typically.
Yeah. Well, 20, 30, or
20, 30.
when it stops moving, and if I get to a place where I'm starting to go like this, because I have to build patience. It's one of my terrible shortcomings as a human being. And if I see a bunch of candlesticks going like this, I'm like, swerve, I'm out.
Swerve.
And so I just can't, I can't take it.
You just said swerve?
Listen, I have
Who taught you
teenage
that?
grandchildren.
Who taught you that?
Okay.
Is that the same? Is that the same as miss me with that?
Kinda, yeah.
Swerve.
Like, yeah, miss me, pretty much. Oh my gosh. Yeah, where did you learn swerve?
Picking up the lingo.
That's pretty cool.
I like that. That's
good.
It's pretty good. All right, trade 18,884. Did not see that coming. Come on in, John. There he is. What up, Hoagland?
Hey. What's
hey,
up?
John, your levels, dude, they've been rock star good today. Rock star.
Oh, good.
Yes.
18s, man. 18s.
Superb.
Just call them like I see them.
That we can always count on.
It's coming up there. It's coming up to the 18,890s. We're short from 95s in the house account. This is when Ann Hoag. Well, hold on. Hoagland was a check. Who's the check boxes, Andre? Give us a quick skinny on that.
Anne Marie, Dakota, and Austin Silver.
Do you still believe in that short end?
No.
No, he is saying it's a failed auction. So he is saying no. So that's going to take one of those checks off.
I need to know if your checkbox is still there. Auction. Is your checkbox still there?
It's still valid.
It's still like the shorts?
It's still valid against VWAP.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
You got to wait for it to fail.
Mm-hmm. Stop is above VWAP, right? I got VWAP at 907.
Failed auction at the bottom.
Austin had said something like 920.
50s.
With the failed auction at the bottom, longer time frame, I'm looking for this to rotate a lot higher.
I'm saying, so look at all the different things that we have saying that the VWAP test might just give us a small trade for downside action and then a rotation higher. Both of those anchored VWAPs, we're sitting above them, the lows of the day. We're also sitting right here in that 870-ish area is the anchored VWAP from the 930 open. And so getting above those, they're going to create those floors. So my thought is this: if we get any kind of downside pressure event, we probably want to cover these.
Okay.
Because a lot of stuff is saying, hey, we got ourselves a bounce and it might hold above that VWAP and catch a lot of shorts flat-footed and send it higher if that failed auction becomes the truth. Am I interpreting that correctly, John?
Yeah.
John, okay, so it's staying around it's the pullback was pretty.
I know.
73. Yeah. So now it's back at our entries. And you're possibly saying failed auction down there. We're still liking it from the short side. And VWAP's all the way up there, like what, 10s, whatever. What is it?
907.
Yes.
And then Austin's
907.
Yeah, and Austin's saying 20s, which puts us, if we get the 20 stop, if we put the stop at 20s, then we're back to where we started on the at the 6,300 down.
I don't want to be there.
Okay, Andre, your emotions are killing me. Yes, talk about the good side of this. Yeah, jeez. And then the take profit is going to put us almost up, not up on the die. It's going to put us down a G on the day. So, the point of the story is this starts to grow legs on the high side right here, then we're in trouble.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Let's push this sucker.
Like it is right now.
In the S&Ps, we've been in a 1 minute range for like the last 15, 20 minutes. And it's right up against weekly kickoff high, 53.33. If we can take that out, I would look for the market to at least get up to VWAP on the S&Ps, which is 53.37. That's another 4 points if we break out above this 53.33 weekly kickoff high and the current high of the 1 minute balance that we're in.
I think it still looks good, Michael, though, right? It's not.
It's still valid.
The volume is declining. It's really trying to work its way out. So
yeah,
I see the gap in the ES, John. There's the gap action between the close of the day and the open of the next one being somewhere around 53.35.75. And then the VWAP is just above it.
You know, the VWAP, if it wants to rip and get all these shorts that are picking this little move right now, like or ones that are just like us right now, if it wants to flush us out, there's your 10s, you know, there's your 20s,
right?
And then that then you know, I'm just kind of course you don't know where it's going, but like, and then you get all of them out, and then you take the market apart and down to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But
we want to focus on this trade while we have
still not holding above 900.
John, what was that?
I said we want to focus on this trade while we have it on, but there's something on the profiles I want to show you when we take a nice profit on this trade.
Okay, cool. Who right now likes it from the long side? Who likes it from the short side? And who would rather be sitting on their hands flat? Let's get a poll.
Throw it up there quickly. How much we still going? You still looking at tilt closely, Michael?
I mean, 63%.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's been a little heavier to the long side. Well, guys, we'll get a poll up here so we can't track it when it's so many folks.
What do you want on the poll, Michael?
What did I just say? Who likes the long
short or flat?
Long or short?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Long, short, or flat?
At 18.93 or 8.93.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. It's just sitting right on the anchored VWAP from the opening bar right now. It's just sitting on it.
My decision doesn't matter, but it just feels really. I would be concerned on my personal account to get short right here, but the house account's been trading much better than my personal account because personal account is my own opinions. This is opinions of others, but it's just hanging out up here.
Dakota,
that's the part that.
Where are you at?
Yeah, Dakota? I want to know what his stop is. What's Dakota's stop?
Boy, it is even distribution in this poll right out of the gate.
Yeah. I think your short's doing just fine.
Okay,
it's still valid.
The money.
For now, it's doing just fine. I just suspect that any kind of downside flush here is going to be short-lived if John is right. And we have 3 or 4 different things that suggest that downside auction failure is a likelihood. And of course, John is just saying, hey, it looks like it might be. So that's really what we have to do as traders, say, all right, it looks like it might be. So either it is or it isn't, but all we have to do is wait.
Yeah, and
I mean, NASDAQ is in a 5-minute range. Whichever side we break out of, you go with, and then you try and take a profit on that. But S&Ps are really strong.
So everything that got us,
we're stuck now. We're stuck in this range.
So everything that got us into the trade is still valid. That's the point. So guys, this isn't over managing. This isn't overcooking it. It's talking out a trade when is everything that got me in the trade still there? If it is, then the play still stays on.
Oh, definitely not over managing.
Again, my opinions aren't here. I'm just trying to collect with Dre.
Correct. Yeah, no, this is the thoughts that go on in your head when you're trading by yourself. Now you got trading buddies here, and this is what you talk about.
We just hit the stops above 53.33 in the S&Ps. And went 1 point above it, and then just fell right back into the range. Your trade is still valid.
Gonna be in this lull.
Patience, as our friends they come on here say.
What they say? If the reason you got in the trade is still there, hold on.
Yeah,
I would say it is. Like John's saying, trade's still valid.
It's still valid.
Okay, so now here's the question: if it's still valid, why don't I put on another 5 lot?
Because even though it's valid, its risk is risk sensitive.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't add a check mark to the short here, and I'm still not adding a check mark for more shorts.
Yeah,
and how many check marks do we have?
Currently, we have two. Three yays, one nay. 3 yeses, 1 no.
And I've been wrong before. Believe me, this is all just probabilities.
All right, John, we don't need your disclaimer.
I could be dead wrong, but
I feel what you're feeling,
just
Michael.
looking at probabilities here.
We'll stick to the stop here. I feel what you're feeling, though.
Well, the 20s, it's going to be a rip through VWAP if we
we got to see how it
to get our 20s.
Yeah, my shorts are at the 909 and then 911 ish.
Hammer this thing.
So I'm just waiting it out because I took the long from the bottom, but got out, too early. Started my life, but
Go to wide stop. All right, here's the 900s.
And it would be interesting, and Andre, well, I'm not putting an opinion on this, but Ann's getting in on a short at 09. If we put the 5 back on, to get back, we're supposed to be 20 is our go-to, but we're down. We're down, so we need some breathing room. That's why the executor shaved it to 10, because that 20 that would put us if we had the 10 lots still at 95 and get stopped out at 20, we would have been DLL. But now it's up at 02. We only have 5 on. We took a 10 handle.
Here we go.
In the profit on our last 5. So Ann's looking for shorts at 09.
Poll came back. Over 11. What is it? 1,100 votes. 37% long. 33% flat. 28% short.
wow.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
A democracy. What do you know?
Yeah, right.
Don't talk about that on the show, Ann. Don't talk about that.
You just had the euro close, too.
Sorry.
You just had the euro close, so.
Oh, that's right.
We'll see what that does to it.
Well, we rejected 900s there for the first.
Yes, it did. For the first little poke through.
Basically, VWAP.
Missed it. Kissed it.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's the resistance.
Dang it.
Jack, we can get those stats, but right now we got this trade going, so let's see.
Well, you can interrupt at any time. There's
Okay,
one
jump
we're
in.
definitely
Go ahead.
gonna see. So let's flash the hot streaks real quick when we get a moment here. Our Bob Cooney is doing the stats while he's out. He's saving his voice for 11 o'clock. So I will real quick go over this. 27 days for Jacob, leading the pack by 6. Sizable lead over Dustin, Jeremiah, Antonio, and the rest of the high teens gain. But what I wanted to show real quick is when we go to yesterday's best live P&L, we see...
Who was it?
It was Brian P. by $400 over the house account.
Oh, my goodness.
Nice.
Oh.
What an amazing
saying that how
yesterday.
Yeah. Isaac, nice day. I know Isaac.
Yeah, nice day for Isaac and Nick T.
Yeah.
Nice job, guys.
Carving it up.
That is the Nick for a Tick, which once we get back with the data correct online, he may not be that far behind Dakota. Sorry, Dakota, if you're in the chat, just giving you a little preview of that going forward. So great job. Congrats to Brian. I guess I would have liked to see the house account number 1, but we just got to do better next time. Great trade.
Next time.
Brian, and the house, well, everybody in there live helped out the prop firm. These are all prop firm traders, live trading under the prop firm. Nothing on those folks were right. Those are all live, right?
Yep, those were all live P&Ls.
Live. Yeah.
Well, they all helped the house.
Well, if we would have added the 10 lot when I mentioned it, we would be at the top of that list.
What did your dad say? What it could have, should have.
My aunt had a beard. She'd be my uncle.
Yeah. Well, I suggested it. I put it in the chat.
Your dad told you the line always: if it goes your way, If it goes your way, you wish you had more on.
Absolutely. When it goes against you, you'll always have too many on.
You always have too many on.
Yep.
Can the house account hold trades overnight?
What was the nat gas reading today? That seemed to really send oil down into the throes of the low, which I sort of expected it to hold there.
And you work in 09s?
Yes, sir.
They were looking for 84 billion. It came out 78 billion, so a little bit lower than expected. And as far as nat gas storage
so
is
that
concerned.
would be interesting. All right.
Yeah, everything that got us into the trade is still valid. Ann's looking to put 09s.
Still valid.
09s on.
Yeah.
Coach, so if it does come to 09s, I'm going to bring that account up position wise to. Well, we still have the 20s. We still have the 20s as a stop. I got to do my math to not hit our daily loss limit.
Public math.
You're saying if we got short again, if we had to puke 20s,
added another one.
Well, that's going to be the stop, right?
Yeah, he's going to say
that's where we're at right now. We have to puke.
Well, right now on a 5 lot, right now you guys can see on my smart simple charts or simple brackets, you can see if the 5 lot gets hit at the 20s, then that's a $2,500 loser. On top of the realize, we're back at 6, so we could put a 10 lot on. And Ann, did you get your fill?
Yes.
Okay, so did I.
What's our position?
That's 4. Short 10.
Stop.
20s, which would be a $3,800 loser. On top of the $4,000 realized, is still not hitting our loss limit, which is okay. There's your 12s. There's your 11s. There's your 10s.
That's right,
18,
Isaac.
9, 10.
Real,
yeah.
What Isaac say?
I was just saying, real traders, real accounts, real trades, real P&Ls. Top step.
Real dude.
Believe that. You don't think
in real time?
You don't think these are?
All right, my 16s just filled.
You're getting short
S&P.
16s too?
Yeah.
S&P's just hit VWAP. All roads.
All roads, George. George, we are brothers.
And where's your stop then?
Oh, my stop is at 25.
Well, I'm going to move to where you're at. Okay, if we get 25s and we are stopped, we hit the DLL for the day. We're short 15. Okay. So this is our play.
What's the average now?
Let's see. 05s.
Short from 5, 15 times. Short 15, 05, 905.
%72 long on the S&P, 63% long on the NASDAQ, on the tilt. Shorts. People are playing it short.
Damn, 100-point rally in the last.
It's just running
30 minutes.
Stops like mad.
There's your stops.
Yeah.
Don't fight the failed downside auction.
Oh, yep. Dang it. So what I notice around the VWAP, the NQ has a tendency to stretch like sometimes 15, 25 points around the edge. And so now it's coming back and touching. Oh my gosh, this looks
unbelievable.
Oh,
the races.
I mean, it's floor hasn't fell out from underneath this at all.
I know.
What also makes me, Andre, you said 100-point rally. Yeah,
30 minutes.
It was
30
What'd
minutes.
you say?
And then you're going to have
what's
her?
her?
You're going to have people.
Oh, wow.
People picking tops, and
Yeah,
that will feel
absolutely.
it. So that's always nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
Back to the drawing
The
board.
tilt is 68%.
One of those days.
Andre, we're not stopped out.
Oh, we're not? I thought we were hit the daily loss limit.
Oh, no.
Shit.
I said we will hit. Yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, damn. I thought we got hit.
20. That's 6 points away from our simple bracket. The simple brackets right here should.
Oh, man. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Come on now.
S&P's at VWAP right now.
Do that? All
What's
right.
that, Emery?
Hey, what's the dome look like on the Qs? Talk to me about the depth of market there.
It's thin. There's nothing. I mean, it looks like every time it tries to do a little pullback, it firms back up. Okay. And then I've been putting it next to the S&P, which you guys can't see, and I maybe can widen this up. There's
liquidity up at 926, 930.
926? Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we see underneath? Do we see any crowding underneath?
I'm looking, Anne-Marie.
No.
Looking for any reason, Anne-Marie.
All right. Ooh,
18,889 in that area. There's a bid that just keeps jumping around in that area.
Okay.
It's 63 contracts.
Okay, so we just came in and kissed that VWAP.
Yep.
That's 60. Oh, that bid does keep jumping around. 60 on the 904 bid, 50 on the. Oh, they keep jumping around. I see what you guys are doing. The code is short 9 live account right now, right here.
Okay, so he's added yep. On the way up to the. See, so my average entry here looks like 914.
Good entry.
15. I was loving our entries.
But I did not that it was bouncing off that VWAP. Okay.
Well, I mean, it went up to 23, and you only took 9 handles of heat. That's not bad. Good entry. If we can get this thing to fall apart, now I know we're all kind of looking at it going to one direction. Nobody here's even talking about getting long right now, which again scares me.
We're getting long on the way down. We're getting short.
Let's just all hold hands and start chanting.
I know.
The trading thing ain't so easy sometimes. God bless, this shit is hard sometimes.
Oh, dang it. All right, it's going to make us sweat.
So S&P's just went up to VWAP, and it's also like value area high from today to a T, 38.75. NASDAQ is currently trading today's session high, which is 919 is current session TPO value high. So there's going to be some resistance here.
Momo Man says higher highs and higher lows have been happening. Yes.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
100-point rally.
To what end?
Yeah.
To what end? To what end?
Dang it. All right, let me go bigger time frames and see what we're seeing here.
Yeah, you're zooming out trying to validate the trade still.
Oh, I've been there, Anne-Marie. We're looking for reasons.
I need to figure out whether I'm going to stay fishing or cut bait.
That's right. Find me a formation. Find me a.
Where's VWAP? Where's VWAP? Where's VWAP right now?
You got it 07.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is where we come right into it and then we shift, but the 4-hour formation, we just gotta.
Why do people like the 4-hour? And I see a lot of people talk about it.
I just think they're so easy to read sometimes. I don't know why people like it, other than, I like it because it feels easy to read, but I don't know if that's any kind of reason to keep it. I just have always liked it. All right. What are we seeing? Lower highs, but still buyers coming up from underneath.
Mm-hmm.
If we're looking at the tight formations. which, buying pressure always comes from underneath. Doesn't come from above. So I don't love that.
You want to stay.
Hey, look who's on the cover of CNBC.com right now. Tuckman. How about that?
Oh, yeah.
What?
Is he?
Yeah.
I don't see that.
Oh, do I need to hit refresh? No, CNBC.com.
Oh,
not anymore. Not anymore.
I'm mute. I watch YouTube.
That'd be fast.
No, the .com. Yep.
YouTube TV. Yeah, that's me. It had a bunch of dolphins on it when I looked over there, Andre. It was in Zen mode. You ever watched YouTube TV?
I love it when it does that.
Yes.
Me too.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
I thought you hit skip over that, Michael.
Oh no! The minute it happens, I just collapse and go into a coma because it's so relaxing.
I know. I become mesmerized myself.
Everyone, shut up! I'm listening to this. All right, we got 9 minutes left here on Fast Markets. Wow, Dakota added again. Dakota probably short 10. I'm guessing 10 plus. Dolby likes it. Danielle laughing at me.
Still valid.
So far, so good. We are short 15 from 5, Michael. We're short 15 from 5 in the house.
Mm-hmm. We started with the 18. Ann's average is right here from the 14s. I'm sure Dakota's is above. Maybe he's around where he's above 900. I would assume.
Yeah.
These moments, like again where it is right now, and it keeps hanging out and staying on the high side of every one of these candles.
Yeah. I hate it when that happens, actually.
I could do that, Jack.
What did Jack say?
I think that we pump this one for tomorrow because I don't know. I think it might need some discussion. The trade is hot. Locked and loaded.
It is hot.
Good call.
It has been
Good call.
hot. A lot of volatility on the markets, on screen. Where else are you going to get that besides TopstepTV? Very volatile.
If it loses,
this is a nail biter, isn't it?
It's going to fall like a stone. If it doesn't, it's going to be ugly.
Value high up against VWAP.
Yeah.
Looks good, man. I might actually put a check mark on this one now.
Johnny, if you want it, if you want to do a house account, now we have 3, Andre. Or not a house account, a personal account. Don't let us hold you up.
we got Dakota Anne Marie.
Fire up that Roth IRA. Let's do it.
Jack, you want to throw a check mark on this sucker?
I got to stay neutral.
He's Switzerland over there. All right.
Come on.
Look at this. Oh, my God.
Turn over, baby. Turn over, baby. Come on. Do the right thing.
Oh, man.
Do the right thing. Oh, man. Hey, Dakota ain't playing. He really is. We just got an update. He most definitely is short, and I'm not gonna. We don't need. He ain't playing.
We have a lot of people. There's a fade opportunity here, guys. If you're in the chat, 100% there's a fade opportunity, and I'm saying this because so many people are short right now. Just call it as it is. If you're one that, everybody on that keeps talking is saying short one direction, and this thing has rallied 100 points.
Yeah.
You might have a fade opportunity here.
It's holding above VWAP, the NASDAQ, like the 5 p.m. VWAP. It's holding above it. One thing that makes me nervous about it. But this is a nail biter, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Sure is. I was trying to think about how I would feel if I were not in the trade.
It's great. Look at it. How would you feel?
I would still be short.
Really?
And here's why. The overall trend in my 14 EMA, which is what I tend to look at in the morning, right? If it loses that 14 EMA, if I'm watching it on a 15 or 30 minute, I'll say, okay, if it comes into that downward moving average, I'm going to short it. That's what I would normally say. And so it's doing that right now. I would also look at my momentum and I would go, all right, I have negative momentum. It's less than it was earlier, but it's still negative. So I would also continue to short. On top of that, I have diminishing volume to the upside. So all of those tell me a short is still in the cards. And so if I were not in this trade, I would be thinking to myself, okay, I'm going to get in this trade. And, I'm not, my cost basis is fine. I just don't, like I said, when we first started talking, I can't stand it when the chart starts doing nothing. It makes me insane.
Nick for a tick. A lot of
What is
conflicting
Nick for a
opinions
tick
right now.
saying?
He's saying, like you say, stop run to 930 to short. Yeah.
Yeah, if that totally feels.
We've been there, man. It's,
it just keeps hanging out up here. It's like it just gives everybody an opportunity to say, it never gets signed. And then I have the stop for the house account in there around that price. So I don't know. It's gonna if it does do the stop run. There's a bunch of us short from 95s to evens to 05s to 9s to 14s.
Delta in the S&Ps is still negative 8,400. There is still a short squeeze possible in this.
Yeah, so they're eating that up.
Here they go.
Negative 600 in the NASDAQ is Delta.
Right.
Yeah, it was 2,200 a little bit ago, so they definitely getting squeezed.
Yeah. They may be squeezed out. Who knows?
How close are we right now, Michael?
Well, we have unrealized 4. We have realized 4. 8,
Gotcha.
so it's a 25. If it does a pop right here, it's out of liquidation time.
All she wrote.
I think the house account's up 17 on the week.
That's pretty good.
Or something.
That's fantastic.
Well, maybe it turns around here. I saw we came within about like $300 or $400 of hitting it right there.
We're starting to chew up all the single TPOs off the highs.
Yeah, that's a breakaway formation right there.
Mm-hmm.
Come on now. I know what it's doing. It's going to liquidate the shorts and then turn right around and fade.
You can see my DLL over here. There's 999. There's 10.
Oh, like I said, it stopped me.
Wait, it just hit 10 and didn't liquidate us.
We have it's a slight. We don't tell everybody, but it's a slight there. Why did it just close out right now?
Biscuit.
Why did it just close out right now? All right.
I got stopped out too.
Mm-hmm.
Dang it.
It's chewing up the single TPOs like Pac-Man. Wah, 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 wah.
I read all on this morning. Yeah, it's Nick for a tick. We were there too. Just keep running.
So if you guys want, I can show you what I was going to show you in the NASDAQ in the profiles.
Yes,
do it.
So opening range, still the high of the session. First thing we did was close the gap. In the NASDAQ, we closed the gap almost to the tick in the initial balance. That level is 18,838. That was yesterday's high, and it's the low of the initial balance. The market looked into the range and value from yesterday and rejected. There was one 30-minute bar that did close inside of it, but once it came back inside the initial balance, because of the timing, I was still looking at this as a failed downside auction. At that point, you look to go long. Your risk is a new low, and you look actually. Coach Jay was just asking, when we have a failed auction, there's a good probability that we're gonna reach the other extreme of the initial balance, which puts us all the way up to 18,982.
What?
Okay.
And if we take that out, then we'll be range bound the rest of the day because we've looked below the initial balance and we've looked above the initial balance. S&P is a little bit different story. S&P has been presenting as is not as strong as the NASDAQ. So we opening range the high of the session. We come in, we accept value. We trade to the other extreme of value. That is value acceptance. We leave a failed auction at the low of value from yesterday, and our target. Well, I mean, if you have multiples on, you can take some off at point of control. Take some off at the high of value. The other one you hold that hold. If we had a runner, we could hold that runner until we take out the high of the initial balance, and that puts us in the S&Ps all the way up to here. They're 53, 58 and a quarter. So that is just what I wanted to show you as far as what the profiles are telling us.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. Well, we got 1 minute left here on Fast Markets, ending on a high note.
Or a low note.
Oh, man, that sucks. All right. We're good, though. We're good.
Hey, it happens, man. Take a deep breath.
Okay, so I get all the reasons why we got into it. We're still there, but it still was growing legs, and I don't know. It just wasn't pulling back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And doesn't mean now it's back up. Still pull. I mean, it hasn't pulled back at all.
Mozart ending. Hey, man. That's how trading goes sometimes. Well, that was real fun, guys. That was good TV. Highs and lows, just like trading, just like the P&L. Very good stuff. Anne-Marie, as always, thank you so much. Nice cover there on those shorts. Hoag, we'll get them next time. Michael, love you like a brother. Not like team trading together, man.
Had a blast back on with you guys.
Stay tuned. We got Hoag, Robert, and Coach Vince making an appearance on Power Players. Stay tuned for that. For those might be meeting Coach Vince. Power Players coming up. Jack and Vanessa with Top Quiz. Myself and Brett. Shoulder tap. I'm sure that's going to be interesting. Tune in for that one. I'm sure we'll be getting a shoulder tap in the house account, perhaps. Group coaching, Jack and
I don't
Robert
think so. We should not be getting a shoulder tap on the house account at all.
I don't think we should either. I don't think we should.
No.
And this is the big one of the day right here, folks. Mastering Anchor VWAP with the man himself, Brian Shannon, with Hoag and Robert. Please tune in for that. We'll see how this all plays out with the VWAP. It's so important these days. Of course, Power Hour, myself, Dolby Time, everyone's favorite Max Maserati. Of course, Slow Markets, 8 p.m. Central with Coach Dakota. Tuned in yesterday. It was really good stuff with him and Rips. Andre needing a trading psychologist consultation ASAP, Token Mania says. On that note, I appreciate it, Token. We are out. Stay tuned. Power Players coming up next. Thank you, everybody.
Trading psychologist for Brian, so I'll look forward to asking him.
You know what they say about voting? Every vote matters. And with Topstep's feature voting, you can vote up the things that matter to you the most. Don't forget to put that vote in.
Welcome to the Power Players segment. I'm John Hoagland. With me is our Bob Riz. And in the middle of us, a very special session today, we have Coach Vince with us. Now, Coach Vince is somebody I've known for a number of years. We've worked together quite a bit. He is a coach here at Topstep and a very good trader and a hell of a nice guy. His name is Vince Capria, but I call him Vince Gabagool. He's from the East Coast, Pennsylvania. Great to have you, Vince. It's great to see you again. I'm very excited to see how things are going with you. And why don't you tell everybody a little bit about your history? It's been a couple of days since you've been on here. Let everybody get to know you a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first, it's an honor to be back on the screen with you guys, sharing the screen. So a little bit about me. So obviously, Coach Vince. I'm 21 years trading futures. Okay, I hold a Series 3 license. I ran and a 30. I ran a branch office for a firm from 05 to the end of 09. It was fun. Full service retail broker, much different than how we're trading today. Kind of went on to my own, opened my own IB for 3 years. And then after that, I kind of got out of brokerage and became a commodity trading advisor. So I am a registered commodity trading advisor, and I trade for others as well as myself. And I'm almost a year with Topstep. Came into the program probably 23, maybe 22, 23, and looking for a new challenge. You know, we had the COVID thing going on, and a little bit. My son is a football player, so I always bring him to like these combines, and then I came across Topstep with the trading combine. I said, all right, let me give this a shot. You know, test my skills. I'm trying to learn a couple different new strategies that I'm testing here. You know, so it's been quite an experience. You know, I was also under Hoag for a while, under performance coaching. Learned a ton from John, especially with the market profile. So, yeah, pretty much that's where we are here.
Very nice, Vince. Very nice. You were somebody. I mean, I worked with a lot of folks, and Vince, you were always kind of one of my picks to become, a trading coach. You know, you've got a really good heart. You've got tons of experience. You've got great knowledge, and I think we're lucky to have you here as one of our coaches. And I see a lot of folks commenting on what a great coach you are, and that makes me very happy. You know, one of the things about learning something is helping others learn as well. And I knew you were going to be really good at it. Vince, I'm going to start you off here with a very, very popular question. And what is the top question you get asked when you start working with somebody as a coach, your first time you meet them? What's their biggest ask?
Oh my goodness. I would say, all right, thank you. Well, first it'd be the market. It seems like everybody that trades the NASDAQ. So they always ask me, what's your market? So that would be the one thing. But I would say the other thing would be between psychology, like, managing your emotions in the trade, as well as where to get in and out. So I think they're probably neck and neck, those two questions.
And how do you answer those questions?
Well, I kind of tell them I look for opportunities where I can limit my risk. You know, it's all about risk management. So the cheaper the trade I can find, the more likelihood I will take it. And, I always try to tell people, don't rush the trade. A lot of people jump in on the FOMO, right? They feel like they missed a move. So I know it's difficult for people when they watch the market run without them. Kind of happened to me today. I missed that open range short this morning because I was looking at it on a 5-minute instead of the 1. You know, the 1 played out right to the gap close. So I missed it, but I did not jump in it. So I think that's pretty much, I just try to tell them I look for levels. And, if the market is not within my strategy, I just don't take the trade.
And what are you trading mostly now? Are you trading NASDAQ or S&Ps?
Oh, no. No, NASDAQ, I watch it because all the people that I'm coaching trade it. So I feel like it doesn't respect my levels like the S&P does. So mainly I'm in the ES. I do trade the Dow, which is also a thin market, but for some reason the Dow seems to treat me better than the Nasdaq, and gold, and once in a while oil.
Speaking of, we're seeing a little pullback here in the equities off that recent high and that attempt to take out some of those single TPOs. Crude oil continues to try and push to the downside, and it looks like a little basing going on in gold, relatively close to 23.36, which is the weekly kickoff low. We got pretty close to that. What was that low? 41. So within about $5 of it might be an opportunity there for us. Just a kind of a quick look at what's going on in the markets. I'm going to put the Nasdaq up here, and your knowledge of the profile kind of accelerated when we started working together. What were your thoughts on the lows in the S&Ps today? I've got the chart coming up here.
Well, in the S&Ps, I think we have a weak low right now. So
it is not a very strong low, that's for sure.
Yeah, so we have a poor low, and I was kind of looking at that area up there above value high to maybe take a short, but I was pretty much getting ready for this, so I wasn't really watching too close. But it looks like that was a great opportunity to take a short up there into that excess tail, and also it was pretty much where point of control was from yesterday. So it was a value high point of control from yesterday. If we could get this pushed down, maybe we'll take out the low.
Think we can go all the way back down there, huh? All right, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, it wasn't really a true failed auction to the downside, was it, Vince?
Nah, we have a poor low there.
Yeah, we have a poor low, which is, some would call it a double bottom, but in profile, we look at that as a lack of excess. But I think a part of the problem is the 30-minute bar opened and then closed back inside the IB. So I think a little bit of timing is why we ended up having this weak low and initially not a true. I'm calling it a semi downside failed downside auction, because we have more than one tick wide down there. So you may be right, Vince. You may be right. We'll keep an eye on that. How about the Nasdaq? Nasdaq, I think, was
take a look at that.
Much cleaner play today.
So the Nasdaq, so Nasdaq has a little bit of excess at the low there, but I'm kind of liking the excess above and the range extension to the downside. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling we're gonna test the lows. I think we're gonna test lows in both markets today. Just have that feeling. I lost audio.
The lows on the NQ are down. I'm looking at it here. If I can see it, 18,802. So I saw a low about 10 a.m., roughly 10 a.m. Eastern time. 10 a.m. Central time. So I'm looking at.
Yeah.
That was on the NQ.
I mean, I do like the rotation of value low in the Nasdaq, which is also the IB low. So that might be a spot too if you're taking shorts up here, maybe cover there. But with the excess above, I'm thinking maybe we'll get a push through that and maybe test these lows.
I gotta pay $5.
$5.
I was muted.
He's muted talking.
It's another $5. I'm telling you, I'm gonna put 50 in there and just work that off. Preemptive.
Just have a surplus of it, right? Hey, it's all for charity anyway, so that's okay.
That's right. That's right. 5 claims is 5 claims in Cicero.
It is in Boston too.
Yeah, let's take a look at this.
And they have better clams.
All right, let's take a look at the Nasdaq. I think you have my chart up here. So is VWAP, this is on a 5-minute chart here. Where do you have it on the 30? Is it at the same spot?
Well, it's about 18,908 right now on the 5.
Okay, so 18, just below VWAP here.
18,899 on the 30. So we're right on it right now.
Okay. All right. So
Vince, do you have that anchored anywhere, or is it using the View app that's the start of the day? Because this segues right into Brian Shannon later on.
I do not know if it's anchored actually, because I'm just got on Topstep X here. So I opened up some
on the left side.
This is my, what's that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you. On the left-hand side, that drawing panel, you can have the anchored View app. It's right under the drawing tools. It's 1, 2, 3 for about the fifth one down, and there's be a little arrow pointing out to the side of it. It would be one above the little paintbrush there. Right
forecasting
there,
and measurement tools.
Right. There's an arrow.
Okay.
There's an arrow to the right. There you go. And then just click where you want to start. And then you can always adjust it.
Yeah, we're gonna be
okay. Yeah, it's anchored session. Yeah, so it's session. That's what I want. Session.
Right. That's the session one.
Cool.
Right.
Nice.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we got another old friend here, Vince.
Oh yeah.
Mason is watching.
Nice. What's up, Mason?
It seems like old times.
Yeah. How you doing, Mason?
It seemed like old times. Vince, I knew you back when this is right around toward maybe middle of last year when on here we were doing actually a one-on-one coaching, which we're able to do a one-to-one coach is too much of like an analyst or advisor, and we don't want that. It's where the group coaching came in. But I got to tell you, man, going through some of those calls with you, learned a hell of a lot. So we appreciate that. I just want to on air here. So thank you for all that time that you spent way back when, and we haven't really connected since then to differences of where we are in the company. So it's great to be on screen with you here.
Yeah, appreciate it. Same here. Always. Same here. I'm glad to be over here. I think June makes a year that we're in the coaching program now. So it's been quite a ride. I'm definitely enjoying, working with the traders. I think they're getting a lot of good nuggets of information. It's great to give back. This business is tough, right? And if we can help anybody with their learning curve, to shorten that learning curve, that's what the goal is here. Just try to get right consistent,
That's exactly right. And it's the patience thing. So I'd like to ask you a question. I'm a bit under the weather, so Hoag's driving a lot of this right now. I get a couple more sessions coming up, so I'll just be brief on this. I'd like to ask you to share with the viewers about your coaching style. Like everybody has a little bit of different approach to them. What is your style like when you're working with traders?
Good question.
Yeah, so I try to cover a few different things with the traders, right? Because not everything is going to resonate with everybody. So a lot of traders don't have the TPO charts, right? So I do cover that in all my sessions, but then I also cover the 5-minute and the 30-minute chart. I really don't go into longer time frame than that because we're day traders, right? So I know the longer time frame could give you a gauge of where the longer time frame is in the market, gives you some levels. But with them, I kind of just focus on, the 5 to 30 for intraday day trading and the TPO chart, and, we go over things like the initial balance or the early range. We go over the 5-minute open range, the 1-minute open range trades. I go over stuff with them that they can still apply even if they don't have the TPO chart. You can see the levels like visually, on a chart. If you just know where your first early ranges for the day, you could kind of feel where the extremes are, what you could trade off of, and those types of things. So I try to get into that with them in case they don't have the actual charting type.
Vince,
and if you pull up my chart here, I could show you kind of like what we're looking at. If you go back to my chart, so I do like a manual drawing for them. So let me grab this here. All right, so for instance, I'll just take this off of the open here, all right? And I don't have all the tools set up on this one because, like I said, I just opened this combine. So I'm trying to pass the combine for them. I opened this up a few days back. Yesterday I kind of messed up a little bit, but let's see. So here we go. So this is like the early range, okay? IB range. From high to low. Okay, this would have been, I don't know how to put on the open range. Is there an indicator for this for the open range?
There's not an opening range indicator. Just grab the, two lines and chart plot the high. Yeah, 1 minute chart plot the high and low. It's just not on there yet for the opening range. It will be. It's in the works.
Okay. Well, that's all right. So I'll just draw. So this was the 5 minute here, right? So I usually will cover like the 5 minute open and then how I like to participate. Today, the 1 minute was the trade. I'm sure Hoag took it. Right, Hoag?
Yep.
But here, this was too rich for me this morning. So I try to tell traders, for me personally, I try not to risk more than 4 to 5 points on an ES trade per contract. That's like my maximum risk I'm willing to take. Some days you might have to extend it if volatility is higher, but most 95% of the time it's going to be 5 points or less on a one lot. And this open range was, I think, 7. What was it? No, maybe it was more. This open range is big. So I like to look for a pullback into the range and then take the opportunity so I can limit my risk. But it didn't happen today. So the trade of the day was the 1 minute open range. Okay, then I'll go into stuff like this initial balance here, right? So this is the early session. So you can see here where Hoag took the long was a great opportunity. We have a failed downside auction, rotated back up into the range here, and now we took the long. And usually you're looking for like half back, point of control, or maybe to the high range, high value. So, this would have been a nice opportunity for the range bound trader. Okay. But overall for the day, I still have a feeling we're going to come back and test these lows because we put in that 4 low on the TPO chart. I could be completely wrong, but if we get an upside extension here and we fail, I'm going to get short. So it all depends on what happens up here or if we get back and we hang down here in this area. So
hey,
those are the kind of things I'm doing.
Vince, yeah. I was just gonna say, sorry, I thought you were done talking. I didn't want to interrupt you. Did you just say that you could be wrong? Did I just hear that?
Oh, absolutely. I'm wrong 60% of the time, probably.
Absolutely. There you go, right? We have to do that, because you're a coach.
There's no shame in my game. I don't have to say I win 80%. There's no shame in my game.
Well, Vince, there's a couple of people making some comments in the chat. Lufkin Day Trading says Vince does a really good job. Teaching risk management. That's, of course, going to be important. We have Casey Medic says he gives out ideas. It's a great session. How many people have you worked with, Vince?
Honestly, I don't even know. I mean, I couldn't even tell you. Because now when we're in the Discord, you don't know who's new, who's not. So it's there's always new people coming in and out. So probably thousands, I would think, at this point.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's awesome. And they're very I love the ones that are really paying attention too. You could tell, because I'll ask them questions like, what kind of day type do we have? And they're really starting to get it, which is really, really sweet. And I love the stories when the trader's like, oh, what we covered last night, I did it today and it worked. And I had 2 great trades. So that really makes me happy when I hear success stories coming in.
It's very gratifying, isn't it?
Absolutely. There's no better feeling than helping people. So.
Very nice. Very nice. Do you
take any trades today?
Yeah. So I took, let's see, I'm up 344 across 5 or 6 combines. So I'm up like what? Well, 344, say, but times it by 5. And then, so I did take a short and I got stopped out. Where did I take that short at? I took a short here. So when people come to my my class at night, right here.
Price.
Right here, I was risking this high. It was cheap. And I did take a short here. Let me see.
We got to, Vince, sorry, we didn't call it the prices because a lot of traders may be just listening, like at work or something. So, and I know you haven't been on a lot. So just, if you say right here, just throw the price level out so they can hear it. Appreciate it.
I got to find my orders.
Just ballpark it is fine.
It's average.
Yeah. So I got short. So we had this little dip here, right? and we bounced. We came down. I got short up here, and I was risking this high right here. And I covered. I was down here. My target was 1450. Okay, and I got short. If you see it on the profile, you could see it better. But I got short up in here. I was risking, I think it was 3.5 points, 3 points. So right here, I got short. All right. I got down here. My target was up here, and then I ended up covering it just about in this range here. So I didn't get that 2 extra. So I had 4-1 at this point, and all I needed was another 2.5 points to get my 5-1, and I ended up with 2. So I got that one, and I got stopped on this one here. I tried to look for this to come back down and test, and then it went up.
Well,
so I'm up a little bit.
Remember the 10% rule?
Yeah, I do. I should have thought about it, and I didn't. I'm kind of liking, though, honestly, in the NASDAQ, if we can get back up into like the 18,960 level, I'm liking a short up there, I think. But it's kind of 22 points at risk to the high. That's a lot. I can't mess with the NASDAQ. Let me look at this S&P though real quick.
You're like me. It gives me heart palpitations.
I don't like to risk 400 on a trade. I'm cheap.
You're a risk manager.
But look, we're almost at high value again in the ES. This high value is tempting. I would like a nice pullback though, and more into the excess tail towards the high of the day. Maybe up here around this level.
What's that level?
If we can get there, maybe to get a short back inside.
What's that level, Vince?
I'm thinking. Let me look at this here. What's the high? The high is 58.25. I like something anywhere up here around 54-ish, maybe. But I'm going to monitor it first, right? Because if we get this spike up and we take out the high, I'm going to look for re-entry to get short. But if it comes up and I see like it's kind of waffling around, I'll probably short it and risk the high of the day.
Up there back in the opening range.
Yes.
And if we do take out
right
that,
here might not be
high,
a bad short entry too. A short right here might not be too bad, risking the E period high. So
yeah, you can keep it cheap.
Yep, because we're at high value. Cheap. So this could be a short opportunity. I feel as well, but I would like to see it really get higher, honestly.
Vince, you are on the ES 5-minute chart. Is that correct? I want to set mine up just like yours, and you have your opening range blocked off of the first 5-minute candle?
Yeah, this is the first 5. So I watched the 5 and the 1, but a lot of times I'll take it off the 5 because I'm just trying to give it a little bit more time to develop. But today, it was a lost opportunity by waiting. So it never gave me a cheaper entry. It just went. There was an opening drive and just took off to the downside, closed the gap. Settlement play all the way through the value area special situation play. It's almost to the tick. This thing got the value low from yesterday was 17.5, and we got to 16.75 and it turned around. So, you can't get much closer than that.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Just setting it up to the same way. So those levels that we're looking at, that opening range, 5-minute opening range on the ES. The high is mousing over here.
The high
53.58.
58.25.
58.25.
Low is 54.45.
45.75. 45.75. Yep, just so we can have those in the chat.
Yeah, it's huge. That's why I didn't take it. Yeah. The 1 minute, I think
take it off the 1 minute.
Points. Yeah, that's what I mean. The 1 minute was only like 3 points.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
So here's the 1 minute right here. The 1 minute low was 53.53. So it was that was pretty cheap,
John, I didn't see the beginning. I was doing something else in the background. Did you take that opening range trade to the downside this morning? I didn't see the very beginning open there.
No, I was busy talking on, well, kind of just talking on screen and getting you those levels.
Right. Yeah, we were doing that stuff in the back end. I didn't see. I missed it. I didn't see if you actually took that 1 minute opening range trade, because it does look like looking at Vince's screen there and looking at. I just set mine up as well. That it looked pretty good. It's a small opening range, cheap trade, and just
I
just
love
right
it because whenever it opens outside of the previous day's range, there's always a higher probability of it actually playing out. Played out very nicely today.
Absolutely. Yeah, we cover all that in the sessions that we do too. Like we talk about, gap rolls and all that kind of stuff as well.
Mm-hmm.
We open with a gap imbalance and those types of things. So, we do cover all of that stuff. But that 1 minute was the trade of the day.
So far, best trade location of the day.
Absolutely.
It ain't over yet.
I don't know. I'm kind of thinking of short here. I don't know. I'm kind of getting itchy, guys.
Oh boy, that's what happens. Get yourself on TopstepTV, throw a chart, start talking markets, and it's like, man, I gotta put a trade on here.
Oh my goodness, I'm itching to do it. I mean, I could risk what the heck, right? Well, why don't we do it? What do you think? 42 quarters the high. I don't know.
The pullback that we just had, Vince, that might end up being an afternoon pullback high, even though it's not afternoon yet. It is by you, so that would be an East Coast afternoon pullback low.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
The afternoon pullback high, you mean?
Afternoon pullback low. If
you were pullback low.
Yeah, if you're looking at like on a 5 minute chart, when we came off that recent high that we got to, basically value area high, and we came all the way back down to 53.30.75. If that kind of remains there, that could be an afternoon pullback low that we may see targeted at some point in the future. Would you say?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right here.
I'm actually thinking about taking a short up here to test that and maybe take it out. I don't know. I'm gonna, what the hell? Let's just
see what the chat thinks. What about chat? What do we think?
Let's have some fun.
Let's put Vince on the spot.
I'm gonna get short at 39.75. All right, and we're gonna risk this high right here. I could get blown out. Who knows? But let's have some fun.
Just a one lot.
Yeah, just a one lot. We'll try it out.
Nick Dolby saying 15, Vince.
15?
Yeah.
Well, if it starts maybe breaking a little bit, maybe we'll put 15.
Yeah, add to it.
Yeah, the only thing I'm concerned about is point of control is at 34.5. So, that's a little bit concerning because it's so high, close to my entry. But I'm only risking what? 2 points. What am I risking here?
Cheap.
2 3/4 points. Yeah,
cheap trade.
Cheap enough. Whatever.
100%. You got to take that just because it's so cheap.
Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. That's just part of the game.
That's true. I mean, and even if it does only get to point of control, you're looking at 5 points profit for 3 points of risk, almost 2 to 1.
Yep. Let's see.
Vince, how do people find you in Discord? I am really not a Discord kind of person. I don't go in there that much. What's your Discord handle?
I think it's just Coach. Is it Coach_Vince? I got to check it out, Hope. I gotta look at it. I don't have Discord.
All right. Coach Vince on my windows. We're looking for, really, right?
Yeah, I think it's Coach_Vince, if I'm not mistaken. Coach Rob, are you able to pull it up somehow? Because I don't have it open right now.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Okay.
I guess people that know Discord are really good at finding people on Discord. I'm just not that good at it.
Yeah, I'll pull it up momentarily. Let's stay on your screen, and I'll get you the link in there, and we'll give it right to him. See, Coach Jay just dumped into the channels also. And I'm going to take a little screenshot, and I'll paste that in the chat also, because you can see where everybody is. All the coaches have their own channels. I'm going to jump in there real quick right now, and I will take a screenshot, and so you can see where the area is.
I'm trying to find that tool, that short entry tool. Let me see. Where is that?
It's the same. Yeah, it's right.
Yeah, this is all new to me. I apologize, but
no, it's all right.
Clicking on those little arrows to the right, it's further.
You got to feel your way. Feel your way through the new platform.
Yeah, for sure.
Make sure you check out Coach Robert's 5-minute videos.
Yeah, I definitely will. All right.
It's the same one that you use for the anchored VWAP. The fourth one down. It's called forecasting and measurement tools.
Yep, we're right here. So
awesome.
There's your risk.
All right. See what happens.
Hopefully it's green.
I hope so. We'll see. Here's for hoping. It's all good.
That's not a strategy, but you had solid reason to put the trade on.
Oh no, absolutely. No, I mean I like the E period high. There's excess above it, so there's reason for the trade, and it's cheap.
Mm-hmm.
If I get stopped out, what am I losing? $125 maybe. I'm still positive on the day. If I take the loss, I'm okay with it. Guess what? If this thing rotates through point of control and takes out the low of the day, I'm sitting real nice. So I kind of like these selling wicks up here. I'm kind of feeling maybe the sellers are coming in. We're selling up here, sellers here. This is all sellers, right? So I'm hoping that these sellers were poking the bear and they come to life, and we take this market down to the lows.
Poking the bear.
As long as it's not cocaine bear, it might go the other way.
No. So Coach has been
a crazy move.
Coach Vince has been coaching for a very long time. Coach has a son named Sal, who is an unbelievable football player. He's going to be going to Syracuse, I guess, next season.
Yep, that's right.
I've seen some of the game films. This guy's got something special.
Thank you. I appreciate it. He works hard. He really does. Very, very hard.
And
he grinds.
Having you as a dad and a coach, I'm sure, has helped.
Oh, I stay on him. A lot of times, and that helps too, Hoag. I mean, you've done the same thing for me and for a lot of others as well. Sometimes you need that little kick in the butt, to get you motivated again, So, yeah, but he works real hard. I'm proud of him.
So you're looking pretty good on that short right now, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, we're at the VWAP, so I'm kind of concerned with that. But if we could blow through it, I'd feel a little more comfortable. We'll see.
Everybody get out and push.
Let's go. Let's sell.
What position does Sal play?
Running back.
Running back.
Running back and slot. So
I've seen him just run through people.
He's going to try. I mean, that level is,
He's a competitive weightlifter too, isn't he?
Yes. Yeah, he has 8 state records for 165, 181 weight class, and he came in the bronze medalist in the national powerlifting competition.
So
nice.
Much like Mike, he can probably kick your ass.
Probably. You get that dad strength though,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And you're an outfit guy, so he can't do that.
Yeah. All right. So
since you mentioned VWAP a moment ago. Yeah, you mentioned VWAP a moment ago because the market's dumping off. I want to jump back into that. The VWAP that is flooded that started at the beginning of the session, the Asian session is at in ES it's 5338.75. Then I started another VWAP at the beginning of the London session, and that is 5338 currently. So they're very, very close. Okay. And then the VWAP that started at the market open, the US market open, is at 5334. So they are coming together, and the overnights have definitely picked up and squeezed in, because the further along you go in the process, the more data we have that is used. So the further you go in time, the closer the VWAPs are going to get together. They may not touch 100% exactly, but they are very, 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 very similar at this point. That's something that we'll be going through with Brian Shannon here at 1 o'clock. But just for the three of them. Yeah, you mentioned VWAP, and I was just curious if it was anchored or if you're just using it for the session or the whole time. And, and that's something that I do is I just plotted 3, that on the chart, and we're right between. I mean, we were just at the full day VWAP, 5338.75, and then we just touched the one for the U.S. market, starting at the U.S. market, which is 5334.25. So this is a nice little rotation going on right there, and I think just speculating the market will be going lower as we speak here. We'll see if VWAP holds up or not, because it is right there. It's right smack on the same exact 5334.25. And looks like it's dipping below, but we'll see how it goes. So it's a really good trade. You should be almost there, right? Your target.
Oh no,
you got to let it go. Well, you have a target.
The first target would be port of control, right? So I'd be out at this point, but I'm looking for maybe a push through that. If we could push through it, I'm looking all the way to lower value, which would be 53.22-ish. So,
right.
If this thing really goes, I'm looking for a really nice move, maybe even to take out the low. I got to see how it moves. But, right now, if we can hang below this point of control, I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable. I want to take out this F period low at 30.75. This here, we might struggle around here, right? Because these were buyers. So I got to see how we trade in this area. If we blow through it, I'll feel pretty good.
33 evens.
So I'm a little bit worried about this.
We just took out
hey guys, I got to jump for 1 second. I got a storm just happened, and a door flew open. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Well, I think we're getting a little short on time here. Vince, it has been such an absolute pleasure to be with you, and I look forward to getting you back on here and chatting with you some more. Keep up the good work in trading and in coaching. I understand you're doing a hell of a job. You've got a lot of great comments in the chat here. Tell Sal we're rooting for him. And
thank you.
Robert, any last words?
No, just a pleasure. Looking forward. I'm just a little under the weather, guys, so I'm a little bit low on energy. I'm doing my best on it. Vince, good to see you again. Thanks for that information. And even though we can look, not we, but traders can look and coaches can look at the same chart, the same, ES 5-minute chart, opening range with VWAP, we still sometimes come up with different expectations and different answers. And that's all it is. It's all trading. You're a fabulous, fabulous coach. I've been in your Discord, worked with you a year ago with some things, and TopStep is really appreciative, and our traders should be completely thankful, because you're not just a great coach, but an amazing guy also, and we appreciate you being around.
Thanks. I really appreciate you guys. Appreciate everybody here. And, let's keep this thing rolling. Let's get these traders on the right foot. We want to see everybody succeed, So
awesome.
Let's do it.
Well, thanks again, Vince. Stick around, folks. We got Top Quiz coming up here with Jack and Vanessa. We got Shoulder Tap with Andre and Brett. We got Group Coaching with Jack and Robert. And then we've got Mastering Anchored VWAP, myself, Robert again, and Brian Shannon. We got Andre Dolby and the happiest trader in the world, Max Maserati, for Power Hour. Vince, again, thank you so much. It was great to spend.
Hey, thank you.
It was great to spend some time with you again. Stick around, folks. We'll be right back.
All right.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. And Dakota, if you're in the chat, clap, clap, clap. You're no longer the worst shorter. I mean, I'm getting the live feed here. I think Dakota's up like $33,000 realized on that short. So great stuff, man. You're killing it. But right now, we also got to do the quiz. Vanessa, glad you're back. How was your time off?
Amazing. I have tan lines everywhere. It's bananas, but good times. Good times.
Don't you live in Las Vegas? I feel like there's always sun.
Yes, but that
Just
doesn't
more
mean
so
you're
than
always
usual?
out in it. Like, I don't work
That's a good
outside.
point. I'm an inside kid. So yeah, Dakota, whoop it up. Anyway, if this is your first time, join with that link at the top of the chat there, as many of you have, over 900 so far. 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 or 4 correct, you will be entered into a raffle. What do you win in said raffle? The opportunity of one of 60 free resets. The top 5 are guaranteed 5 of those resets. Sound good, Vanessa?
Sounds great. I'm glad you guys went with like top 5 people. That's great.
Yeah. Those people are fast, very fast. So I posted a link a little bit late because I was watching this Dakota trade play out. So I'll just give a few more seconds here. Stick around after this. We have shoulder tap, followed by group coaching with me and the Riz. So it's going to be good.
Per usual. Yeah.
Right. Enough time for all the bots to come in. I'm going to make a new rule. If you have a 1-letter name, this is going forward. I'll announce it. If you have a 1-letter name, you will not have a chance to win.
Cut off. That's what it is.
All right. Let's get this started. Kahoot at work. 3, 2, 1. Question 1 is, when was the first episode of TopstepTV? Was it in May 2023, September 2023, January 2024, or today is our first episode? What do you think, Vanessa?
I don't think it was that long ago. I think it was maybe September. I think.
Well, it started on a Tuesday, and it started on a Tuesday because Labor Day was that Monday. We started in September 2023.
Yeah.
Good to those OGs. Pat C, Uncle Tunky, Nazdude, Trick for Tick, and Spiffy, looking spiffy in the 5 spot. Okay, here we go.
Good job.
Here we go. Question 2. What is 1 tick worth in a CME silver futures contract? SI. Is it $5, $10, $25, or 50 buckaroos?
I have no idea. I should know this, and I have no idea. I don't know. Circle. I don't know. Just throw
Circle's
it out
right.
there.
It's 25. And my apologies, Vanessa. This is the kind of question that I write when I'm under the gun and need to come up with a 4th question. So if you know your tick sizes, you're in good shape. Pat C, Nazdude, Mufasa, not so exciting, and Black Swan.
Hey.
The Dakota of Kahoot, Black Swan, is round out the top 5. All right, here we go. Question 3. What city is number 1 in the world in terms of gambling revenue? Is it Barcelona, Las Vegas, Macau, or Hammond, Indiana? It is one of those 4.
I have no idea. I want to say Las Vegas because I'm from here or because I live here, but like it probably isn't. But I'm just gonna hit it. Las Vegas. I don't know.
Oh, you silly Americans. No, it's Macau by a lot. Yeah, so it is Macau, China.
Still just need one more right for that reset.
You will get it. All right. Scoreboard, Mufasa, Mikey, Double Knot, Han Yolo. That's a really good name. I like that. Not so exciting. I am Lamp. All right, here we go.
I love Lamp.
Last question. Yeah, what color is MP's hat? No, that's when Danielle writes the quiz. Okay. Here we go. 4th question. Which of these is not a character from the Little Rascals? Which of these is, not a little rascal? Alfalfa, Froggy, Spanky, or Squints?
I think Squints. I feel like that one's more Sandlot. I don't remember
Vanessa,
a Froggy. I'm going to go with Squints.
Yeah, you diagrammed this question perfectly. They're all little rascals except for Squints, who is from Sandlot. You nailed it. 3 for 4. We will reset your account if you win the raffle. With that, let's take a look at the top 5, shall we? In the bronze medal position is Top Gun.
Nice.
In the silver is not so exciting. And our winner today is, out of nowhere, Glad Griffin, 86. Bear Goes Long, NQ Dragon something. He's coming out of the rafters with a folding chair like the WWF. Good stuff. All right, Vanessa, thanks for playing. Awesome job. Glad you're back. And have a great rest of your day. You guys out there, stick around. We'll be right back with a little shoulder tap right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to Shoulder Tap. The men from the Risk team. We got Brett in the house. Brett, we are seeing some selling action in the equities right now as we speak. Real quick, trading 18,830s in the NASDAQ. Push the downside about 20 points off the lows there. Yep, NASDAQ as well. Dow's making new lows as we speak, too. So we got some markets moving here. A lot of volatility today. Good action, good price action today on this Thursday. Brett, from what you're seeing, are we seeing more red or are we seeing more green on the board here at TopStep?
We're probably seeing a little bit more red today, I would say, and looking at the board. Thanks so much for having me, Andre. And hopefully some of the things that we talk about here in this segment, we can help every trader watching get into the green in the future. And that's what we're here for. Manage that risk and mitigate the risk and seek profitability in our trades. So let's get after it. I know you saw.
Get after. Talk to us. We got any big trades going on back there? I heard some whispers that we might be seeing some size here. Some of our traders. What do we got?
Dakota, just being Dakota. I love seeing that he's flat now. Had a big position on, and it really went in his favor. It's a relief to see it end profitably because big positions mean bigger risk. And Dakota, great job managing it. Great job getting out of the trade, something that can be exceedingly difficult, whether against you or profitable. But man, what a day out of Dakota, posting well into 5 figures. I think the total sum is around $33,000 of profitability today. I remember back when I was younger, in college and shortly thereafter, I made that in a year.
That wasn't bad money either. That was not bad money back then.
Absolutely. Goodness. Man, Dakota killing it, and love to see it. You've really gained some traction in the account, and so excited to see that. Now we just need to see some payouts from the account and pay yourself.
Agreed, Dakota. That's what it's all about. Take a payout, make that money real in your pocket. I believe I heard whispers that the account balance might be over 200 large, which is insane. Just great work. Crude new lows, Hoop says. Yes, indeed, Hoop. So with that being said, let's get right into it. Who do we got here for our trading cards? We got some shoulder taps. We got some shout outs. What are we working with today, Brett?
Yeah, I mean, a couple of shout outs just to get started. Mark T in a TopstepX live account. I looked at him earlier and was right around $4,000 in profit, or actually $5,800 in my notes. Now he's at $6,985 in profits in his live TopstepX account. So excited to see that. He was flat last I checked, and love seeing that. Just like Dakota, locking in profits. You don't go broke taking profits. Great job.
Awesome.
We've got Felipe up 3,300. We've got Jake up 3,400. So these are some of the profitable traders that I wanted to highlight. I know the house account was a little choppy today and took a dinger on that one, but still profitable on the week. So excited to see it. A lot of good things happening.
We'll take it. Yes, we will. We'll take it. Sometimes levels don't hit. Sometimes, got to work on our technique. Fair enough. All part of trading, but good to see that there is volatility back in the markets. After that, those NVIDIA earnings kind of got the party started, and here we are. We're going to see if we're going to test some lows here in the S&P's low of the day, 53.16. Currently trading 53.20. Still pressure to the downside here. About 30 points off the lows in the NASDAQ. Again, lows in the NASDAQ, 18,802. So that 800 level is significant. Dow's right on the lows right now. So we'll keep an eye on that, Brett, but let's get into these cards. What do we have?
Thanks so much. The first trader that I wanted to shoulder tap was Justin. Justin is trading the NASDAQ, and let me bring that up. And Justin's trading the NASDAQ. Average daily P&L of 1231, 77% winning days. And one thing that I really like, we've got a 2-to-1 reward over risk ratio and a 71% winning trade percentage. And with that 2-to-1 risk ratio, that paired with the winning trade percentage, you're killing it. you're making money in the account, and love to see it. A few of the things that I wanted to highlight for Justin was the average winning and losing trade day. They are identical at 2286 profit and 2286 in losses on the day.
Sure is.
But one thing that Justin is really doing well is managing that intraday P&L. Intraday, the total profitability is 1771, and he's stopping for the day on average with a net P&L like you see on that card of 1231. So just $500 of pullback, or less than a third of the profits on the day. So not an easy thing to do.
Not at all. Have we ever seen something like this where we got exact one-to-one risk? I mean, our average winning day, average losing day, 220. I've never seen that before. That's wild.
I don't think I have, and it is not favorable rounding. If it is 50 cents, it goes to the nearest dollar above. It is that way on the trade reports, and I kind of got a chuckle and had to double check it myself.
Yeah. But hey, if you're 77% winning days, the math is on your side, so that's going to work.
Absolutely. And I mean, one thing Justin is really doing well is limiting the trades that they take. Staying in profitable trades for over 3 hours. Losers are a little lengthy, but the results tell a great story in that you're doing a great job managing it, even though you're staying in some of those losers for 2 hours. Some areas to improve. If you've got Justin's trade report up, Andre, you might notice that the losing days, which I realize there aren't a ton of at 77% winning days, but the losing days have significantly more contracts traded and trades made, and would love to see that get minimized, as that is very telling.
Yes, it is. It's a classic case of. Would you say it's? I mean, obviously, we're not watching him get in and out of every trade, but when I fall, victim to that, it's simply because I'm over trading. I'm trying to chase my losses. I get way more aggressive in my entries. I'm not getting as decisive on my entry. I'm just kind of freewheeling and just pretty much click bang and everything, hoping I can catch something. But typically, this looks like over trading to me on losing days.
Yeah, over trading, angry trading, emotional trading, whatever you want to call it. They're all kind of similar in that when your back's against a wall, it's tough to make money. Even if your first trade on the day, which I found my trades, the first trade on the day would be profitable, and then it'd be like, all right, we're off to the races, and then I just teach myself a quick lesson, and they're not fun lessons to be had.
Yep, we've been there. So, okay, I got a question. What do you mean by avoid treating accounts as replaceable? What led you to, that in terms of, what does that mean?
Justin has had a lot of accounts. He's been trading with Topstep since March of 2023, and there are just a lot of trading combines, express funded accounts that have not panned out, and treat every account like you won't get another one. And that's how we learn and grow as traders. And that's the goal here, is to ultimately reach profitability so that we can do this in our own account or in the Topstep Live account and really make a comfortable living.
Yep, absolutely. So you ever saying here, we're not trying to encourage you to take resets and keep opening up new accounts. We want you to succeed and to exactly do that. Do not treat accounts as replaceable. We want to see success. Take it seriously. Sometimes you get close to the loss limit and you say, screw it. You go YOLO the trade. You say, I can just reset. Get another. We don't want to see that. That doesn't lead to good trading behavior.
Yeah, stick to your guns. It's never good to be saying, what's another couple $100 in losses? It's already a bunch of money. That's a drop in the bucket. It's not. Sometimes that can be all that it takes to turn it around.
Yep, I agree. All right. Well, Let's keep moving on here. But Brett, really quick in the chat, they said you sound like Owen Wilson. Have you heard that before?
I have not heard that I sound like Owen Wilson, but
look like him.
I think the blonde hair may contribute to people saying that.
Brett looks like Luke Wilson. He says you look like Luke Wilson. My bad. Sounds like Luke Wilson. He's not heard that before, but now he has. Very good. All right, moving on. Next card. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you saying that. Next up, we have Michael A. And Michael A is kind of spinning his wheels. Is spinning his wheels a little bit. And let me bring up his card real quick.
I'm doing the same here. We did bounce off those lows here. Well, go ahead, take your time. I'll do a quick market recap here. Bounced off, seen a bit of a bounce here. Big dead cat bounce, TBD. But we are seeing a bit of buyers came in around 32 level here in the NASDAQ, about 30 points higher off of that. Same here in the S&P. So we are seeing a bit of a bounce here. See if we make another push lower. Crude keeps making new lows while we're talking. Go ahead, Brett.
Thanks so much, Andre. Appreciate that. It can be difficult to keep these traders straight in my mind. I started talking about some of the stuff I had remembered from the following trader we're going to be talking about, Cameron.
All right.
But back to Michael. Michael is in a 150K XFA that we chose to call up to live recently, and really doing well. A great risk over reward, and 3-1 on the winners. $911 average winner, 311 average losers. So that is fantastic. 18 trade days completed in the XFA, and just getting some traction. The best day is about $100 more than their worst day, and 89% winning days is one thing to really highlight here, which when you do have your best day and worst day at similar levels, you know what? That's fantastic if you're well above 60% particularly. One thing that Michael does a great job with is Michael has never hit his DLL or daily loss limit in this account. So exciting to see that, and really want to encourage them to continue that attitude and discipline going into the live accounts, which will start very soon for them. I know the funding team is getting that set up for Michael, and they'll be trading it soon.
Excellent stuff. Go ahead, Brett. I got a couple questions for you after this, so go ahead, please.
Yeah. Another thing that I wanted to highlight with Michael is he had 2 days with 0 winning trades. And that is a tough thing to do. Like we were talking about before with Justin. Sometimes you feel like your back's against a wall. And when you can't put a winning trade on for the day, it can really feel like that. And in my notes, I have, this is one of the most difficult things for a lot of traders to do, even highly experienced traders, is to say, you know what, today's not my day. Let's put the cleats on the wall and just watch. It's the way to establish yourself as a trader, and getting established takes time and discipline.
It does. Yes, it does. So, essentially, Michael's stopping themselves at 50% of daily loss limit. Is that? I assume that's what you're seeing in the trade reports. Have we talked to him to confirm that, or is just basically what the trends are looking like, or the data is showing?
Based on the history, that is what the data is showing, as well as they keep their positions kind of similar or along the same lines to that daily loss limit. They keep their positions much smaller than they do the scaling plan would allow. They're able to trade 15 contracts, and their average position or their average trade is less than 3 contracts per trade and 3 trades per day. That is selectivity. And when you're making money, it's tough not to click away for a lot of people.
I got a question, Brett. When we see traders, they got the ability to trade up to 15 Max position. Is it more often than not that we will eventually see these traders? They will go max position at some point. It's just inevitable. Do we see this? Is this the typical? Is this typical? What we're this behavior, this model right here?
No, a lot of traders, from my experience, they try to kill it on day 1 or 2 or 3, especially if the first couple days are profitable, because hey, if you can do it with 1, why can't you do it with 100, for example? And it's a dangerous game that sometimes works, which can also not be a good thing because it works a very small percentage of the time, and that kind of reassures a lot of people that, oh, hey, it worked this time, or an air trade is profitable. I've had that where, oh, I accidentally clicked and now I'm in this position. It's against me, but let's wait and see. 80% of the times they get worse in my experience.
Yes, they do. Accidentally clicked. We've all been there. We're in. Let's see what happens. As opposed to just going flat. Hey, as we're talking, we got new lows here in the S&Ps trading 53.16. New lows. S&Ps Dow about 3 points off of the lows there, trading 351. Low of the day 348. Nasdaq a little bit strong. We're still seeing some pressure to the downside. About 20 points off the lows in the Nasdaq. So barely being stronger. But the sellers have taken over, and we are turning over. We'll see if we can test that 5,300 level in the S&Ps. The volatility is here today. Brett, I'm sure you guys are very busy in the risk department, risk team, watching all this moving going on. How cognizant of I had a question for you. How cognizant of the markets and like what the equities are doing are you guys in relation to what our traders are doing? Or do you guys see a correlation between, higher volatility, higher red, higher profits? Is there a correlation? Not that we have, just qualitatively speaking.
I mean, as far as volatility goes, day traders in general love to see the volatility. It's how we make money as traders. Yep. And it can be tough, and it can really test a trader's discipline as far as not clicking. That can be one of the toughest things to do in volatility because it's a zero-sum game. There's people making money, there's people losing money, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's a zero-sum game for everybody. And the volatility, if you get caught, you get caught. And sometimes you can't dig out of it. And with the volatility, those fluctuations can catch you off guard, and you can hit a daily loss limit, or you can hit a personal loss limit. And the important thing is to keep your discipline.
Yep, agree. Well, this is certainly a volatile day. So, all right, let's get back to our third card today. And then maybe if we have time, we got one question about the auto lick with the house account trade. But let's get on our third card.
All right, Cameron. We can move through this somewhat quickly, but Cameron, the one thing I want to highlight with them is they are in a live account, actually. I think the XFA to live might be, it's a 150K live funded account. In the live markets, they've been in the account for 93 days, which is fantastic. Not an easy thing to do. But their average daily P&L, that is not a typo, that shouldn't be a comma, is negative $1.80. Not bad, not good.
It's a new one.
Yeah. I mean, really, if I had to pick one side of good or bad, I would probably say that's good, because you know what? You still got the account. You can trade 100%. Tomorrow. And that's something exciting to see. With 93 days in the account, the best day being 4,000, the worst day being negative 3,000, I would hope to see a slightly higher average daily P&L in general. A few things that you can do is consider trading one lots till you get a little traction and get that average daily P&L up. The other thing that I noted on Cameron is products traded. There is a laundry list of products traded here. And
what are we looking at here? Oh, yeah.
Consider choosing one or two of the products to specialize on. I was a NYMEX guy. I traded primarily crude oil, nat gas, RBOB, and heating oil. But that was what I primarily focused on. I would occasionally dabble in other markets, the grains, but NYMEX had pretty much my undivided attention.
Yeah, this is boy, they're spraying all fields here with all these. Boy, they're dipping their toe in a little bit of everything. They haven't missed a market really that we don't offer. This is very impressive. They're still in the game. You said 93 days in this live funded account. From what it sounds like, that's longer than the average, which is good. So they're hanging in there. They're hanging in there. Maybe, yeah, like you said, maybe consider choosing one or two products to specialize in. I like that. Trade one contract per trade until consistently profitable. Very good feedback there. Brett, how do we got a live funded trader? Does the risk team ever come in and say, all right, we're going to stick to 2 or 3 markets or 2 or 3 products? Or as a live funded, they do have the ability to pretty much trade 10 different products if they want to.
Yeah, that's really up to the trader what markets they're going to trade. You obviously have to sign up for the market data with the different exchanges, but as far as what markets or products any TopStep traders trade, the list is on our website. You can trade any of them as a trader in the trading combine, express funded account, or the live accounts. And you just need to have it set up on your account once you get to the live markets. But Cameron is doing a great job. Recently, it looks like Cameron has kind of settled down based on the trade report. And there's a lot of days that are just over 200 or just on the good side of zero. And there's not a lot of big losing days, and particularly no daily loss limit hits, which is really, it looks like we're getting settled down. We're finding our groove, and Cameron is doing a good job managing this account as of the most recent trading.
Wow, yeah, really am. Boy, this is a fascinating card. Trades every damn product. Yeah, this is a good one. Your product trades every damn product. Average daily P&L $1.80 negative. This might be a first, Brett. I can't recall seeing. And on top of that, we also had a trader. Average daily win is the exact same as their average daily loss. So these are 2 firsts for me. I don't know about you guys. You guys look at thousands and thousands of reports. I don't recall ever seeing something like this before.
Yeah, a couple one-ofs that I don't see often, if I've ever seen them outside of these instances. Some of these particular points that we bring up on Shoulder Tap don't always stand out when we're reviewing other aspects of the trading or the account. But it's a good platform to start from in the live account after 93 active trading days.
Well, Brett, I got to say, I'm sure you look at thousands cards, and at some point they kind of all blend together at some point, but these two definitely are going to stick out for a long time coming. I guess all we got time for on Shoulder Tab. We got group coaching coming up next here with Jack and Robert. That should be very, very interesting to see. Brett, thank you so much for your time. Can't say we've seen 2 cards like this before, but again, thank you so much. We got group coaching coming up next. S&P still making new lows, Dow making new lows, and NASDAQ might be pushing lower. We got group coaching coming up next. Markets are moving today, people. Let's trade.
And we're here for some group coaching. Sorry, JD's usually on the mic. I got to kick this guy off. I am Jack in the background with Coach Robert. Robert, how you doing? I know you're fighting through some illness right now.
Doing good. Loaded up on some meds. We'll get through it. JD's out, so we're all several of us pulling triple time here today. But we'll get through it. Looking forward to group coaching. And I don't think I've done this with you, Jack. So let's get to it, my friend.
Yeah, no better time to do group coaching than when you're hopped up on meds. This is tenacity. All right, let's start it. This is a bit of a long one to start off, but let's do it. So what do you suggest I do? I passed all my combines, have 2 active XFAs with several in the wings. Do I keep buying combines or stop buying combines and focus more on taking fewer trades and only in the XFAs? I like having the combines to trade because it keeps me in the market. But when I use the practice account, I think psychologically it's not real. So I try to only trade combines as practice. From Doms.
Yeah, Doms, thanks for the message here. It's a good question. So my first reaction to this is it's all personal opinion and personal preference, right? So some traders like to have one combine only and trade one thing. Some traders like to have multiple combines, trade one thing and copy them. Some traders like to have multiple combines and trade something different on each one so they can track their strategy and they can track their stats according to how the market. Maybe trade NQ on one, ES on another. Take a stab at the YM on something else, or the RBA, which is becoming popular, or silver. Trade different styles. Hey, I'm going to use this one and normally trade the overnight markets. I'm going to trade this one and it's going to focus on opening range breakouts. So it's all really just like I started a personal preference. And that's exactly, if I had a recommendation, if you're saying, Coach Rob, what do you want me to do? My suggestion would be, grab a few of them and then single them out and try things on each one. Because you said in your post that practice account doesn't feel real to you, right? Normally I would suggest go to the practice and try things out. But as a personal preference, if it doesn't feel real to you, combines at $19 for the combines, my goodness, right? Grab a few of those, put them in your pocket, and try something different on each one. Learn by example, and that's what first started with Topstep, had a meeting with MP, and he said, we are all about experiential learning. From 13, 14 years ago when Topstep started, and I'm 100% on board with that. Learn by doing, and that's it. So that would be my suggestion. Grab a few of them, try something different on each one, and you can actually literally go back and look at every one in the stats to see them and say, wow, I didn't realize I was this good at trading gold, or I didn't realize I was this bad at trading oil, whatever it is. So yeah, personal preference, but what I would suggest.
Good info there. You don't have that microphone click like JD has in the office trying to mute out all the other sounds. We start with a long question. Let's do a short one written in all caps, which I always appreciate, from April. How do I get to my dashboard and use the practice account? With an exclamation point. April wants to know.
Wow. April yelling at us. I will I'll defend April on this one. Her name is in all caps, and it's like she just must have just typed it in there. I don't think there was any ill intention there. I do that sometimes too, and I'm typing in things in the Chiron at the bottom of the screen. It's got to be all caps, and then I'll go into chat or something in the back end in our Slack channels, and everybody's like, "Dude, why are you so mad?" I'm like, "No, I was just entering Chiron." So I feel you. I'm going to switch my chart over, Jack. I'm going to pull up my Topstep dashboard, and this is for April to get to your practice account. So here it is. I basically just logged into my dashboard. It shows the combine that I'm currently on right there, and on the top right, there's a trading combine, and I can click on this right next to it called practice. And when I click on practice, it comes up with this message that says, are you sure you want to switch to your practice account? Remember, it's not eligible for funding and yada, yada, yada. So I'm going to click on go to practice. And there I am. And there's my practice account associated with that combine. How do I know it's a practice account? Lo and behold, it starts with the word practice. So it's actually kind of funny when trader would be like, man, I did all this stuff. I didn't realize it was in practice. Like, well, the account number starts with the word practice. So that's a pretty good indication you're in the practice account. But April, that's where you do it. Just log into your dashboard. And I will say one more. If you click the practice account and you do not have one established yet, it will prompt you to say, hey, we don't have one. Are you sure you want to make one? So there you go. And with the practice account, you can reset the practice as often and as many times as you would like for free. That's a great place to start if it's something that's brand new. And then get those multiple combines and have at it.
Yeah.
So there you go. There it is. And Dom's just mentioned that he's he said he was pretty good. Thank me for the combines, and go for it. Grab a couple of them, break them out, and you get to learn as you go. So thank you, Dom. Thank you, April.
And as people are commenting in the chat, yeah, we are talking practice, man. Practice? Okay, practice, but practice. All right, Tom. On the published TopStep daily levels, how is the settlement price calculated or derived?
Okay, that is taken from the CME website, and I will pull it up on another screen here, and I will go show you exactly where it is. Here we go. I'll move this over in front. So there it is. The CME group. When you're in there, you click on markets at the top. You can pick the market you're looking for. So I don't know, just this on ES. I'll click on ES, and right in the center of the screen, a little towards the bottom, there it is right there. Let's make sure it's not blocked. It says settlements. So when I click on settlements, this is where we get the information. There's the June, a little higher, June 24th contract. It shows us the high, the open. It shows the last price and all the previous. And here's your settlement right there. So that's what we look for.
Yep. And just for a little added information there, if you were to have an account in which you were holding futures positions overnight, the settlement price is where it is marked. So basically, wherever it opens for the next day, your P&L that you see in your monitor will be calculated based on the break-even being the settlement price. So your report might give you a little more money, a little less, and then you come and pay the piper the next day on it. So I remember that was a big thing when we were trading. All right. If I get, this is from George. I don't know why I said that way. George is a fine name. If I get 3 XFAs and they are eligible for a live account, can I merge them into a 150K live account?
Well, George, again, thanks for another question. He has some good ones in here. The risk is going to bring them together, and it's going to have a combined balance. So with your balance carryover, you can have 3 XFAs at this time and 1 live at this time going at the same time. So if you passed all 3 of them, let's say you did them copy trading or you did them individually, passed all 3, I should say pass all 3, you get the 3 XFAs and you build them up to where risk is looking at them and saying, wow, we need to call George up into live. They will work with you and they will do the combined balances that get carried over to your live account. What's the other thing I want to say? Oh, and during that process, you can take a payout. When you're going from XFA to live, you're also getting a payout. You can request that. You don't have to, but yeah, you should pay yourself, especially if you have those built up $10,000, $15,000 a piece. Why don't you take half of it? If you got $20,000 in there, start with 10 into your live account. You did it before with 3 XFAs, traded well enough to get called to live, reward yourself with it, and continue to do the same process. Jack, this market is selling off. I wanted to make sure we take a look at ES because I know that trade that Coach Vince put on earlier off of the VWAP bounce, it is now down to the current price 53.13, but it did hit the low of 53.06. And I know he was looking after VWAP held and after it broke down the value area low, which is around 53.22. He said he's going to hold on to it for a low of day break, and lo and behold, he smacked that right there. And see Dakota close out of his trade with that massive profit. And he was in NQ. And if it's always coulda, woulda, shoulda, if that was held on a little bit longer, he'd be in probably another 30 grand up in his account. But what a beast of a trader that guy is. And then I wanted to give Coach Vince that call out because he put that trade on live on air on the ES, and it's fell right into his lap. So kudos to both of you.
Yeah, great trades all around. Don't get into the FOMO on those, especially a $33,000 winner for Dakota. All right. From Chris, is the XFA scaling identical to the Combine, where I need to cap upside trading opportunities in terms of daily gains?
The short answer to that is no. You don't have to cap on there. There is a limit on the high end where the XFAs go, and that's when you'll get the shoulder tap from Mick or from Brett or from one of the other risk managers. So I want to clear up 2 things. You said the scaling plan and then the amount. So there's a scaling plan, which is once you get to the XFAs, the scale you which size you on? Well, let's call it the 50K XFA. You could trade 5 contracts in the combine. When you get to the XFA, you start with 2. That's the scaling plan. And as you build your profit up, you can trade another one. And as you build your profit up, you can trade another one. Okay, so that's the scaling plan. It's different from the consistency target. The consistency target is in the combine. And that means the consistency target is we don't want to see you make more than 50% of your profit target, your profit goal for the combine in one day. It's just to limit the traders from getting lucky. Imagine jumping in there, throwing 5 contracts on, clicking short at the open of the market, it dumps out, you make your profit that day and say, woohoo, I'm a great trader. It's like, well, yeah, maybe so, but in that particular instance, maybe you got lucky. Maybe you're a good trader. So we just say, just take half of it, and then you can do the next half the next day or the day after the day after. So that's a consistency target. It's not a rule. You're not going to lose your account from it. You just, if you make too much, more than 50%, it's just going to shift your profit target out a little bit so that how much you made is 50%. For example, your profit target in the 50K account is $3,000. So we want to see you make not much more than $1,500. There's a little bit of buffer in there. But if you make $2,000, your profit target for the combine is no longer $3,000. It's going to be shifted out. So 2,000 becomes midway, so you now have to make 4. So if you did 2,000 one day, it's going to shift you up to 4,000. It's a really, I don't see why it gets confusing, but I guess I can see why sometimes it's just half of your balance, half of your profit target. That's the consistency. Scaling is different. You need to build up and add more contracts as you go. And I will actually put, while Jack is looking at the next question there, I'll actually post it in the chat. And this is for the scaling plan. It's a direct link to the help center. So you can see all that information. And Chris, thank you for the question. Look at these markets dumping off.
Dumping away. Even NVIDIA couldn't save us. Yeah, and some people may call it, I see, like a silly rule or something like that, but it reminds me of the story about, I forget what band it was that had the legendary writer about they wanted a bowl of just like blue M&Ms or brown M&Ms or something like that. And it wasn't really that they were being divas, at least in that respect. It was that if they came, they're traveling around, if they came to some place and they saw a bowl of all one color M&Ms, it means that the people read what was in the writer, and they could be confident that the pyrotechnics were right and stuff like that. So it's a not hard rule to follow. Just, put a stop loss or something where it would be. Anyway, rant over.
Yeah.
Mini rant. All right. We got a question from JP. It's for a Hoag, but I think we can give it a shot here. How do you manage your stop loss effectively? When I don't move to break even, I usually get taken out. When I do, the trade would have been profitable if I'd left my stop loss where it originally was. Any tip for figuring out when to move the break even and when not to? Thanks.
Well, JP, just like the previous question, that's going to be personal preference. You can see it every day on Topstep TV, in fast markets, in Power Hour, when this coaching on, Power Players is on. We all look at things a little bit differently. So regarding the break even, it's a cool feature, right? You can just, hey, I'm in trade far enough into profit. I want to lock this in. Click that break even button, move your stop to break even. Now you can be hands off. My personal suggestion is, sure, click it to break even and then move it into profit a little bit. So it's just kind of interesting to be like, hey, here's my target. I'm up $600. I move my stop to break even. Market comes against me and I stop out for $0. I don't think that is what we should do. Now, if you're trading multiple contracts, that's the different story. 5 contracts in and the market's going your way, you close out 2 of them, it still goes your way, you close out 2 more of them, and click that break even button. You profited partial on 2, even further on 2 more, and you got that one runner moving along. It's just going to stay on there. Maybe you'll come back after lunch or whatever criteria you have for leaving that runner on. Click that break even button. At least you won't give anything back further. You're already in profit with 2 contracts and the profit with 2 more. Sure, leave that other one on, but I would still say hit the break even and then move it into profit a little bit more. And how far into it and when you're going to move it, that is all trader preference. It's also which instrument you're trading. You better leave some room if you're trading NQ. It whips around like crazy. You're trading ES, you can be a little tighter with it, right? So it's not going to be as whippy. The Dow the same way. You can move that thing down. Just keep bringing it. Boom, 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 boom. Just keep bringing it down or bring it up, following close to your profit as possible. So it is personal preference. Go for it. It's a cool feature. One click. You don't have to guess at it. Boop, hit the click, hit the break even, and move that stop a little bit more into profit. And why give it all back? That's kind of what I think.
Yeah, I'm along the same lines there. Quick question that's not on the sheet, but I think it's good to answer.
Sure.
DD420 asked, does TopStep trail unrealized profits on the live XFA account? No.
Oh, hell no. I'm going to say hell no on that one. You're not going to trailize an unrealized profit. That's the stupidest rule I've ever heard. Sorry about that. And I'm not going to use it. That's a dumb rule. Why would you trail an unrealized profit? Imagine being in a trade and having some profit and just following up. All of a sudden the market spikes up. Look what just happened. It just dropped down right now. We have NQ. Boom, market drops down on you and pulls back a little bit and you get stopped out and lose your account. Sorry, but that's just the dumbest rule I've ever heard. And I'm so glad we don't do anything like that. So no,
Tough
you do not
to do,
trail
runners.
an open position unrealized profit.
Just tough to do, runners. Yeah, I knew that one would fire you up.
Yeah.
Camille, I passed 2 50K trading combines. Congrats. And my 3 other accounts in TopStep X are almost, I've almost passed them. What should I do with these? Should I hold on to these accounts after, 1 second. Should I hold these accounts from passing and get 150K instead?
Yeah, I see. I get the question now. I would not suggest holding them from passing. You can have multiple accounts. You can buy 50 accounts. You can have the combines, right? You can have them, and you can bring those into XFAs. What if you pass 5? Well, you can have 3 at this time. What if you pass 10? You can have 3 at this time. You get the activation fee, save them, and now you can trade them. But we're not going to be able to convert a 50K and say, I don't want to trade those. I just want to make this a 150K. It's once you're on that path, that's the path that you stay on. 50K, go, go, go. XFA, it's 50K, live 50K. And then if you have multiples, this question was asked the other day, so it kind of feeds into this. You have a 50K, 100K, and 150K, and you pass all 3 of them at the same time. All 3 of them are XFAs. Now you do well in all 3 of them, and you move to live. Which rules do you follow? Goes by the largest account. I got that confirmation the other day. And we'll share that here now too. Risk is going to look at it, move your account balance over, and then here you go. You're going to set up your parameters that way. So yeah, if you have them and you're getting close, I don't see any reason why you should not push it over the finish line. Get them under your belt, use them. Get into live, get it not just live, get into XFA, and you can take payouts. You can take a payout in XFA. 5 days of $200 or more, and you can take a payout. They don't have to be consecutive days, but if you're passing these combines like this and up to 150K, you can do that. $200 a day. That's not too bad. 4 points in ES, 10 points on NQ. It's not too bad. So give it a shot. Pass them, hold them, take your payouts. Let me say that again. Take your payouts. And one more time, take your payouts. It's what it's here. It's all about. At the very least, when you get into the XFA and you get past those $200, $200 days, look at what you put into TopStep. Look at what you put into your training. If you bought any type of course or whatnot, say, this is my total investment I have done for trading. I am now a funded trader. And why don't you pay yourself back, recoup anything that you spent to get you into trading, and now you're free and clear. Now it doesn't matter. You can lose everything and you're still break even. So that's my suggestion. Pass those along. And if you want 150K, go for it. They are so inexpensive, so cheap right now on TopStep X. It's well worth it.
Very nicely explained there, Robert. Another quick one from the chat. Someone is talking about how they have trouble letting their winners run. Just scale out. Trust it. If you manage your risk right, you'll end up in a position where, if you had multiple contracts on, it could be micros, it could be whatever, that, you let a little run. Got to have a little taste for the big move, like today, for instance. But yeah, it is hard to do.
100%.
Really, really hard. Robert, does the tilt indicator, this is from Richard, does the tilt indicator take into account the minis and the micros, since not everyone is trading the minis?
Yes, it does. It monitors currently the ES, the NQ, CL, and GC. So S&P, NASDAQ, crude oil, and gold futures. So yes, it takes into everything in the combine and everything in the XFA. It just does not track the live. Reason being, lives are going out to the broker. So if you're trading a combine or an XFA that comes into TopStep, those markets, those orders aren't going directly to the live market. They come into the simulated environment, which is live data. So it's still live. It's just your orders aren't going out to the market. So anything to do with combine or XFA, micros and minis, it is all there. They're all tracked, monitored, and aggregated, and they give you the tilt. The reason it doesn't take the live ones, it's a data feed that goes directly to the live market, and that's not what's monitored in the tilt. So you don't have to worry about that. But yep, all combine, all XFAs, micros, minis for all of them. Look at this market dumping off. My goodness.
It's happening.
Look at that. NQ is down. That's the NQ that's tanking off right there. I'll pull the ES up for those that are looking ES. Oh my goodness.
That is a
52.98.
Ugly day.
So here's a perfect example. Like when that trader in the chat said, "How do you let your winners run?" Well, exactly what Jack said. Scale out, scale in, scale out. Takes them off. Go break even, and then a little bit, and then you can just let something run. If it's in profit and it's going that way, there's really no reason to take it off. Now, be careful of the term "let your winners run" because it's only a winner until it's not, right? So we don't know how long that winner is going to be a winner. So how do we know how long to let that winner run? Well, we simply don't. We're just going to let it go until it becomes not a winner by the market either reversing, hitting a new profit target that you have, or trailing up to a stop that you're following along with it, or you manually close the position. So yeah, if you already locked in a couple and you're in profit, move that stop just into your profit. Just keep moving it. In this particular case, I'm going down, so I'm watching the ES, moving it down. So right now, you probably have your stop. If I'm eyeballing it, it's trading at 5,300. So how about 53.15, 53.14? If it drops down a few more points, move it down to 53.10. Goes a few more points, go to 53.08. And just keep following it. Sooner or later, you're either going to close the trade, it's going to pop up and stop you out, or the market's simply going to reverse and stop you out. But that's okay. You're in profit. You let it run as far as you could, and we don't know where the end is. That's something we don't know. Nobody does.
Yeah. I'd like to see what that tilt indicator thing. I have not looked at this personally, but I would guess that the micros and minis have roughly the same tilt. But if somebody out there wants to pay attention to that, it'd be interesting to know if there was a different vote from the minis versus the micros traders in the TopStep environment. All right. What tool, this is from Market Trend ES, what tool or indicator does your favorite directional signal come from? Moving average, fib levels, etc.
Good question. I'm not really that personally type of trader, but what some traders do is VWAP is a very, very popular one, and I'm looking forward to that. Chatting with Brian Shannon here momentarily, talking about VWAP and anchoring it. But I think what's more important, I shouldn't say more important, that's equally as important as the trend itself, would be the strength of the trend. And particular one I use is called, you can use an average directional index, but I actually like the direction of movement. And I'll show you that. I just added it to my chart. I will move my chart up so we can see like this. I love this stuff, this little platform. So there it is. It's an indicator down here. It's called DMI. So it's the settings on it. We can have DI plus and DI minus. That's a directional index positive, directional index negative. I have them marked as green and red. Go figure. One's green, one's red. I have the green ones as bars, so we can see them and differentiate from the red one, which is actually an area plot. So it stands out a little different. And I kind of faded it, so you can see the green behind the red. You might not be able to see it on that TV, but I can see them on my chart. And then, of course, the yellow line is ADX. It's the average directional index. So what does this do? It shows you the strength of the trend. So green plots, it's a positive, a DI plus, it's a positive trend. The yellow line, the average directional index, is showing me the strength of the trend. So for example, we can see here I'm at 6 a.m. We are green, so DI plus, the market is on the upswing, and the ADX line, which is the yellow line, is moving up. So that tells me it's not only going up, it's going up at a stronger rate. That trend is in a stronger situation. Then we can see it started to roll off. And if we look at the chart above, we can see that the trend stopped happening. And then we come down, now the red took over. The red smoked past the green. And I'm looking at right around 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning, a.m. Central Time. And what happened? My yellow line went up again, even higher. And you can look at the chart right above it and see that it completely and accurately correlates. At the beginning, I had a uptrend, and it got stronger as it went. As soon as it started to consolidate at the top, and I'm looking at 53, 66, 67, we can see that the ADX started to curl down. We was weaker on the DI plus to the upside, and then the DI minus grew, which is down selling pressure, and the ADX increased. So we have a stronger downward movement. You can clearly see that on the chart. So that would be my suggestion regarding whatever indicator you want for your directional. If you're a directional trader, that's for your moving average. I'm not really oscillators, but you can see the moving average is crossing over and changing direction. But I think it's more important personally to see the strength of the trend, not just that there is a trend. Yeah, that'd be great. Hey, this is a really cool trend, but I don't know. It's how long is it going to stick around? ADX will give you that example.
All righty. Well, Robert, good working with you. That's all the time we have today. We will be back with more group coaching tomorrow. Robert, I'll let you sign it. Well, no, I'll sign it off. I guess I'm driving it. Robert,
you sign it off, my friend. I don't want to talk.
Nice talk. Yeah, good. You made it through it. Stick around. We got Brian Shannon coming on next, the VWAP man himself. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back right after this.
All right, folks, as the markets tumbled, we are back with Mastering Anchored VWAP with Brian Shannon. Always a pleasure to have Brian. We've got Robert, myself, John Hoagland. If you have questions about VWAP and Anchored VWAP, the man is here. Here's the book. I've just started to get into it. It is a fascinating, very well read, very well written book. And we are so blessed to have Brian back with us today. Brian, how you doing?
Good. Thank you, John. And good to see you, Robert, even though you're sick, I guess.
Yeah, thank you. Good to see you again. I wouldn't miss this for the world, though.
Yes. So we've got some questions already for Brian. If you have questions, just put them in the chat. I'll do my best to keep track of them and have some time to ask Brian some of those questions near the end of the session here. S&P's right back down to a previous gap, it looks like. Boy, these markets are really coming off. And we were just talking to Brian about that and what his thoughts were. You want to kind of start off by telling people just what we were just talking about in the green room?
Yeah, I mean, we saw immediate selling off that gap this morning, and I call it a gap because I'm a equities guy. It didn't gap for the futures because it was traded, but that initial strength off of the Nvidia move was sold into, and I think that the market we've just seen a rally from 10% really in the last month. Looking at the Nasdaq, the Qs here. In the last month on lighter volume. And everyone, a lot of people, not everyone, but a lot of people have been complaining, yeah, but it's on low volume. It's on low volume. And true, it has been on lighter volume, but the fact is prices have been going higher and only price pays. You don't, get judged on your trading results based on what the volume is, but what price action is. So, the lower volume has been a reason to think, okay, we've got to keep our guard up here a little bit, but definitely not to sell short for any period other than really intraday so far. So we've been grinding up on lighter volume. We're extended. We had big news from Nvidia that the market has been waiting with bated breath for, and I think it's a little bit of sell the news on that, not necessarily in Nvidia itself, but for the market ahead of a long weekend and summer trade. So just a little bit of clearing out. Let's let this market come down and test some prior. The prior breakout level and maybe reset here a little bit. I think it's just some normal, healthy profit taking.
Awesome. All right. So I'm just getting into the book, Brian. In reading the forward, you mentioned Wall Street Week with Louis Rukeyser. I used to watch that. I mean, I came from a trading family. My dad was a grain trader for 40 years. But I started out as an artist, but as my interest in markets started to increase, I started watching Louis Rukeyser too. And you mentioned in your book that's really kind of what kind of set the hook for you in trading. One of the things that you suggest in your book is reading part 3 first. If you're not that familiar with technical analysis, would you suggest that for traders that at least have some kind of knowledge? I mean, even if you're well-versed in technical analysis, would you suggest reading part 3 first?
I would, because there's certain things that I refer to in the book that I think, that I take for granted that some people might not understand my way of thinking of technical analysis. I did write another book 16 years ago that I'm assuming that not everyone has read. So rather than saying, no, go read this book first, here's a couple chapters to kind of, that's the one right there. So it's just a couple chapters to kind of get you up to speed a little bit, and really updated some of the work in there to say, here's some basics about how I view the markets on multiple time frames with the 5-day moving average, and just to lay the groundwork really for the whole thing. There's always going to be that guy who knows everything about the market, and he's going to skip that stuff. Then he's going to get to at the end and say, well, shit, I should have read this first. So that's why I made that recommendation. But I put in the back of the book. So I didn't want people to pick up the book and look at it and go, well, this thing's basic, and lose interest after 20 pages. I wanted the good stuff about the anchored VWAP up front right away, but to let them know, here's where you can still go get up to speed. I don't want, we can't lose the audience's interest in the first 20 pages.
Sure. And I think it's a really good thing that you said that, because I'm going to start it from the back, and I've been trading for years, and I feel like I have a pretty good handle on technical analysis, but I know that there's always more that I can learn. So when you buy this book, folks, started from part 3 and then go back into the parts 1 and 2. That's what I'm going to do, because nobody knows everything. I am never going to be the guy that says, well, I know everything, and then go back and at the end and say, well, I should have known that before I started reading the rest of it. So great suggestion. One of the things that you mentioned and that you talk about, and that I haven't had that much of a chance to read into, is you talk about how anchored VWAP and VWAP itself, it kind of explains the market and trader psychology. Can you touch on that a little bit for us?
Sure. We always hear about sentiment, right? And how do we measure sentiment objectively? You really can't. I mean, you look at the AAII investor poll, or, someone does a Twitter poll that says, what do you think the market's going to do this week? Go up, down, or sideways? And then they'll try to be contrarian and say, well, I had 400 votes and 300 people were bullish, therefore it's bearish. That's too nebulous, and it's not based on anything. And the truth is, people lie on those things. I'll just mess with the poll results just because I'm a little troublemaker, I guess, deep down inside. But and I think you can't trust them for face value, just like you can't trust the analyst upgrades or somebody who comes on television and says, I like this stock, and they're already long it. A great example, and I will make fun of this person. There is an analyst on Wall Street who runs several funds with billions of dollars. At the beginning of the year, this woman had a price target on Zoom of $1,500. The stock was $80, and that fund group had 8 million shares long. Today, they have 2.5 million shares long. The stock's at 68. So this person is saying, I think this stock can go from 80 to 1,500. They own 8 million shares, which they were down $200 on already. So over $1 billion loss. And the stock is Zoom and the fund is ARK. But you can't trust anything but price action. And what the anchored VWAP does is it says, from this date, from the Federal Reserve announcement, we can look at this NASDAQ chart here, and we can say that was when the last Federal Reserve announcement was, right there at 2:00 on that day. And who has control since then? Well, prices are higher, but what's the average price since then? $444. So maybe that's a future level of support if we drop down towards that level. Right now, it's not relevant because it's so far away. There's no value in really knowing that. But it is important to know that from the beginning of the week, the sellers are back in control. That black is the week-to-date volume-weighted average price. And we want to look at it in little chunks and pieces. So from the beginning of the day, who has control? Well, we've just turned down here in the last few minutes on the NASDAQ, but the sellers were in control well before it went negative because we were below the average price that it was at. So in other words, what we're doing is we're measuring with 100% certainty what people are doing with their money rather than what they're saying. And this tells us that the sellers, the sellers on average from the open, the average price that shorts are involved on the Qs is 457.70. The average long is 457.70, meaning the average long is down 4 points. The average short today is up 4 points, 1%. So who has control for the day? Well, that's very clear. So we look at it that way and say, this is what I like to refer to the VWAP, the anchored VWAP, as the ultimate sentiment indicator. It tells us the temperature of the market, who has control from that point, from an earnings report, from the high, from a previous low, or whatever is the measured value that you're looking at.
That's great, Brian. Speaking on the anchored portion of the VWAP, you, in your book, you have it anchored at 3 locations. It just happened to be on the second page. I wrote a note here. You say that you like to anchor it on price events, time events, and fundamental events. Can you go through the background reasoning for that, please?
Yeah. So we want to know, a lot of it's based on what are people doing with their money. So the daily VWAP, we know that we had this gap open in the queues, and say how are people handling that? Well, I was looking at this market a little defensively, thinking we've been up on volume, we're extended. We've got good news. This is the type of thing that typically will bring about some profit taking. So when do we know that the sellers are in control? Well, we can look down to the shortest of time frames, and say, there's that green anchor. The sellers were in control. They didn't maintain control. The buyers looked like maybe they were going to get it back here for a little while as it got back above that green one. But then it really, broke below the anchor from the prior low, and then it just kind of shit the bed in here. So then we look to the third, longer term timeframes and say, where are we now? And let's make that a 15-minute time frame. So I look at this and say, we've just dropped this much. What would be the obvious place for somebody at home to say, who's not very educated, to short? They would say, hey, if it breaks that support, that's where my stop is. Well, what do you think is going to happen? Is it's going to break there slightly, and then it's probably going to rally up, make a lower high, and then come back down, because it'll bring in new short sellers in there who are late to the party. Why did you wait for the market to drop, from 460 to 453 before you shorted? Instead, look at it where it's come from. It's come really down. It's down pretty quickly, a break below this obvious level, a bounce, and then probably a sell-off. And you've got to just look at it in chunks and say, okay, the longer-term picture is still in an uptrend. If we look at the year-to-date anchored VWAP, in particular in the SPY, I mean, this was the beginning of this rally right here. And I think we spoke about this last time I was on, or it was close to around here. But we nailed it just precisely. That the S&P 500 nailed that year-to-date anchored, and so did the semiconductor stocks, and they've been up since there. That's where that rally began. So we want to know, the time value, the time anchors, year-to-date, week-to-date, daily. I have a month-to-date on there, but if you look at the month-to-date, is it providing us any value here? Not really. So in the semis, it's way down at 226. In the NASDAQ, it's down at 443, and we're at 453. Right now, that's not relevant to us. But in the next few days, let's say we start to see a deeper sell-off, maybe that's where the buyers emerge again. But then, we've got a new month next week as well. So that's the time one. So I'm kind of going about this in a little indirect route, but I talk best with live charts.
Yeah, this is great.
Of course.
Yeah, it's great. Keep going. Keep going. Love it.
Yeah. So then again, like the fundamental event was right here, which you already alluded to, which was since the Federal Reserve announcement. So if we, isolate that and put an anchor right on the beginning, is actually right there. We saw that. Let's do this. Let's just try to make this a little bit more visible. So this is where the Federal Reserve was. Let's just clean that up again. And so right here was the Federal Reserve announcement. We had that first rally up, and then it got stuck below the anchor from that event the next day until right here. That's where the buyers regained control. We knew that with 100% certainty because that was the average short seller was losing money there. The average long was gaining money there. So to make a purchase after that fundamental event was digested, and to buy it here with a stop underneath whatever higher low is most relevant for your time frame, one of those, then get involved there and keep raising your stop up underneath these higher lows until, that's a great trade right there. That might have been a nice 4 or 5 day trade from 426 up to 439. So that's a fundamental event, or you can look at, an earnings report. So we talk about NVIDIA. Obviously, we have, NVIDIA was a great one off the year to date as well. So the year to date anchor right there. People, and what it's telling us is that why does it find buyers there? because people who run funds who have positions in this or who have smaller positions than they want, they don't want to buy when it's, when this is basically, they look at this as fair value from the beginning of the year. They don't want to buy when it's 30% above that fair value. But when it comes down to that perceived fair value, the people who feel unexposed to NVIDIA say, well, here's where I'm going to add to my position, because now I've got a better price compared to where it's traded throughout the year. And that becomes a level of support based on that. And then, of course, earnings reports, which we're seeing today, which is just, right now, it's the daily VWAP. And we've gapped up in NVIDIA. And you can see I've got several days of VWAPs on there. That's what we're looking at. But this is today's. And we had a little bout of profit taking, sucked in some short sellers, most likely right here. And then the buyers have come in and defended this almost perfectly, actually perfectly. They've defended that volume weighted average price. So the question is it going to continue to hold? And if so, I think we did this last time, is that, if it gets back above there, stop under here, buyers are in control. What's the average price since the highest point anyone's ever paid for this stock? Because it's a new all-time high. Well, right in there. So, with the sellers, this is their little profit taking so far, but it's down to fair value for the day. Here's a battleground. So I think we covered them all, did we? So here from a most recent high. So from highs and lows, from fundamental events like the Fed or an earnings report, and from time-based. I think we covered them all there.
Brian, I want to ask you, when you're adding an anchored VWAP to a high like you just showed, now that's that's based not on the absolute high, it's the average high-low close, high-low open close average, right?
Yeah, that's something that a lot of people get confused on, and it's a really good question, because anytime we set an anchor, let's make this a 1 minute time frame. And what we'll do is, let's see, we've got 1 second to the new bar. So right here, I anchor it on that, and what you'll see is that dot is the actual anchor, the actual you'll start to see that will move, because what it's doing is it's giving us the average price. So that dot is the actual VWAP right now for NVIDIA on this 1 minute bar. So you'll see that dot is moving because the average price is getting more volume to the downside right now. So it's dropping. So what we're looking at is, when we look at that, we're not saying I want the high of this bar, because one, we don't know what it is until the bar is completed. Instead, we want the average price. We could look at a tick value, which, do I even have tick? I haven't looked at ticks forever. So you can look at a tick chart if you really just want to. That's your actual VWAP right now from the beginning of the day. But who can trade off a tick chart? Not me. So instead, we look at a 1 minute and we say, okay, now that anchor has begun. So you'll see that now we're another minute. We just started a new bar. So now we have the beginning of this line. So that line will start to build until it starts to look like this. So from that one, we're starting to see that, if this market continues, if it breaks below here, let's say it does a little shakeout and then rallies back up, then the VWAP will start to look something like this. And then maybe we do this and then get going. And then the buyers are back in control again. So let me just sort of wrap that up in a bow, which is that we want the true average of all the volume in there. What we're trying to see is, what's the psychology since that minute right there. For these 1 minute and 54 seconds, we're about to get another one. So bar. So there it is right there. So we look at that, and now our line is drawing down, and we're getting the average price for all of the participants from that bar, not just the people who paid the most there. That's, we want to know the crowd behavior and what they're doing.
That really goes well, I think, with one of the questions I saw in chat is, how do you use this for shorter time frame day trading or even scalping? And that I think was a great example of just that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's so again, you can look at this and say your bias is either I'm going to get long as it gets back above here because it tells me that the buyers have defended VWAP and it's getting ready to move higher again. Or you can say I'm going to sell short here with my stop above
and your stop
here
goes above there
because I think it's going to go down to the 2-day VWAP, which maybe it does. Who knows? I'm not trading Nvidia, but right now, the people who are betting on the downside, I would say your worst case stop goes up here, and now maybe your stop gets lowered to this point, as close to break even as possible, depending on if you're super scalping off 1 minute or even lower time frames, then that's how you want to look at it.
All right. So Anne Marie actually had a question, and I told her I would answer it. When there is a low of day anchored VWAP failure, like the anchored VWAP is lower, goes below it on a return to that, how successful typically are those shorts?
That's a great question. So, for instance, how successful are I'll turn it around here a little bit because we have this example. How successful are the traps underneath, and then it gets going back again, right? Or so let me ask the question. So the test. So we can look at it right here because we're seeing a breakdown. Now, if we're going to see a test of this and then break down, it's not to me how often they are because I'm not one of these people who run statistics and, I wouldn't even know how to test that on a 1 minute chart. But I would say that what you want to look at is when you look at this trade, if you're using this as the decision for your trade, you could say, okay, if I think that was the low of this move, I'm going to set an anchor there. And now if it gets back below, let's say it rallies up a little bit and does this, and then breaks back below that anchor, well, then I would short there. But most important is my stop would go above here. So it's not about how often it is, but how tightly can you control risk for whatever time frame you're on in that area. And it doesn't have to be 70-80% trade. It's more about if I can get involved in this stock and risk 2 points, which is a reasonable stop for a day trade in Nvidia, then maybe that's where you get involved as it's breaking back down, and then say, okay, where's my stop now? And just keep trying to say, that was the lower high. Now this hopefully is the lower high. And is this stock now going to go, onto some further profit taking, or is the fundamental case so strong that there's just all these fund managers that do nothing but know how to buy it because this is the best merchandise they can find out there?
All right. Thank you. Robert, go ahead and ask a question. I lost my spot in chat here, and I'm trying to find out where we were.
That's okay, because this ties right into Brian, to your question coming in from Anne Marie and talking about the view up at the bottom. So Brian, I'm going to say this the easiest way. How do we find, just using VWAP, how do we find strengths after we see the weakness on these? And I maybe butchered that a little bit, but a little bit of that's from your book, and it was also in one of the other segments. But how do we use VWAP to find more strength once we've determined the after weakness has failed us?
So right. So for instance, what I think you're referring to is that I say I don't want to buy the touch of the VWAP. I want to buy strength after. And where
yes,
do we?
There you
how
go.
do we?
I
how do we
butchered
identify
that. Thank you for
that,
clearing
right?
it.
Now, that's totally cool. So we look at it and say, well, what is our definition of trend? We have lower highs and lower lows coming into this, right? So these are our lower highs and lower lows. So it rallies up, it makes that lower high, it makes a higher low. Now, if it were to make the higher high here, that's where I would say that's the spot where now that's strength after the test, because we've had a higher low, then a higher high. So we have this low, a higher low, and a higher high. That is the definition of trend. And now I want to look at it and say, okay, I want to buy above there, and I want to be aware of the anchor from this level. So then you ask yourself, well, maybe it's better off if it does something like this, little shakeout below the VWAP, rally up through that level, it's extended, it hits that VWAP, pulls back, makes the higher low, and then get going with a stop under here. So we're looking at a 1 minute chart. And you might look at this and say, well, that's a shoulder and that's a head and that's a shoulder. And maybe that's how it does go on to squeeze any shorts and close at the highs of the day up at 1075, 1100 in NVIDIA. But we've got to just wait for the evidence and wait for the definition of trend and say, are we going to instead break back below this VWAP and stay below it? And if you're shorting right here, right now, because it broke that VWAP, well, this is the most recent relevant lower high right here. So if you're short here, to me, the stop goes above that. And people,
it's a great example, and I'm really glad that you can continue that comment, please. But I'm really glad that you just did this real time, where you did what we talked about earlier by anchoring to another location. You have a green one on your chart right now. We're talking about VWAP, and I want to make it the drive this point home for the listeners and everybody's watching this. Is that you don't have to have VWAP just at the start of the session, just at the Asian market open. And you say, well, I don't do any of that stuff, so I'm just going to anchor one to the beginning of the U.S. market, whatever time that is for you. Ryan just put one on. He said, wait a minute, we have this area. We have these lower highs. It came down. Is this a weak rejection off of his green VWAP? And what did he do? He went right back to the top, clicked on another VWAP, and said, well, where is price according to this last little piece? So, Brian, thank you. You probably realize you did that, but to show that as you were giving an explanation, just throwing it on there, coming back down again, saying, all right, well, we have a hypothesis of if it does this, maybe we'll do that. But just by sticking another VWAP on there, I'm not going to say that we're a random location, but a specific location, which is not a static one. It's not the beginning of each one of the markets. And that's anytime I've been using VWAP previously, I would always just anchor the beginning of the markets. But after reading through some of your material, I'm like, well, that's a good start. But what you just did was even better, saying, well, this is who we are. This is what happened. Where do we go from here? So that was I'm going to go back and rewatch this afterwards. I made a note of the time here. Thank you very much.
Fascinating.
Yeah, and the thing is that we're looking at a 1 minute chart, and I'll often hear people say, well, the VWAP is only for day traders. And it's just not true. The fractal nature of markets is these could be weekly bars that we're looking at, but we'd have to sit here for the next 38 weeks to go over this information that we just saw in 38 minutes, right? So, or 32 minutes into this. So if you can learn this on the shorter term time frame and see it in real time and teach it in real time and understand the concepts and principles, but the same things apply to every single time frame. It's not just about scalping. This just happens to be a great example for teaching. And we're making the lower low and
more reps.
So now the sellers are in control from the beginning of the 930 though. So what we really need to do is to take a look at this, because there was such large overnight volume in NVIDIA that we want to see the true VWAP from the event, which is right here. So that is when the earnings came out right there. So we want to anchor from that and say, wait a minute, is this going to be an invisible level here in a moment? Will the market, is that the most important VWAP right there that we're going to suck short sellers in down here, touch that, rally back up, and then go like this? It's very similar to what we see with the overnight futures and the S&P 5 in the 930 open. We've got to be aware of both, in particular when there's large range or large volume. And in this case, we had both, obviously, from the event, which was the earnings, which were right there. Oops, I missed it. But anyways, so we'll see, is that where we find the buyers now? And it's a level of interest to say, okay, maybe I take a third of my short off that I initiated right here. Maybe I take a third off right there. So if it does reverse back up, I'm minimizing any damage, and I can get out, much easier with maybe even a tiny profit or a break even and minimize my risk.
So I think what you're kind of touching on here is one of the questions in the chat, and this is the one that I had to go back and look for, and I apologize for that. But Charles Lucas is acting. Could you talk about ways you like to use the VWAP pinch either from momentum plays or rotational moves. And if it ever has time, or if there's ever a time not to trade around them.
Yeah, so the anchored VWAP pinch, what he's referring to is talking about when we have two significant events, such as from the earnings report VWAP and from the all-time high now. So what we want to see in a pinch is that the range develops between there. Now, some people will say, I want to buy the break of the pinch. Not necessarily. It depends on how it gets there. So we want to see really a tightening of the range. And maybe even if this is going to be a low, let's say, that we want to see an anchor like this kind of come together. And then we go between this anchor and, oops, I've got the wrong drawing tool. That's why. Let me just draw these again. Let's say this is the low. Let's say we're 10 minutes ahead and we see that's a low of significance and it starts to do this. Well, we don't want to buy the break of that high because we want to see it develop in between there and build energy. So what's happening in a pinch is we're just compressing the energy and that energy builds in here. We see that definition of trend, lower highs and lower lows, go back to, hey, we had that higher high, but it's too far extended to be a buyer. We get a higher low, a lower high, a higher low, and then bang right here. That's when we want to buy that pinch because it's now given it enough time for these ranges to compress together and for them to, build enough energy to sustain a move out of there. Whereas if it rallies, in this case, from 1032 to 1048, it's just rallied 16 points. It's not as likely to go to 17 points, 18, 19, 20 points. But if in here we see it goes from, 1042 and then breaks 1046, well, now we have a tighter range. So that means we can either trade more shares because we have a tighter stop, or we can look at this and say, my risk is that much closer, so I can take on more units of risk, or the same risk unit, but more shares, more contracts, whatever it might be. So if your risk was $400, well, I can buy 100 shares here. If your risk is $400 over here, you're only buying 200 shares. This would be 500 shares. Now I had that backwards, 400 shares, 800 shares, whatever. I just did the math all wrong, but the point is the closer it is, you can do more shares and risk this. You can do more shares and risk the same dollar value.
Right. It almost looks like a kind of these pinches kind of look like a triangle formation, rising, falling,
Absolutely.
triangle formation.
I mean, it could be a symmetrical triangle, an ascending triangle. They're just that same exact thing, and we're just defining the borders of that. So maybe it does this, and what would we call this then? If it does this, we would call that a ascending triangle, right? Because we've got these flat tops and these higher lows. People, tend to get hung up on those names, like they get hung up on head and shoulders and cups and handles and all that thing. When what we're just trying to do is say, what's the definition of trend? And we still have that definition of trend here off of this high intact. So this trend of the last hour is down. The trend of the last 6 hours is up. The trend of the last 20 years is up. So where do you put your risk? Where do you define it? Do you want to buy this little break right here? I would say 100% not. Instead, we want to see it break that, make the higher low, and then tighten up and then get going.
Come back to that level and then look for the long to limit risk.
Yeah. And don't buy after, moves of 1% here in this stock after it's just gone in 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. Great explanation of how those pinches will work. Is there a pinch that you won't trade?
Yeah. If you have a stock that's kind of looking like this, and it's defined like that, and then it gets to the top of it. So I won't trade them. Similar to, they say for instance in triangles, that a triangle typically is resolved 2/3 to 3/4 of the way to the completion of that
the apex
triangle. Yeah. So, this would be the apex right here. So that would mean your sweet spot to buy would be 2/3 to 3/4 of the way from the beginning of it to the apex. So somewhere in here. So for instance, I wouldn't want to be a buyer over here because the range is too tight. I only want to buy it after that range has compressed enough to say, now instead of buying here with a stop under there, I can buy here with a stop under there. Here I trade 500 shares. Here I trade 1,000 shares. I have the same amount of risk. Here I trade 1,300 shares because I've got a tighter stop underneath that higher low.
So it's kind of, if that were just a real VWAP pinch, I've read and seen, when there is a triangle, when it gets to around 70% of the way to the apex, that's when you're really trying to focus on finding a good execution for a breakout in either direction.
Yeah, so it's the same thing, and maybe it's just redefining it with more of a factual. The pieces are with the anchor from here. What it's saying is, as it touches that anchor, it's telling us that the sellers decided the average price from that high is now this level. I'm going to lean into the stock. And then they lean into it and send it lower. As it rallies back up to the VWAP from the beginning of the bottom part, it rallies to that. Well, those shorts who leaned into it say, hey, good enough. I'll take that. Other people say, hey, it's at the average price from there. It's breaking away from there. I'm going to buy. I'm going to buy as it breaks away from there. And it's that, it just tells us, rather than just conceptually defining, what these higher lows are or lower highs and putting a name on the pattern, it tells us from the supply and demand standpoint. The buyers are defending this level. We know that with 100% certainty because their average price is here and now it's bouncing from there. The average price is here now and it's bouncing from that level. The average price from that peak is here, so we're seeing sellers come in. So it's just telling us from a supply-demand perspective rather than just thinking of lower highs and higher lows. It's who has control from that point, and that point.
It makes sense that it's a much more powerful tool because instead of just like drawing trend lines, the market's drawing the trend lines for us.
Yeah, with volume included. And the volume tells us the emotional attachment, the commitment level of the participants. We can look at volume down here and, say, well, it was down on big volume on that spike, and then it rallied on lighter volume, so I'm bearish. And, and we saw volume increase again on the way down, and now we're seeing lighter volume. So does that make me bearish? Not necessarily. We did just break above that little peak, by the way, and most likely lured in some people thinking, hey, I got to buy that higher high. What we're looking for, what I had previously sketched in, is we have this low, and now maybe we want to see the higher low and then buy the break over here. Because now, again, our stop would have to be under here if we buy at this point. Our stop would be under this higher low. Yeah. It makes it easier to control risk, and that's our job ultimately.
More of this. I hope the chat is really picking this up and going back and watching and tagging this session because it's really something, Brian. You've father of all these things, anchored VWAP, and it's been a long time going. I've seen you on a whole bunch of other podcasts and video streams like this. We got 2 questions from the chat. Does Brian look at Delta at all? And secondly, for newer traders, how important is it, when they're starting off to learn, VWAP and anchored VWAP? So comment on those.
Delta, I think the only thing, maybe there's another use of Delta that this person's referring to, but in terms of options, I refer to Delta based on, I want to buy options calls that have a delta of at least 45, meaning for every dollar the stock moves, my option should theoretically participate at 45% of that, at least to start, until it gets more in the money. But I don't know what he's referring to in terms of delta. If there's are you familiar with what he might be asking?
Yeah, when we say delta here, it's the volume delta. So go ahead, John. You talk about it all the time, and if they watch us, that's what they're referring to. Go ahead, John.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an order flow tool. It basically you take all the contracts that trade on the offer as positive delta and subtract the number of contracts that trade on the bid, which is negative delta. Sometimes you'll see a divergence or the possibility of longer time frame buyers or sellers in the market just by watching that delta. If there's a divergence, as in if price keeps moving higher and delta keeps increasing in negativity, there's an accumulation occurring possibly in that regard. But it sounds like you don't really look at that. So
no, I've seen it, and I think it is probably a valuable tool. But it's not something that I've actually used. But I like the concept of it. It tells you whether the buyers are more aggressive or the sellers based on whether it's trading at the offer or the bid. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just an order flow tool.
Yeah, I don't use it. And the other question, I apologize. I'm not good at the multi-question thing.
That's okay. That's I figured the first one's going to be a nice quick one, so I threw it in there. It was basically if you're a newer trader, just starting out trading, do you think that it's important, because we could be trading for years, 6 years, 5 years, 10 years, and not even use this or see this? So the question being says, for a newer trader, how important is it to learn and understand VWAP and anchored VWAP?
I think that in order, that you want to first understand market structure, just, trends, higher highs, higher lows. Are we in an uptrend overall? A multiple time frame analysis. And that's part of that third section of the Anchored VWAP book. I think it's hugely important to, first base it on market structure, then supply and demand. And that's what the anchored volume weighted average price does. So I think if I learned this early in my career, I can't imagine the trajectory that I would have been on versus just being able to use this for the last, the true anchoring for the last 7 years, really. If I had this 30 years ago when I started out, I'm sure I'd be a billionaire.
Yeah, that's what we always say there. I have something that's a slight pivot, but you're showing trading the QQQ. You were talking about options just now, and you were sharing an NVIDIA chart, and then you also discussed the NASDAQ and the S&P. My question is, how about crypto?
Yeah. Crypto.
Have the same, crypto can be weird. So crypto can be strange. It's not like these indices are. So have you used it on crypto, or do you know anybody that does? And what are your thoughts?
I do. In fact, let me, where's that? Let me see if I can change what I'm sharing. I don't know how to do that. Let me just see if I can look around here. I would share with you a Bitcoin chart. And if you look at my Twitter stream, you'll see a chart that I put on there on, what was this? I guess pretty May 2nd. And May 2nd, we had come down and we spoke about the S&P. We spoke about the semiconductors hitting the year-to-date anchored VWAP at the beginning of the month. Bitcoin did as well. And it nailed it. I mean, it halted right there. If you can pull up a year-to-date anchor with a Bitcoin, you'll see that was the low of this move, down at 50. What was this? 57, 250 or so. You look at that, and you will see that there is definitely a lot of value to be had on the crypto. So
yeah, we don't have. Unfortunately, don't have it on there. We just got the micro Bitcoin futures. At least it's similar in the Topstep back. So I don't have it that far back. It only goes back to the beginning of the month here. I won't be able to show that entire thing.
Let me see if I can get back onto this thing and see if I can share that other chart. So it looks like.
And the point being on this is you were showing that Yeah, point being for this question, while you're doing that, is just show the versatility, because it's unbiased. It's just like, hey, this is where the majority of price is being traded. This is the path that it took. And it's got a little bit of a push on there because of the volume associated with it. And then you're doing your anchor points for different time frames depending on what you're trading. Someone asked a question about, like, well, where do I trade this for intraday trading? Well, it depends on what you're trading. It depends on what you're doing into time frame, the market time frame, the time of day, your risk tolerance. Because if you're anchoring something from 3 days earlier and you're going to use this as a bounce point, it might be 500 points away, and that's going to lose a whole bunch of money. So you have to keep everything, the time and price, into context as to what you're actually doing for your style of trading. That's why I brought up the crypto, because we were talking about the other ones as well, the options in the QQQ and the indices, and then you went to the stocks. Like, all right, well, how about crypto? And I think it's just the versatility of it, where it doesn't matter. It's not. There's no opinion on where price is at. It's like, that's where it is. It's sorry, but that's just how it goes. There's no opinion on where it was, because that's where it was. So this is one of the things that I like about. And last time we were on, Brian, I think I had mentioned that, where it's just like a regular trader, where it's like, I don't like trading based on opinion, speculation myself. So this is a really cool tool, and I want to drive that point home. It's kind of like, put it on the chart. You'll see the same price as everybody else. Where is it now? Good. The same thing for everybody. And your charts are up, so please.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's supply and demand. It tells us what people are doing with their money. It's where price, where emotion is associated. So on here, you can see this is the anchor from the low of the year. Notice how when we rallied up and pulled back, initially we found buyers right here, but then it ran into the declining 20-day moving average. Then we tried to hold there, but came right down to this. And this was what I was talking about. This is the year-to-date anchored VWAP. So we have the year-to-date anchored VWAP right here. I kid you not, I bought right here, not because because I'm trying to pick a bottom, but because that's where it told me the buyers have the chance to take, maintain their control. And if I'm wrong, I'm going under here. That's it. So now we can look at this and say, we had a little bit of trouble with the anchor from the all-time high right over in here, but then we continue to surge higher. Now, when we look at Bitcoin, we say, okay, we have this as a recent low. So let's put an anchor right there. Did I draw the right tool? So now what we're seeing is the anchor from the all-time high comes together with the anchor off of this most recent higher low. This is the low. That's the higher low. And you can do the same thing here and say, well, look at that. That's a shoulder, that's a head, and that's a shoulder. And now we're coming back down to test the neckline. Well, we're testing the 50-day moving average. That's that green line. We're testing the anchor from this low. We're testing the anchor from the all-time high. If I was short and we just rallied like this, I'd be thinking, well, shoot, I'm going to be able to get my money back. That type of thing. So when you look at it in terms of just true supply and demand, that's all you're looking at. And if this level doesn't hold, I'm not going to be a buyer here. In fact, I was on a show yesterday, and as I mentioned, I had sold at 70,800 yesterday morning because it just felt like it was starting to needed to come in a little bit. And this is my level where I'm going to look to be a buyer. I'm not going to do it based on what I see on a daily chart. I'm going to look here and I'm going to say, wait a minute. When we look at an hourly chart, we have this high, we have this lower high, another lower high. We have this low, a lower low, another lower high and lower low. So it tells me there's no hurry to buy in this level. We're still showing a pattern of lower highs and lower lows. We're coming into a level of interest where the buyers might be able to take control, but until it actually does do that, I'm happy on the sidelines in regards to this. Ethereum, same thing, a little bit different because in this case, I was actually thinking we were going to come down to the anchor off of this low. We came very close to it, but you can see, so here, is the anchored VWAP useless in Ethereum because here's the year-to-date anchor. And you can see we really didn't have much value, right? I mean, that's just, it cut through it up and down. It was support for a little while, then it was resistance, then back up. But then as it got back above here, that's when the buyers really took control. and now it's looking like it's getting a little bit extended here. So we look maybe to an hourly time frame and say, okay, where does it have the potential to pull back to? We just saw the buyers regain control here the other day on that purple. That purple right there is the week to date volume weighted average price. So maybe that 3,600 level is where we're going to start to find some support for this market, or it's going to slice through there, do a deeper pullback, which is fine, because I don't want to buy it at a perceived level of support, or because I want to own it and I really want that level to hold. I have to wait and see if it does hold. I want the evidence.
You talked about all of these. I want to make sure we won't run out of time, but this is an important question I want to get in for you because I pulled it right from your book. VWAP, it's anchored. It's whether anchored or not, it's an average price over time. You have a chapter in your book that talks about using VWAP on an IPO, initial public offering. There is no historical data. Can you share that a little bit before we have a couple minutes left? I really wanted to get that question in for you.
Sure. It's really the purest measurement you can take is with an IPO, because everyone has the same starting reference point as a publicly traded stock. So as soon as that first print is, made, well, so there's a couple of things. If, on day one, you want to look at it and say, okay, the first minute of trading, we have that big open volume where all the buys and sells are matched. So we have 2 million shares in the first minute, but it's not true aftermarket trading. It's just matching of buy and sell orders. The real supply and demand begins on minute 2. So if you're trading on day 1, anchor to minute 2, and you'll see value there. After day 1, it doesn't really matter. You just anchor to the beginning of the day because it's absorbed all of that volume and excuse me, and I'm also got a cold here too, and average that in a little bit. But you'll see that a VWAP will have value years later. One example I can think off the top of my head is Alibaba. When they came public, back in 2014, look at how many times that anchor was, perfect support or resistance in there. And, the sellers were in control under here, and then they took control, they maintained control, and then, it was given up. But the point is, it's definitely, it tells us who has control from any point, and everyone has the same start point for an IPO.
Super. Thank you very much. I really wanted to get that question in. Thank you.
It's a great question. It was a great question and a wonderful answer. Brian, we can't thank you enough for spending some time with us today, and we're looking forward to having you back again very soon. Again, folks, if you have not seen or read the book, here it is. Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP, Brian Shannon. Thank you again so much, Brian, for being with us, for sharing your knowledge with us. And if we didn't get to your questions in chat, we apologize. I could sit here and for the next 6-7 hours and just talk and listen to Brian, but we have to move on, and we'll have Brian back here again very soon. We're looking forward to Power Hour, Andre Dolby and Max Maserati. Wonderful, wonderful information. Thank you again very much. Robert, always a pleasure to see you. Brian, we appreciate you deeply. Trade well, and we'll see you again soon.
You too. Thanks. Have a good day, everybody.
Thanks, Brian.
All right. Here we go. We are back. Power Hour, the man in the middle. Great, bringing the great energy as always. Max Maserati from London. How we doing, Max?
Very good, very good. Happy to be here with you. Today is an amazing day. Let's go.
I love it. My partner to the right of him, Dolby Time. Dolby Time, what's happening?
No, I'm just happy Max is here. You can't be in a bad mood if Max is here. He just brings the sunshine every time. Doesn't matter if it's cloudy outside, but it's good to be here. Hello, chat. Sorry we're late, but we are here. Ready to talk some markets. Should be an exciting one. So far, it's been absolutely bananas with NQ just rolling over to the downside.
It is.
Max,
yes,
we got your charts up. Oh, those are my charts. Yep. Oh, okay. Good. See if I can fix those. So one day I'll have good charts, chat.
Yes, we continue to make new lows. S&P's, NASDAQ, Dow continue to make new lows. The sellers are in control. Chop around the lows right now. Lows in the S&P's 52.74, trading about 3 points above that. Dow's still seeing some sellers as well. NASDAQ, same there. So without further ado, you will see the countdown clock appear in the lower left corner now. Very good. With the hashtag Power Hour to the upper left. Dolby Time, let's tell everyone, what is hashtag Power Hour?
Oh, we're all over Twitter, which is also known as X. And so we're trying to take over the hashtag Power Hour hashtag. So if you want to feature your trader win, which is like funded trader certificate, winning trades, great setups you took, funny memes, anything you got. We like getting that feedback in real time. So tweet at Topstep, hashtag Power Hour. I'll go and grab it off the internet, and then we'll kind of grab the best 3 or 4, and then we'll share them in about, half an hour or so. So awesome. Definitely do it.
Well, here we go. Power Hour is underway. Max, talk us through your day, your trades, and just your thoughts on the market in general.
Oh yeah, regarding my thoughts on the market. So my day today was an amazing day. I made around like 13K, which is amazing, which is awesome. So I'm super happy. And then so as we can see here, so ES is making like a new lower low. Like the price right now is at the border of the liquidity void. So here probably I'm expecting price just to retrace a little bit up, and so price just like 52.7425, which is the lowest part of the liquidity void or fair value gap. So normally, like we might be expecting price just to do like just a little bit retracement, and then probably come down here and take this HVC bullish here. Like this is our highest candle. Highest volume bullish candle here, which I call highest volume candle bullish. So normally on this highest volume candle, we have a lot of liquidity exactly at the level of 5266.50, and then at the same time we have a fair value gap at the same level on a daily chart, right? So we might expect price just to reverse a little bit just here at the level of the first fair value gap, which is filled now, 52.7375. We might just expect a nice little retracement. If not, we might just expect a retracement from this level here, 52.65.50. And then so I'm expecting price, maybe if price doesn't reverse from this area, I might expect price to reverse from 52.44.75 or between 52.44.75 and 52.17.00. But I don't want price to cross this midline here. You see this invalidation level. This is the same level the last time I was on TopstepTV. 52.33.25. This is the same level that I say I don't want price to cross above. As you can see, the entire week price never closed below this level here. Nope. It just went up and went up, went up. So now we are expecting a nice reaction from this level, but I don't want to see price to close below the external block CDL, which is the change instead of delivery or the change in market structure. So if price just closed below the level of 52.1650, so now we might expect lower prices. So this is my take on the market. As we can see here, here on the discount and oscillator, we see price is turning down. So we see that price want to go a little bit down, but still, unless price close below the premium level here, we still have hope that price might retrace higher up. And then, go ahead, Andre.
Oh, very quickly. We do have comments coming from Bostic on rates. It is important to move in one direction only. Post-pandemic economy may be less sensitive to rates. So nothing really come out. The last couple of inflation numbers suggest it's going back to 2%, but going slowly. So nothing groundbreaking there. We'll keep you posted on that. But Max, please continue.
Yeah, so normally at this level, I will advise to not go short, just to observe the market. Because at this point here, anything can happen. Market might either start consolidating between this level here, these two level here, or market might just squash down this level and keep going lower. But still, we don't know. We just need to wait at least for the next 4 hours to close to know exactly what the market wants to do. Otherwise, it just calm down, chill, and then wait the market to tell you what to do and when to do what the market is telling you.
Exactly. Okay, so we're watching the markets kind of chop around the lows here. We do have a Delta update. As of about 9 minutes ago, ES minus 18,000, NQ minus 5,700. It is congruent with market direction, so shorts are happy with that. Looking at the tilt, 68% long in the NASDAQ, 71% long in the ES. So some bottom pickers coming in here. Feels like that's been the case all day. So maybe they continue to push it lower. We'll see how this plays out in the last 45 minutes of trading. We will have quiz results for you, some trader wins to share here in a little bit. Time being, all eyes on the markets. Max, are you looking for any levels around here that would get you into a trade?
Yes. For example, around this level here, if the market give me the signal I'm looking for example, now the market is in discount, so probably I'm looking for a long, but I will be waiting. For example, I will be waiting here. See here, the market is giving me exactly what I'm looking for, because here, this candle, this is a P04 candle for people. The price is exactly at 5277.75. We have a market stick to change here at this P04 candle. The P04 candle is the candle at 314, exactly 314. And then, so market here, as we can see, made a market stick to change at this level, 5277.75. Okay. So based on my strategy, by the way, guys, you can, if you're not, probably I might be talking about a lot of terminology that you're not really get used to, because I have my own system. So I have a completely free class explaining about everything about my system, my strategy. It's completely free. It's a webinar like 4 or 5 hours. You just go on my Twitter, you can just click on it, and then you'll learn anything you need to know. So, but I'm very, very sorry when I talk about a lot of terminologies you don't know. So please go and watch them. It's completely free. So feel free to go. And as we can see here, market sweep to change here. So what I will do normally, I will place a box. So this box will be like my external block on M1. So this is what I look to enter a trade. This will be my external block. So it's basically, this is my P04 candle. This is based on my system. And then I will take the high of this candle here. I will take the body. The level is 5276.00 from the body of this candle to the lowest point of the swing. The lowest point of the swing is 5273.25, right? So this is what I will take. And then I will wait for price to retrace. Price already retraced inside. So probably I will have take this trade, but probably I'm late, but still. So I will be waiting for a retrace inside of the box, but the retracement price shouldn't close below and then give me another PO4. The PO4 candle is the yellow candle, which is the signal for me to enter, which means this candle are normally full of volume pressure, because I use a lot of volume to enter on a trade, and I use market streak to change based on this volume to know exactly what the market is doing and when to enter. And then I need to make sure that price is still at discount. So use this indicator to know if price is still at discount, and then I will enter the trade. Okay, and then my stop loss will be right down here. Okay. So let's see if price do a nice retouch here. Okay, and
what
then
price,
give
Max?
us another.
Max, what price?
Oh, exactly inside of the box. The box is between 50 to 76.00 and 52 73 50. Right. So market
looking for a
retrace
long,
inside
correct?
of the fair value gap.
Looking for a long,
and keep pushing on. Yeah, going for a long. Yeah. I wouldn't go short at this level at all.
Yeah, now we're chasing. All right, longs, potential trade idea. Long 52.76 and 73.5 is the zone. We'll see if we can get a pullback there. Looks like some buyers are stepping in here, kind of tiptoeing, making sure the bears are done for the day so they don't get steamrolled. They have been all day. All day.
Yeah.
Delta update, minus 17,000. ES, minus 5,700 still. NQ. With 40 minutes to go in the session. All right, Dolby time. How do we want to do this? I do have the live account open, but I am driving, so I don't know how we can handle this. House account is locked up. Hit the daily loss limit today.
Did we?
What's that? We hit the daily loss limit today, yes. Got long.
I saw
good,
$500 bucks
decent. Yeah, 500? Is that true? Is that true? 500 bucks? That's going to be the perfect entry.
That's what I saw. Let me check.
Okay. Well, quick update around in the Topstep family here. Rips up 890 bucks. Good to see. D up 626 bucks. Isaac R down 2,500. And hello, here we go. Coach Dakota up a staggering $34,410 on the day. Just absolutely destroying the markets. Oh my goodness.
Killing it.
Unbelievable. Nick T down 32. Christian Ramirez down 43. Jake S down. We got some green. We got some red out there. But wow, Dakota just sticking out like a sore thumb. $34,000 in profits today. I believe the account balance is above $200,000. So
he was
incredible to
short
watch.
30 at like 18,905 or something. He had pretty much one of the best entries. Yeah.
That's what the house account was short. We got stopped out.
Well,
top ticked. Yeah. Very frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
Very frustrating. It happens. Part of trading.
You are shorting.
Oh no, the house account this morning was short from 905. Got squeezed up to the 30s, I want to say ish. We got stopped on the 30s just to watch the market roll over, and that's all she wrote. But that's trading. It happens. Levels were good. Probably could have had better entry. You know, it's going to happen to the best of us. Not the first time, nor the last time that's going to happen. So we move on. Account's still up on the week. Most important thing. Yes. So we're not going to beat ourselves up on that too much.
This is very normal.
It is. We're trading bigger size, so the swings are going to be bigger.
Yeah, definitely. And it's quite good to lose. It's quite good to lose because you learn more when you lose than when you win. When you win, you're super happy, you're okay. But when you lose, it pushes you to ask yourself, why did I lose? How could I prevent that from happening again? And then you learn from that. And then this will push you going up because you don't make it to the top if you don't fail. You learn more from failure than the wins.
You do indeed. And it's just trading. So it's going to happen, right? You're never going to have the perfect entry or the perfect exit. You know, like you always say, it's the hardest part of a trade is knowing when to get out. It's very, very difficult to know when to get out.
Exactly.
Never have the perfect trade. So we move on. Bostic Talkie, according to Brian. Yes, he is. Oh, here we go. It would not surprise me if it took longer to get to 2% inflation in the U.S. than elsewhere. Okay. Heard it there. Trade 20 micros.
I think we can. Yeah, we have $430 left, and the account is actually not locked out. So if we want, we can trade some micros on there. Maybe claw our way back a little bit.
Definitely.
But it's up to you, Dre. It's up to you.
Hey, we can. Yeah, I suppose we can. It's not. I don't know. What do you think? What's the chat think? What's anyone think out there? This is
You're
21
micros.
20 micros. Does that do it for us? Yes, a trade is a trade.
It's two
Let's
lots.
save it.
That's actually probably too much for our size. I mean, we could probably do like 10 and MYM.
Just get the perfect entry, and then you do one ES, and then whatsoever happen.
the old coin toss trade, eh? I don't know. It's
well, I wouldn't go short. I wouldn't go short unless I would go short unless price cross below 52.73.50 or close in the midline of the external block 52.74.75. But for me, price might go a little bit higher, might retreat because we are at the end of the liquidity void. We need a little bit of retracement. We definitely need it because people need to take profit. Yeah, we should get it. A nice push up.
This is the pullback long-term traders perhaps are looking for. We did make all-time highs in NASDAQ earlier this morning, I'll say. 19,023.25. My goodness. We're off about 400 points from there.
I love this price action. It's amazing. It's beautiful.
Yes, it is.
You're bullish, right?
Me? Yeah, I'm bullish.
Right? You're
definitely
bullish. Okay. I mean, we're getting down to your level, right? You said 52.77s or so on the pullback?
Yeah. But still, the price hasn't came inside of the external block. Yeah, so almost
what's the top?
Close.
What's the top of your external block?
It's 52.76.00, and then I need to wait for a bullish body close candle, with volume, and then that is telling me that price wants to keep going higher. Okay, and then this is the moment I wait for retracement and I enter the trade.
So we're waiting for the ES to get back into this range around 52.76, and then you need a bullish close in one of the candles, and then we're good for a long, right?
Yep. Exactly.
We can do it, Dolby.
Cool.
20 micros.
Yeah.
20. Sure. Fine with me. Let me switch.
Or maybe we can just do one mini.
On ES? Yeah, probably. We probably have that's 12.50 a tick. Yeah, we'd have some room. Wouldn't be impossible.
Oh, wouldn't be.
Yeah, you might have some room. You just put the stop loss exactly one tick below the box. If you get this setup here, and then I would like to see that price come down here, and then at least to the discount level here, out of the box, not violating 52.75.00, even a touch, and then a bullish body close, not violating. No candle close below 52.74.75, which is the midline, and then no candle violating the low 52.73.50, and then a bullish body close. Boom, we are on business, baby.
Let's do it. We're in business. All right, we are in business. Okay, we got a trade idea here: 52.73 to 52.76 for a long in the ES. See if we can get that pullback.
Seems like we're getting it early. I don't know.
Well, I'm waiting. Tell me when, and I'll get one.
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly when to enter. Yes. Well, you just need to wait. Just chill. If price doesn't give you what you're looking for, which means price is not going in your favor, you just ignore.
Just let me know. I got one E-mini with your name on it.
I'll let you know.
Okay.
Oh, someone is asking, what is this indicator? This indicator is my indicator. It's based on my model, so which I've spent more than 2 years working on. And then my friend Ponce and Nick helped me with the coding. I'm not good at coding, but I started coding it with my idea and stuff. And I have 2 friends on my Discord, so they helped me a lot with the final draft. So yeah, a big up for Ponce from Mexico. He's a very good guy.
Okay.
Yeah, he basically coded the indicator. Yeah, as you can see, his name here, Pons 54958 and Key Poems. These are the two guys who helped me shape my ideas into
like that.
This indicator.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I like that.
Max, they want to know how can they get your indicator, Max? How can they get your indicators? Is what they're asking. RC Trade.
By the way, today is my nine time on Topstep TV. 9 is my magic number. And I want to say thank you all for your support. Thank you always. And I'm giving a 50% discount on my indicator. Just go to my Twitter and then you can use the code MMM9X to get access to my indicator. 50% until tomorrow, 24 hours. So enjoy it, guys.
Beautiful. Yes. Robert put the link in the chat there. Thank you, Robert. Oh, I've noticed a trend that recently, every time Max is on Topstep TV, the market sells off. Is that true, Max? Every time you're on TV, the market sells off? I don't know. Incredible. Wow. You have the power to move markets by joining us on Topstep TV. Thank you very much. I love it. Quick Delta update here as of about 3 minutes ago. Minus 18,000 in the ES, minus 6,100 NQ. See if that unwinds going into the close. We have about 29 minutes left. We get some time.
We might get a ball.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Andrew. Sorry.
No, say we have time. We can get some quiz results, trader wins. If we have time, this would be it. So keep me posted on that, Gabe, how you want to do that. In the meantime, we're just kind of chop around the lows. I got tilt here, ES 73% long, NQ 75% long, YM 71% long.
Nice.
Everyone's seeing if this is the bottom, indeed.
Yeah, everything's kind of range bound. It's awesome.
Or did I cut the top? Yeah, I cut the tops because I use my indicator. What I do, for example, this is the way I enter my trades. For example, I wait for price. For example, I divide the daily bias in 6 categories. So the 2 best categories are the bullish body close, bearish body close. I can give you a quick example of my chart. Maybe you've been asking a lot, guys, about how I trade. For example, when the market, for example, if today the market closed seek and destroy because it took the high and the low. But when I take the measurement, I measure. So the bullish pressure was 40%. It was 40, and then it was equal. So bearish was around like 40, 0.40, and the bullish pressure was 0.40 as well. So I was like, okay, this is a seek and destroy. So highly likely price will do another seek and destroy today. And then so I seek and destroy with neutral, which means price highly likely make a seek and destroy today. So this is what we saw this morning. Price came up, took the high, and went down, took the low inside of this liquidity void. So, and then to enter my trades, for example, I'll be looking here at the liquidity void, at the low of the liquidity void, at the midline of the liquidity void, and at the top. This is where I normally looking for my setup. My setup is quite simple. It's quite simple. So, and then I go on the 1 minute. I wait for price. For example, like you see here on the 1 minute. So we are here, and then we have this PO4 candle. So this candle in green, lime green, they are bullish candle, but they are all bullish body close candles, and all the purple are bearish body close candles. So what I do, I use Bill Williams fractal and regular fractal to find where is the high, where is the low. So once the indicator find a high and a low, and then we print the bullish, if there's a bullish body close right after it or a bearish body close right after it, it will be printed. For example, if the high or the low of that candle that make a market structure shift is a bullish body close or a bearish body close, so this is the most powerful candle. So you can normally I just enter on the trade because normally it run all the way down or all the way up. You want to say something, Andrew? Go ahead.
No. I was just pointing out, watching these buyers come in. I just want to see if there's going to be any legs to this and move to the upside. We did touch those 76s, Max. we were looking for a bit more of a pullback into the 74, 73 and a half area. It would have been, a little.
We might get it though. We might get it.
But I wouldn't enter this trade because it's not perfect like I like them. So, for example, here normally I will be waiting for price to come inside of the box between 50 to 76.00 and 50 to 73.50. So price didn't come inside, and then see price is keeping going high. So we might see price go a little bit high and then push all the way down again. So there's a lot of uncertainty. So if price wanted to go higher with power, it would have come inside of the box. Since we normally have a lot of order here, so they will have pushed price higher up, and then we have like a nice bullish volume candle. This is what I'm looking for. You see, price we did retrace inside of discount, but we didn't get our bullish body close to get inside of the trade. It didn't touch the box. Price might keep going up, that's for sure. Yeah. But this might not my best setup to get in. So which is quite dangerous, which means price the bear are still powerful because they are stopping the bull to print a bullish body close with volume, with power. But here, as we can see here, we have a very, very nice bullish body close here. So what I will be doing, I'll be marking this as my HVC bullish. So as long as price doesn't close below this candle, price might keep going higher. Okay? But still, I wouldn't enter in this trade because like we don't have that much volatility to push price up. You know,
we do have this heavy negative delta in the ES, and they have about 24 minutes. 24 minutes for a majority of them are going to have to close the trade. You would think.
We maybe get one more pullback if we're really lucky.
If price continues to tick up here, I was going to be looking for the exit door. We'll see what their tolerance is here. Yes. All right. Really quick, Gabe. If this does happen, before this happens, let's get some quiz winners in and power hour submissions in real quick. Gabe, go ahead.
All righty. Here we are for the quiz winners. Just a quick heads up. Remember, as Jack said, this will be the last day that we'll be allowing one letter or one number names to be selected. So please get creative. And remember, as always, keep it PG.
What we got?
Anything that you guys see?
Pretty.
The number one.
Number one, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Looks good. Congratulations.
All right, perfect. Let's move on. We've got a couple submissions for our power hour on X.
Let's do it.
Start with
fantastic. SK, here we go.
Who did that?
SK Trades.
That's so cool.
That's a good one.
I believe that person is in chat currently. I have a fellow memer joining Carl Hungus here, which is fantastic.
Well done.
Stick to your strategy, everybody. Just because we're on here doesn't mean you should be FOMOing trades. Come on.
All right.
What else we got?
Next one up here.
This one was great. This is from Heather. So yeah, sorry, it's actually kind of a sneaky because it's a Twitter and the screen cap. So this is from Heather. Lockout button coming in clutch today, as always. Nothing better than locking in a green day. Love seeing it up 1,300 in the NQ and locking it up. That is awesome.
Ooh,
Jaden Reddick. Topstep #power. Been short since our 18,900 level during fast markets. My risk was good, so I had more room for my stop loss than the house account. Oh, shots fired.
Beautiful.
So it was a great day by y'all this morning. Just too early and over leveraged. Keep up the good. Best prop firm out there. Keep up the good work. Best prop. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah. Hey, trading, you live and die by a tick, you know? Sometimes you're a little early, sometimes you're a little late, but all it takes is one tick. For example, yesterday in Power Hour, we were damn close to being $10,000 down. But we didn't get stopped out, and we ended up getting, I think, almost 12 and a half. So one tick makes a difference.
$22,000 swing.
Yeah, one tick.
Yeah, seriously. That was insane.
Here we go. What do we got here?
Last submission here.
Oh, this is definitely Carl Hungus. Yeah, we got a little Max Maserati.
More checkers.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you guys. Carl Hungus.
A-game.
Oh man, never
bringing his A game.
It's
Beautiful.
Angus.
Carl Hung is
Absolutely.
beautiful.
I had a private conversation with Carl, and it turns out we might actually get him on air. He used to work in, I believe it's called a boiler room during the tech boom in the early 2000s.
Oh,
so I have a
cool.
feeling Carl might have some stories for us to share, which would be fantastic.
That'd be really cool.
Yeah, that would be very cool. So he's a former pro. Cool. Yes. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. If we can get him on. Great
bringing the fire.
Yeah, that's awesome. Love to see it. And love seeing content from our community.
Thank you. Yep.
You guys are very, very funny.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, got about 20 minutes left here. We should be getting MOC preview here in about 5 minutes, followed by 2 massive liquidity injections at 10 till and 5 till, the closing bell. You see the clock in the lower left corner there. We are kind of creeping higher here.
Yeah, if you look at the 15 minutes, we are getting a bullish body close, like very nice bullish body close. But like if I entered around here, it would have been go all the way up. But since the entry wasn't that perfect, I like it to be perfect. Like a nice end touch of the box, a nice bullish body close, and then retracement in. But here you see price like is having difficulty of pushing up. And normally, if price is going to retrace, or if this price is going to reverse, it needs to be with power, like with strength. And then this price, when it move like non-stop. And then once I enter my trade, I like to be in profit right away, so I can move my stop loss into profit.
I mean, we do have volume kind of declining here on this uptrend.
Will that tell you? Yeah.
It might be just slowing up to the upside. I mean, it's it was dipping, then it kind of picked up. So it should be interesting to see what happens in the next couple minutes here. But I think there is a case for this potentially pulling back, actually.
Too slow.
Yeah, I would agree with Max. There wasn't a ton of oomph, let's say, to get this pushed up. It's kind of a lackadaisical cover is what it seems like. But it doesn't mean we won't go higher. I think we can go lower before we go higher. I just don't know.
Time, are you working a bit?
In 20 minutes. No, there's nothing to work right now. We're like 8 points off an entry, possibly. At very least, yeah.
We have dipped below 5,300. Yeah. Gold chopping around, not doing a whole heck of a lot. Oil, same. Dow is taking a look lower here.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go. Some action.
Like Dow lead us lower. Dow made the first move. Let's see what happens.
Maybe we could buy 52.76 or try to get like 52.77 and see if we can catch a bid on like a higher low.
Okay.
But that's just my idea.
It's gonna wait for a nice signal, a nice push up with conviction. You want to see conviction in price, strength before you enter, because we don't move the market. We just we are like small fishes. You wait for the shark.
Scraps.
The shark is going around eating, and then we just let's swim just below the shark, and we can eat something as well. You wait for the signal. You wait for the big guys to get in with strength, with power, with conviction. You say, okay, here we are, here we go.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then you get
absolutely.
In. Otherwise, if you don't see that push, that conviction of going higher, you don't. If you don't see your signal, you don't get in, because there's no point of getting in the trade that at least you don't feel like you're comfortable that you're going to win. Otherwise, it will be a loss. If you cannot read price or telling what price is doing now, there's no point of entering this trade. If you cannot explain what price is doing, where price is going, what price might do, if you don't have any conviction that this can be a win, there's no point of getting inside of this trade. You need to be able to explain exactly what you're seeing. You know what I mean?
Well said. Yep. And conviction is shown by volume. More volume, the more conviction in the move. But I do want to echo what Christy Bauman's saying here in the chat. Come on, everyone. Smash that like button. Hit subscribe too. Appreciate Christy doing work for us. Thank you so much. We are at almost 91,000 subscribers. We are closing in on 100,000 subscribers. Absolutely mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. Got something in store for y'all when we get to 100K. But appreciate that, Christy. Thanks for tuning in. Always bringing the good vibes in the chat. we are pushing higher here in the NASDAQ, closing in on 18,700. Let's see if we get there.
Yeah, see now we get the PO for bullish here, but it's at 50 to 82.00, but it's too high. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is a nice. You see the bull are getting in now. They start getting in, but still, see now they are getting in now.
Yeah,
they are getting in with
a lot of
strength
too. It could be short covering as well.
Yeah, but I wouldn't enter because, like, you know, it's not perfect. It's not the way I like it to be. You know.
Yeah, like Vito said, shorts be heading for the cashier. Could be that.
I mean, they've had a great day today.
Yes, they have.
So short term, yeah, they might start covering.
Yep.
I mean, this has been the biggest down day in a long time. So if anyone was looking for discounts,
especially after those Nvidia earnings.
Step in. Yeah, well, we can like recall some of the stuff that like Peter Tuchman said. It's like when you have a list, check it twice, and if you got a couple stocks that you like, and not financial advice, but if it comes on a pullback, look at some of the stuff possibly as an opportunity to hop into some names that you like and take advantage of the volatility. And I think, as he says, average in, start just a little bit, just chip away. But the volatility is good. I mean, the markets have been really good as long as you get on the right side. It's just up or down is not good. It's just opportunity,
Exactly. And let's keep in mind that we are having our biggest down day after hitting all-time highs. So this is very, very healthy. Could be long-term profit taking as well. So who knows?
And then my indicator premium and discount it's in premium now. And then you see like this we have a lot of this yellow line, which means like a lot of the bank, the institution, the big players start taking profit or pushing lower. So this yellow line, and we are in premium, which means like we might see a nice push down. Because like if price is not on discount and price doesn't touch here and give me a PO for bullish, I don't buy,
Gotcha.
And I wouldn't sell either here. So this is the moment you need to be patient.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Looking for
Like
MOCs.
if we were gonna-
Maybe get the MOC. Please throw it in the chat here.
I'm gonna say, like, theoretically, if we wanted to work some micros, we could try to stack some in that range and see if we get filled on some stuff. Like, we could just stack some bids between like 52.73 and 52.76, and then just see if we can hit a couple of them.
Yeah.
Only if we have enough check marks. I mean, obviously, we don't have like a ton of.
We got one. Throw in the chat if we want. We do have 12 minutes. Thank you. We do have time to squeeze a poll in here. Do we like longs from 76? Hoag, if you like 76s, please thumbs
You're gonna
up.
love 73s.
You're gonna love 70s. Hell, you're even gonna love 70s. You're gonna love 70s.
Yeah, buddy.
Oop.
What does it say behind you, Dolby? Is it Daddy Chill? What is it?
Oh yeah, dude. Sorry.
Daddy Chill.
Yeah, it's from a meme. I'll post it in chat. If you've never seen it, it's pretty funny.
Are you a daddy, Dolby?
Nope. Maybe one day. Maybe one day.
He was the Marcus daddy yesterday, I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah, we were carving it up. There, I put it in VMix chat for you, so you can check it out later. Chat, I put it in there if you don't know the reference. So do you want to try to stack some bids? Be like what?
Guys,
maybe like 15,
I mean, like
micros.
I mean, it's not the perfect scenario to take any trade, guys. I mean, in my opinion,
Every scenario, every perfect. Is it ever?
I think. Well, Max likes first. I know that. I appreciate that.
Hoag thinks we're reaching.
Because, like, for example,
for
if you
sure.
don't, like,
100% we're reaching. 100%. 100% we're reaching. Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. I think there's good opportunity left in the day. I mean, we've been short all day. Delta is really good is negative. I mean, that's good covering. I think there's opportunity on the table.
I haven't seen MOC
remember to
numbers
not
yet.
trade do not trade what you think. You need to trade what you see.
Agree.
Yeah, I was looking for a
Exactly.
stats.
Telling you.
Trade the formation. That's Dolby says. Trade the formation.
Yeah, trade the formation.
Yeah, you see here, if you can see you see price is expecting the HVC bullish, this highest volume candle bullish, 52.79.50. But still, you don't. These are another HVC. It's still, I'm not convinced of this push. It's not convincing me to enter along. You know what I mean? You see, price is hanging out. If you can read price, what price is doing, it will stop you from taking so many bad decisions. Because like if price is doing this, you're expecting for this one. If price is doing that, you're expecting for, because there's a kind of, it's a chain. They all need to be connected. Everything needs to be connected. Once everything is connected, you take your trade, because as a trader, you need to be patient. You know what I mean?
Wow. Off to the races. Liquidity injection. Yeah. Off to the races.
Yo. 9 minutes.
A little pop. Yeah, big pop.
Yo.
Yeah.
MOC, 500 million to the buy side, or billion? Probably million if I had to guess.
Probably million. Here we go.
Most importantly, what is GameStop doing? That's really the most important thing on my mind.
85% long, 86% long in ES as we speak.
Yeah. But it's expected, but not the best setup. I expected it to go higher, but the setup for me, not the best.
It still didn't do a great job.
Yeah, it really didn't, Dolby. Yeah, you think the push would have been harder or higher, but not really. It's
this is not all that
petered out there.
It's not what you expected, Dolby.
No, I'm not excited about this upside move. Not enough velocity, in my opinion.
Conviction, yes. Velocity, volume.
The velocity is missing.
Yeah, it is.
And this will avoid you taking bad trades. And here you go. Up or down. See, let's see how this candle will close. The actual 1 minute candle. How will it close? Because if we have this huge volume candle, bullish body close, see, it's violating the low, 50 to 83.50. It's violating the low, so which means this price highly likely push a little bit down. Yeah, definitely.
Yep. Stuck within the 30-minute range, so I might just extend the box a little bit. 52.90 down to 52.73 evens is about the 30-minute range. So it was 3 bars, just totally stuck. So that also means it's a 15-minute range. It also means it's a 5-minute range. But you want to find the biggest range possible and kind of base it off of that. And so you don't want to go to your highest time frame. Yep. That would be the 30-minute, 3 candles stuck inside each other. There's your range. And then you play the tops, play the bottoms. So I like your long idea completely. That's why I want to get. That's why I don't want to get long personally. That's why I would endorse a long, because it does make sense.
Yeah, definitely. Endorsing a long is the right decision, but at the same time, the market there's no conviction to go long. There's no. I'm not convincing. I'm not convinced to go long.
If it was going to happen, you think it was going to happen there. It did not, really.
Yeah, this is not convincing.
And
no
this
velocity.
will avoid you, if you can read price like that, it will avoid you a lot of chaos here, a lot of consolidation. For example, if you enter a trade here, price go up, down, your heart will be like, oh my gosh, what price is going, like beating. You don't know what will happen. And when you're closing, it's like, so that's, that's why I spend years working on my indicator just to find when, where, and what to do for each case scenario. You need to wait. If price doesn't give you what you're looking for, there's no need to enter. Because if you enter, what's the point? There's no point to enter if you're going to lose. If you're not 100% sure, but at least you need to be convinced that price will go in your favor. That's why you're trading because there's the risk of losing, right? If there's a risk of losing, so you don't want to enter in a market that you don't have the advantage in your favor. There's no advantage for you to take these trades. You know what I mean? You just wait. Otherwise, like entering this trade will be like, oh my gosh, will it go higher? Will it go lower? You know, and you avoid yourself the problem. Just reading the funnels.
Lots of begging in the last 5 minutes of Power Hour because you're just looking for the action, looking for a push, liquidity, looking for anything to come and kind of help your position. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. Got to say, Power Hour can really be an enigma.
You never know. Like a box of chocolates, Dolby.
Really is. It really is.
You don't know what's going to happen in Power Hour. Coming in on that last 24 seconds, we'll get that liquidity injection here.
Yeah.
What is the delta?
Positive? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Delta, great question. Minus
15,000.
ES minus 4,200 NASDAQ.
Yeah. Like the only positive thing going for bulls, in my opinion, right now is the series of higher lows and higher highs.
Right.
That's it.
I agree.
Boom. That was it. That was nothing. That was nothing.
But it's still stuck in a 30-minute range, so it doesn't really mean a ton. Because a longer time frame is going to be more important.
Pricing is in premium. So if pricing in premium, I'm more like we didn't take a loan because we think price might go down, right? And price is in premium, which means price highly likely go lower than higher. So there's no point because our original assertion is like price will go higher because price is at the end of the liquidity void. So we look for a signal and then we look for a retracement into the box. Price didn't give us the retracement. We had no push up, no bullish body close, no volume, nothing, you know. And then we don't trade. We just wait because there's nothing convincing. And look what is happening now. It's pushing down. Exactly.
Good call, Max. Max bringing his A game today, everybody. Please go check out his indicator 50% off. This is his 9th appearance. 9 is his favorite number. So do him a solid. Go check that out. He's on fire.
Yeah, he really is.
3 minutes 45 seconds in the session. Boy, it's been a volatile day. Big numbers, big swings. Once again, Coach Dakota up 34 large, $34,400 today. My goodness. At 10 a.m. Central, he was up. How about this? At 10 a.m. Central, he was up $3,000. By noon, he was up $33,000. Again, 10 a.m. up $3,000. By noon Central, he was up $33,000.
Wow.
So
he's been trading since he was a teenager, right?
Yes, I believe that's his story. Yep, absolutely. Imagine if.
Yeah,
he loves it. He sees the market great. Tune in to. Yeah, account balance over $200,000. Also, incredible. He will be on Slow Markets this evening, 8 p.m. Central. I'm sure everyone tune in. Let's see how he does it. Teach you the method to his madness. You got 2 minutes 30 seconds left here.
That's amazing.
In the session, yes, he is.
Yeah,
and yes, just sized up.
When we talk about risk management, like when he's talking about risk management and everything, it's just amazing. He knows his
cool as a cucumber.
Really is. Doesn't flinch. Taking heat, does not flinch. Was there with us in Power Hour yesterday for that big trade, one of the biggest trades we got here with the house account, especially on Power Hour. It was really great to see. Please tune in. Slow Markets with Dakota, 8 p.m. Central. I'm seeing a bid here on the 52.8250, 450 lot on the bid. Behind that, another 500 lot behind the bid. So we got about 1,000 there within 2 ticks of each other. 52.82 half and 52.82 quarter. 52.82 quarters on the bid. They're trading right now 700 times. That's how this goes. 90 seconds left. And almost filled. Bids are coming in. They're stacking them. Shorts might be trying to cover here or longs initiating.
Did you get in?
Hands off, Max. I've been hands off. Dolby time. Have you got?
No, we didn't get low enough. We didn't get. We were looking at going long potentially in some micros, somewhere between 76 and 73, to see if we could capture a stop run. but with sort of this natural uptrending bid in the ES going into close, there was never a chance of us getting filled unless we were just going to anticipate this channel all the way up. And that's not something that we've done before. And I probably don't expect us to do it ever, just because of the nuance of kind of executing that.
Yep. Still, heavy delta, negative 15,000 ES minus 4,000. Here we go. 45 seconds. Great price action today.
Let's see.
Really quiet power hour, to be honest.
It was.
Yeah, it's very, very quiet.
Price...
Normally, I like power hour for the push.
Yeah.
But today had nothing.
It happens.
Clearly, buyers and sellers are happy with where price is at, or else he would have adjusted to a different level. True. But as long as we're range bound and kicking the ball back and forth, both parties are happy. It's not until that people run out of a place to do business that the price has to go find a new happy spot. And price seems happy right now, to be honest.
And there we are. Closing bell, everybody. Power hour, not that crazy. There was a little bit of opportunity. You were able to get those longs. Anyways, great trading day today. Lots of volatility. Big, huge numbers. Coach Dakota up 34 grand. My goodness. Awesome stuff. Max Maserati. Check out his indicator for his 9th appearance here on TopstepTV. 50% off of that. Dolby time, a partner to the right. We're going to get him next time. We proved that we can do it yesterday.
Yeah, we will.
Opportunity didn't present itself today. That happens. That's part of trading. Everybody, thank you so much for tuning in today. We're going to be back at it again tomorrow. We got numbers. We got durable goods. We got University of Michigan as well. See if we can get rocking and rolling. We got Coach Dakota and Coach Jay on with Michael and myself for Fast Markets. We'll trade some size and see what happens. Everyone, thank you very much. We'll be back tomorrow.
you.